I was originally just an inconspicuous worker in modern society. One day, I was crossing the road when I was hit by a speeding truck. When I opened my eyes again, I found that I had traveled to an ancient country called the Great Xia Empire. What's even more outrageous is that before I had time to adapt to life here, I was forced into marriage by the government. According to local laws, I must marry 10 wives, otherwise I will be thrown into prison or even exiled. The county magistrate's order spread throughout the town. Every unmarried man over the age of 18 must marry at least one woman. Those who refuse to do so will be arrested and taken to the county government office to be punished. Early in the morning, I was still in a daze at home when I heard the sound of gongs and the shouts of officers and soldiers. The headman had already gathered together all of us unmarried men over the age of 18, saying that the government was coming to give us wives. I had just crossed over, and my consciousness hadn't yet fully integrated when I was dragged out of my home and stood in this queue. My name is Tang Tianao. I was an ordinary white-collar worker in the 21st century, and I haven't had a girlfriend for 25 years. Having no car, no house, and no savings is already a headache in modern society. And now, having just traveled to this ancient country called Xia, and before he even figured out the situation, he was forced to give him a wife, I pinched myself hard, and it really hurt. It was all real. This place called Daxia Kingdom lost half of its territory due to years of war. A large number of men died in the wars, resulting in a serious imbalance in the male-to-female ratio in the country, reaching an exaggerated 150. There were so many women that they became a burden, but men were afraid to marry easily because they had to pay a poll tax. In order to deal with the situation, the government had no choice but to take coercive measures, give wives to men, and those who refused to accept them would either go to the battlefield or perform corvée labor. No one dared to disobey. The head of the pavilion loudly warned us, "You must cooperate well. Everyone must marry at least one wife. Anyone who refuses will have to go to the battlefield or do corvée labor." The group of men all had sad faces, and when they saw the woman approaching, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. I couldn't help but be amazed. As a time traveler, how could I miss such a godsend opportunity? I've been single for 25 years in modern times, and I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing after traveling to ancient times. As the gong sounded, officers and soldiers came forward with a group of women. "Now you can start taking wives. For those who take 2 or more wives, you will be rewarded with 10 copper coins for each additional wife." The voice of the officer rang in his ears, but the men shook their heads. 10 copper coins were nothing. When the time came, he would have to pay a head tax of 3 strings of coins. Who would dare to take more? A burly man next to me was the first to rush forward, picked up a burly woman, and took her away as if he had found a treasure. Other men also came forward and picked out those women with strong physiques, the stronger the better. Soon, all the men got their wives, and I was the only one left standing there. "Tang Tianao, it's your turn." The pavilion chief glared at me, afraid that I would not cooperate. I scratched my head and walked towards the remaining women. They were all pretty, but delicate and slender, and it was obvious that they could not do any heavy work. They looked at me pitifully, hoping to be chosen. I know that if they are not selected, they will not only be laughed at when they return home, but their families will also look down on them. Hurry up and choose. Those who refuse will be thrown into jail. The leader of the soldiers patted my shoulder with a threatening tone. I smiled and held the hand of a beautiful woman. "Thank you, my husband." She was surprised. I nodded, but did not stop, but continued to choose other women. "Tang Tianao, are you crazy? Can you afford to support so many wives?" Someone couldn't help but shout. The head of the pavilion was so anxious that he stamped his feet, but I just smiled and continued to hold the hands of one woman after another. I had only one thought in my mind. Since I have come to this world, this life will not be in vain. Oh my God! Tang Tianao actually picked 10 wives. Is this guy crazy? Everyone in the town widened their eyes in surprise and talked about it. Is he planning to run away with a bonus? Someone speculated. Don't be ridiculous. His ancestors for 3 generations were all blacksmiths. But in his generation, no one dares to buy the iron they forged. He is almost unable to survive. The villagers were talking about it. Someone shouted at me, "Tang Tianao, you can have 10 wives, but can you promise not to run away with the prize money? You know you can't escape." Looking at the women I chose, there was joy and worry on their faces. I smiled and said confidently, "Don't worry, I have recently developed some skills and techniques, and I will be able to make a fortune soon. By then, I can afford to support not only 10 wives, but even 100 or 1,000. I will definitely contribute to the country's population. Huh, you're such a brave boy. But from today on, we will send someone to keep an eye on you until we are sure that you can support these 10 wives and pay the head tax every year, said the leader of the officers and soldiers with a big laugh. No problem. If there are beauties left over by others, you can bring them here for me to see. If I like them, I'll give you some more, I added jokingly. Are you kidding? The head of the pavilion and everyone else were surprised. No, I'm serious. I can definitely support so many people with my skills. I responded firmly. Captain Tang, you have to keep a close eye on this matter. If this guy dares to lie to us, he will be in great trouble if he doesn't die, warned the captain of the soldiers. The head of the pavilion glared at me anxiously and advised. Team, you are confused. How could I not know how much you weigh? Quickly return 9 of them, or you will regret it. But the captain of the soldiers shouted. Captain Tang, don't stop him. He has already made his choice and can't retreat. If he retreats, you can take as many as he wants. The pavilion chief sighed helplessly, stamped his feet, and dared not say anything more. Those who originally wanted to advise me are now silent, fearing to offend the authorities. Okay, the bounty is paid, and I will take my 10 wives home now. I stretched out my hand to ask for the bounty. The chief of the soldiers took out a purse from his bosom, counted out 90 copper coins, and handed them to me. Here you go. I wish you a son soon. Ha ha ha. Although his words were blessings, to the ears of those around him, they sounded like gloating. Tang Tianao, just wish you good luck, someone sighed. You are really crazy. You dare to have 10 wives. Are those 90 copper coins enough for you to eat for a month? Said another person, shaking his head. This kid is just giving up, planning to enjoy life like crazy before he starves to death. Someone sneered. You have to have a conscience as a human being. You don't want to live anymore, but you want to make 10 beautiful girls wait for death with you. You are such a bastard. Everyone blamed me. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only I, 10 young and beautiful women, and a soldier who was watching me were left. I saw 10 women staring at me closely, and I couldn't help feeling a little nervous, but more excited. As a man who has been single for 25 years in modern times, I have 10 wives as soon as I travel back to ancient times. I don't need to buy a car or a house, and I don't need to prepare a dowry. The government gives me wives and bonuses. This is really a great thing. Of course, the premise is that I can afford to support them and pay the head tax. Well, let's go buy some ingredients and go home. I reached out and held my 2 wives' hands, saying with a smile, Husband, you really won't abandon us, right? A woman asked worriedly. Yes, husband. Although we can go to the fields to work, we have to pay so much head tax every year. Can you really pay it? Another one couldn't help but ask. They called me husband, one after another, which made me feel warm inside. I smiled and comforted them. Don't worry, ladies. I promise that you can all live a rich and happy life. Please believe me. Although there were still some doubts on their faces, they had no choice but to believe me. So I took them to the market to buy rice, oil, vegetables, and especially a lot of fatty meat. Along the way, the women dared not say much. The women of Daxia were required to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. The wife should follow the husband's authority. They could only obey whatever their husbands wanted to do. I secretly sighed in my heart that women in ancient times were virtuous, hardworking, and easily contented. When I got home, I found that my home was a traditional courtyard house with earthen walls, wooden frames, and tiles. Although the house was a little old and almost a dangerous building, as a family of blacksmiths, my ancestors lived a little better than ordinary people. There is also a large iron shop at the back of the yard, but it is very messy. I was not cut out to be a blacksmith, so even in the blacksmith shop left to me after my parents passed away, I was unable to make a single decent farm tool and had to sell my belongings to make a living. Seeing this, the girls did not feel disgusted and started to clean up immediately after entering the house. Watching them busy at work, I was filled with emotion. These women are so virtuous that they are touching. I was about to go to the kitchen to help when a woman stopped me and said, Husband, cooking is our job as women. Just take a rest and we will cook. I held her face in my hands and asked, Tell your husband your name. She lowered her head shyly and answered, My surname is Zhao, and my humble name is Jilan. Zhao Jilan, you are so beautiful, I said softly. Zhao Jilan blushed and hurriedly said, Husband, I'm going to cook. I'm a good cook. Let's cook together. I insisted. Zhao Jilan was a little surprised. In this era, it was almost impossible for a man to cook. But when she thought about how I had lived alone before, she didn't find it strange. When we cooked together, my cooking skills surprised Zhao Jilan. The dishes I cooked were much better than hers in color, aroma, and taste. Zhao Jilan looked at me in surprise and praised me. Husband, you are so capable. I smiled and said, this is nothing. I will make more delicious dishes in the future. When I have time, I will make some seasonings. By then, I will make you all fat and white. After that, I started to boil the fat into oil and make soap with the ash. Zhao Jilan looked distressed and didn't understand why she was wasting lard like this. Husband, what are you doing? Zhao Jilan couldn't help but ask. Don't feel bad, my lady. This is not a waste. I am making soap, which is a good thing that can make money. I explained. Soap? What is that? Zhao Jilan asked puzzledly. It is a very useful dirt remover that can be used for washing clothes, bathing, and washing hair. It is 10 times better than soap nuts. Once the soap is made, we can sell it and make a lot of money, I said confidently. Although Zhao Jilan still had some doubts, she stopped asking questions when she saw how confident I was. At dinner time, the table was filled with dishes, including several plates of meat, oil residue, vegetable soup, and a few vegetarian dishes. Although these dishes looked simple, Zhao Jilan and her friends were very satisfied with the food. Husband, with so many dishes, those 90 copper coins may not be enough for us to eat for 10 days. Zhao Jilan said worriedly. I waved my hands and said, ladies, I'm sorry to bother you with this little food today. We'll be able to make money soon, and then I'll let you eat meat every day and feed you until you're plump and white, so that you can give birth to a bunch of babies for me. Zhao Jilan and the others smiled shyly, half believing and half doubting what I said. Just when we were enjoying our meal, the door was suddenly kicked open and a man rushed in. Tang Tianao, it's time to pay me back the 50 copper coins you owe me. You received 90 copper coins today. Don't tell me you have used them all, the man shouted. I stood up in front of the girls and said, Lu Dezhu, I still have 30 copper coins left. I will definitely return the remaining 20 to you within 7 days. Lu Dezhu glared at me and said with a sinister smile, only 30 copper coins are left? It seems that you, a prodigal son, can't pay it back. How about this? You got 10 wives, and I can take 5 of them home to accompany me for a month, which will be regarded as the compensation for the 20 copper coins. After saying that, Lu Dezhu reached out to grab Zhao Jilan and the others. I looked at Lu Dezhu, furious, and kicked him to the ground. After all, I am the son of a blacksmith, and I am relatively strong. Although Lu Dezhu is usually quite ruffian, if we really fight, he is no match for me. Get out! You dare to touch my woman? Believe it or not, I will break your third leg. I picked up a wooden stick and roared, my voice full of threats. Seeing how fierce I was, Lu Dezhu immediately backed down. Tang Tianao, if you can't pay me back within 7 days, don't blame me for being rude. Also, the interest will be increased by another 20 copper coins. Get out! I'll break your legs if you don't get out, I threatened with gritted teeth. Lu Dazhui ran away tumbling, because he knew that I really dared to attack him. I snorted in my heart. After all, I am not a real ancient person. I will not treat women as dispensable accessories like other men do. If someone dares to take advantage of my woman, I will never show mercy. It was getting late. I turned around and looked at the 10 beauties in front of me, feeling a little distracted. Ladies, please introduce yourselves. I'm not very familiar with your names yet, I said with a smile. Husband, my name is Zhou Min. My name is Lu Weining. Yang Biwei. Yang Yue, we are sisters. My name is Lan Feng Wang. My name is Luo Aina. My lord, my name is Tang Yinga. My name is Qiao Yuner. Please call me Yuner, my husband. My name is Wei Shuejuan, and I am the oldest among the 10 sisters. Zhao Jilan didn't introduce herself, but just smiled because we were already familiar with each other in the kitchen. The names of all the ladies are very poetic, and as their names suggest, you are all beauties. As a husband, I am so lucky to have you all at the same time. I sighed. Husband, you are willing to take us home? This kindness is worth our death. Zhoumin said softly. Yes, my husband, if it weren't for you, our best outcome would be to return to my parents' home and be ridiculed, beaten, and scolded. Even worse would be to be sold into slavery, or even sold to a brothel. Lan Feng Wang added softly. I waved my hand. Ladies, stop talking about that. From now on, we will work together to make money and support our family, and live a rich life together. At this moment, Zhao Jilan ran into the kitchen and ran out excitedly. Husband, the soap is solidified. I hurried into the kitchen and saw that the lard and wood ash had solidified together. I cut off a few small pieces with a knife and gave them to them. Now you can try to use this to wash your hair, take a bath, and wash clothes. You will soon understand its magical effect. Okay, husband. They took the soap and went to work. Only Wei Xuejuan stayed in the kitchen to keep me company. My dear, do you want to spend some time alone with me? I joked, holding her face, and asked with a smile. Wei Xuejuan blushed and said angrily, My husband, I am just worried. Do you really have the skills to make money to support the family? Although blacksmithing is hard, as long as I can support everyone, I am not afraid of the hard work. I gently stroked her cheek and soothed her. My dear lady, you need not worry. Go and try the soap. I am sure you will soon be relieved of all your worries. Seeing that I was serious, Wei Xuejuan stopped talking and cut off a small piece of soap to try. Before long, exclamations were heard from every room. Oh my God, this is amazing. Washing clothes with soap is quick and clean, much better than using soap nuts. After washing my hair, it feels fragrant and soft. After taking a shower, my whole body feels refreshed and much cleaner than before. My husband really didn't lie to us. This soap will definitely become a treasure that everyone will rush to buy. Listening to their exclamations, I felt proud inside. It seemed that my soap project had great potential. When they finished their baths and stood in front of me again, I was stunned. They had obviously dressed up specially, and each of them was charming, graceful, affectionate, and smiling. Husband, why are you so sad? Do you think we are not good-looking enough? Wei Xuejuan joked. I sighed. No, I just don't know who to choose to sleep with me tonight. When they heard this, their faces immediately blushed, but there was a hint of anticipation in each of their eyes. Husband, how about we make 10 cards and flip them every night to decide who gets to sleep with us? Xiao Yuner suggested. Zhouman shook her head and said, Let's go by age order. Let Sister Xuejuan accompany her husband tonight. That's fine. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wei Xuejuan's face turned as red as an apple. She lowered her head shyly, but showed a happy smile. Let's go to rest. I wish Sister Xuejuan and her husband a happy wedding night. The other 9 ladies pushed Wei Xuejuan into my arms with laughter, and then withdrew one after another. I held Wei Xuejuan in my arms. My dear, are you nervous? If you are not ready, we can wait a little longer. Although Wei Xuejuan was not as pretty as the others, she was mature and plump, and her figure was very attractive. She looked up at me and said softly, My husband, you are handsome and have brought us new hope. I have truly recognized you. I don't want to waste the night anymore. Let's go to bed. Hearing Wei Xuejuan say this, I was very excited. Although she was not the most outstanding in appearance among the 10 people, in my eyes, she was already a rare beauty. My dear, you are the first woman in my life. Tonight is a day worth remembering. I gently hugged Wei Xuejuan's slender waist and took her into the room. Our heartbeats began to speed up. Chapter 4. When the two of them sat on the bed, Wei Xuejuan shyly snuggled into Tang Tianao's arms, buried her face in his chest, and panted. Tang Tianao was also nervous. This was his first time being so close to a woman, and he seemed a little overwhelmed. However, the instinctive attraction between men and women quickly overcame his hesitation. He gently held Wei Xuejuan's face and lowered his head to kiss her. The next morning, when Tang Tianao got up, he saw the blood on the bedsheet and was so excited that he hugged Wei Xuejuan tightly. Wei Xuejuan said shyly, My husband, I always feel that you are different from other men. Oh, what's the difference? Tang Tianao asked gently. You truly respect women. You don't just treat women as tools like other men do. You truly treat us as human beings. Wei Xuejuan responded affectionately. Tang Tianao chuckled and said, That's because I am sincere to you all. I hope you won't be too restrained when you get along with me in the future. My husband, you are so kind, Wei Xuejuan said, sincerely. She had completely decided on Tang Tianao, and her heart was filled with true love for him. Tang Tianao stroked her face gently and said softly, Xuejuan, you are also a good woman. Wei Xuejuan smiled sweetly. Let me help my husband get dressed. You don't have to do this little thing anymore. Let's get up and make some breakfast, and then we'll be busy making money. Qingyang County is located in a remote mountainous area in the southwest. Despite its remote location, it still has a large population due to its rugged terrain and poor soil. Since the Western Fan Kingdom would rather take a detour to invade the northwest border of the Great Xia Kingdom than attack the difficult-to-conquer southwest region, the southwest instead became a refuge from the war, attracting a large number of disaster victims and making the population more dense than many cities in the Great Plains. As a small county town on the southwestern border, Qingyang County not only has a large population, but is also an important production base for well salt and rock salt, and is home to many merchants. Tang Tianao took Zhou Min and Zhao Jilan and set out from Taohua Town. After 2 hours' walk, they finally arrived in Qingyang County. Although the three were tired, they were still full of energy. They found a stall in the busy streets of the county town and began to display their soaps. This soap has a good cleaning effect. How much is it? A middle-aged man couldn't help asking when he saw Zhou Min washing a piece of cloth until it looked brand new. My dear brother, our soap is dozens of times more effective in removing dirt than soap beans. It is very effective whether for washing clothes, bathing, or washing hair. It also has a faint fragrance. 1 bar of soap is enough for the whole family to use for a month. Tang Tianao replied. The man frowned and said, 20 cents apiece? Tang Tianao shook his head. 200 coins? That price is too high, the man asked in surprise. Tang Tianao nodded. Brother, it's expensive because you haven't really experienced its usefulness yet. After using it, you will feel that it is worth the money. The man snorted coldly. We poor people can't afford this thing, so let's use soap beans. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, and gradually dispersed. Zhou Min immediately took out a large basin and washed his hair in public with the clean water he had begged for. Zhou Min's beauty attracted more onlookers. She rubbed her hair with soap, and white foam appeared on her hair, emitting a faint fragrance. After rinsing it with water, her hair was smooth and shiny, and the onlookers were all amazed. Finally, someone couldn't help but try it out, and was pleasantly surprised to find that their hair became unusually soft, as magical as a dry seedling encountering a downpour of rain. He immediately took out 200 coins to buy a bar of soap, and others followed suit. In less than an hour, all 50 bars of soap were sold out, earning 10,000 coins. Zhou Min and Zhao Jilan were all smiling. They knew that the cost of making soap was extremely low. Yesterday, Tang Tianao only spent 30 cents to buy fat meat to make oil. The cost of making soap was no more than 20 cents, but he made 10,000 cents. Such a high profit made them overjoyed. Husband, you are awesome. From now on, we won't have to worry about food and drink, nor will we have to worry about paying head tax. Zhou Min happily held Tang Tianao's arm. Zhao Jilan also said excitedly, Husband, Before she finished speaking, Tang Tianao covered her mouth. Madam, this is our business secret and must not be leaked. Otherwise, everyone will make soap, and how can we make money? I said quickly. Zhao Jilan nodded and stuck out her tongue playfully. Got it, husband. Jilan will never talk nonsense again. Tang Tianao smiled and said, You two ladies have worked hard. Let's go have some dumplings and buy some daily necessities to take home. The three of them purchased daily necessities and soap materials and spent 5 strings of cash to buy a horse. On the way back, the horses were carrying the goods, which made our journey much easier. As soon as they arrived in the town, Wei Xuejuan led Lan Fengwang and Luo Aina to greet them. It was obvious that they had been waiting here for Tang Tianao to return. Chapter 5. My husband is back. Wei Xuejuan walked forward with a smile, followed closely by Lan Fengwang and Luo Aina. Thank you for your hard work, husband and 2 sisters. Wei Xuejuan and the others greeted in unison, looking at Tang Tianao with anticipation. Husband, how are the sales of goods today? Wei Xuejuan asked with concern. Tang Tianao smiled proudly and said, This horse is half of what we earn today. Ladies can rest assured. Really? You can earn the price of 2 horses in one day. The girls were amazed and praised. Husband is really a god. We really don't have to worry anymore. The 6 of them walked back home laughing. As soon as they arrived at the door, Yang Yue and the others came out to greet them. Husband, business is going well today, right? Yang Yue asked with a smile, and each of their faces was filled with anticipation. The soap made by my husband is so easy to use. It must sell well. The other women also echoed. Tang Tianao smiled and responded, Ladies, today's soap sold for 10 strings of cash. Really? Everyone exclaimed. Oh my God! So many? The house was carefully cleaned inside and outside, and the home was decorated warmly and tidy, and decorated with many wildflowers. Wei Xuejuan and her family were not idle at home for a day, and decorated the whole house to be particularly warm, which made Tang Tianao feel warm and happy. In the evening, Tang Tianao made a batch of new soap overnight, mixing it with caustic soda, vegetable oil, and spices, and continued to make soap with lard and wood ash. Ladies, this soap is better than soap, has a better cleaning effect, and smells better when used for bathing and washing hair. You can try it, Tang Tianao said. Husband, have you come up with new products? The girls asked curiously. Let's give it a try. They responded excitedly, looking forward to what surprises Tang Tianao would bring. Yang Yue took Tang Tianao's arm and said coyly, let me help you bathe. Tang Tianao smiled and said, let's take a bath together. He took Yang Yue's hand and led her into the room. The bathroom was already filled with a bathtub and hot water, and the water was filled with bright flower petals. The moment the door was closed, Yang Yue was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. Although they were already recognized as a couple, Yang Yue was still a virgin, so she was inevitably nervous. Tang Tianao was not as shy as he was last night. He smiled and said, Yue, are you shy? Huh? Tang Tianao gently held Yang Yue's face, his heart throbbing. Among the 10 wives, Yang Yue's beauty could be ranked in the top 3. If she were in a modern university, she would definitely be a school beauty. Husband, let me help you undress. Although Yang Yue was shy, she was still polite. With a blushing face, she gently undressed Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao also helped her take off her clothes. When the two of them were facing each other frankly, Yang Yue's face was as red as blood, and she didn't dare to look up. Tang Tianao carried her into the bathtub, and when he was about to scrub her body, he directly held her face and kissed her red lips madly. Living in this country where men are superior to women, Yang Yue has never felt such deep love. She closed her eyes, hugged Tang Tianao tightly, and was completely immersed in Tang Tianao's enthusiasm. The next morning, Tang Tianao loaded the soap and perfumed soap onto the saddle. Today, Lan Fengwang, Lu Weining, and Luo Ana would accompany him into the city to sell goods. Zhou Min and Zhao Zhilan had blisters on their feet from walking back and forth yesterday, so they don't have to work hard today. Tang Tianao moved his stall to a new location, trying not to show off his wealth in order to avoid being targeted. The soap was still in great demand and sold out quickly, but the scented soap was selling a little slower because it was 50 cents more expensive. But the people in the city were wealthy, and by the evening the soap was sold out. Today I sold a total of 200 bars of soap and scented soap, earning 90 copper coins. Lan Fenghuang, Lu Weining, and Luo Ana had never seen so much money and could hardly believe it was real. Tang Tianao was not stingy and took them to buy high-quality fabrics to make new clothes for the women in the family. He also let them choose many pieces of jewelry. Tang Tianao purchased a lot of caustic soda, spices, and vegetable oil for himself, and also bought a big knife for self-defense. If you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. Tang Tianao knew that if he made money from business, he would be targeted sooner or later, so when he returned home that night, he discussed with his wives and planned to form a caravan. Tang Tianao thought of his wives' brothers and planned to hire them to run the business together. They could make money together, and there was strength in numbers, so they didn't have to worry about being coveted by others. This idea was approved by all the girls. Tang Tianao offered generous remuneration. An ordinary person could only earn 50 coins for a day's work, but the daily wage he offered was as high as 200 coins, which was unique in Xinjiang County. That night, Tang Tianao accompanied sisters Zhou Min and Yang Yue to visit the Zhou family and the Yang family respectively. When the brothers heard that they could earn 200 coins a day, they agreed without hesitation and even called their cousins. Even so, the two families only managed to gather 4 men, including Zhou Min's second brother Zhou Tong and cousin Zhou Tsang, Yang Yue's younger brother Yang Qingxie, and cousin Yang Xiao. After the deal was settled, it was already late at night when they returned home, and tonight it was Yang Biwei's turn to accompany Tang Tianao. Yang Biwei had a better figure than Yang Yue, and she was cheerful and talented. It was a pity that women in Daxiao were not allowed to hold official positions. Otherwise, she would have been able to get a government position. Husband, I'm worried that although the brothers of our Yang family have good character, with too many people, it may be difficult to keep business secrets. Yang Biwei said worriedly while helping Tang Tianao take a bath. Tang Tianao nodded. I have also considered my wife's concerns. We do need to plan carefully. Even if it is our own brothers, we cannot take it lightly. Yang Biwei suggested. Husband, why don't you make the blacksmith shop a restricted area? We sisters will be responsible for the production of goods. No one except us, my husband and I, will be allowed to enter. Tang Tianao agreed. This is not enough. We also need to produce more novel products and store enough raw materials so that even if someone breaks in, it will be difficult to find out the formula. My husband has indeed thought ahead. My worries are unnecessary. Yang Biwei sighed. Tang Tianao laughed and said, if it weren't for my wife's reminder, I would never have thought of guarding against my many brothers-in-law. The two of them were being polite and frank with each other without realizing it. Yang Biwei finally realized what was happening and immediately covered her chest with her hands. Her face turned red, and she was too embarrassed to raise her head. Chapter 6. My lady is so beautiful, both beautiful and intelligent. It is my great honor to marry you. Tang Tianao praised softly. After hearing this, Yang Biwei felt tender in her heart. She nestled into his arms and responded gently, I'm glad that my husband doesn't dislike me. I have no regrets in my life to be the wife of a man like you. Tang Tianao chuckled and said, Madam, let's go take a bath. Yang Biwei blushed and asked shyly, Husband, can you close your eyes and let me go in first? However, Tang Tianao did not answer, but just picked her up like a princess. Yang Biwei exclaimed and quickly covered herself with her hands. Ha! Madam, tonight is our wedding night. No matter how shy you are, you have to face your husband. Yang Biwei whispered nervously. I'm nervous, husband. You're so bad. Kiss me, okay? The next day, Tang Tianao did not go to sell goods. Wei Shuejuan, Lan Fengwang, and others went home to discuss the establishment of a caravan. Only Zhao Zhilan stayed at home to help build the shop. The brothers from the Zhou and Yang families also came, and they were busy building the shop, while the sisters Zhou Min and Yang Yue were busy preparing meals. Tang Tianao also arranged for someone to build a hut next to his house for the caravan members to live in. After all, except for the brothers of Zhou and Yang, the other families were not in the town, and some were far away, so it would be more convenient for them to live here. Although the Great Xia Kingdom implemented the equal field system, heavy taxes caused most of the land to be concentrated in the hands of landlords and wealthy households, and most farmers became tenants. Tang Tianao knew that if he wanted to expand his homestead, he could only buy land. In Daxia, rich people often bought land, and land annexation was very serious. With the money, Tang Tianao plans to buy a large tract of land. He intends to use the simple fertilizer technology he has mastered to increase food production and ensure that more people can be fed. The purchased land almost became Tang Tianao's private property because the farmers who sold the land still had to bear the land tax. Even so, he did not rule out reclaiming wasteland. After all, he had enough money to support it. In the evening, the brothers-in-law and brothers-in-law arrived one after another, a total of 15 people. Tang Tianao warmly entertained them at home and formally discussed the establishment of the caravan. Dear brothers-in-law, the reason we can gather together today is because we have become a family. I invite you all here today because I hope you will believe in me and support me. I will definitely lead you on the road to wealth. Tang Tianao said. Yang Yue continued. My husband led us to earn 100 strings of cash 2 days ago, and the wages were only 6. Sister Yang, are you serious? Tang Yinga's brother Tang Long asked in surprise. Tang Yinga answered for Tang Tianao. Brother, this is true. The soap and perfumed soap developed by my husband are amazing. He made 100 strings of cash in just 2 days. I believe that after the caravan is established, my husband will produce more soap and perfumed soap, which can not only be sold in Xinjiang County, but also expanded to the neighboring Ma County and Lingdong County. By then, a fortune of millions will be within easy reach. What are soap and perfumed soap? Are they really so valuable? Everyone asked in confusion. Tang Tianao smiled and said, I will give everyone a bar of soap and a scented soap later. The soap is for washing clothes, and the scented soap is for bathing and washing hair. You will know its benefits after trying it. Brother-in-law, I believe in my sister, and I believe in you too. As long as I can make money, I will do whatever you say. That's right, I believe in my sister. So I believe in brother-in-law too. We are so poor that we only have the chance to fight hard. Why not seize it? Everyone expressed their support. Tang Tianao went on to say, My dear brothers-in-law, let me be frank. The soap and perfumed soap we have now are just small-scale operations. In the future, our business will become more and more numerous and larger. As long as everyone follows me wholeheartedly, everyone will become a wealthy man in the future. But if anyone covets a small profit and leaks our business secrets, I will not show mercy and will kick him out of the caravan. Brother-in-law, you are worrying too much. Brother-in-law, we are a family, and we will never do anything to harm you. Don't worry, brother-in-law. You can't harm your own brother-in-law. Although this is the first time we meet, I can see that you are knowledgeable and farsighted. I believe our destiny will change because of you. Everyone answered in unison. Tang Tianao laughed and said, Haha, I'm not being arrogant. I will definitely lead you brothers to make a fortune. Today, The four brothers helped me with a day's work. I'll give you 200 coins each. I'll give it to you now. Zhao Zhilan brought a plate filled with copper coins and gave 200 coins to Zhou Tong, Zhou Tsang, Yang Qingxia, and Yang Xiao each. It would take them at least 4 days to earn these 200 coins in other places, but now they got it in one day. The four of them were ecstatic. Brother-in-law, we can start work tomorrow, right? I can't wait to make money. Yes, brother-in-law. I'll stay at your house tonight and start work tomorrow. Me too. Everyone was enthusiastic and couldn't wait to start working. Tang Tianao coughed and said, we will definitely start work tomorrow, but I want to remind everyone first, after seeing the money I make, don't be jealous because I make a lot of money. Now is the early stage of entrepreneurship. I need to accumulate a lot of funds so that I can lead everyone to make more money in the future. Tang Long smiled and replied, don't worry, brother-in-law. Even if you earn 10,000 yuan a day and only pay us 200 yuan, we shouldn't feel resentful. This is all due to your ability. 200 yuan is already too high. If you think otherwise, you'd be heartless. You're right. Now we only want to earn 200 coins a day. Okay, then let's wish US brothers to make a fortune together. Cheers! The Yang brothers answered in unison. That night, Tang Tianao and his wives were busy in the shop, making a large number of soaps and scented soaps, each costing 1,000 yuan. Due to overwork, when it was Lan Fenghuang's turn to accompany him that night, the two of them just took a bath together and then fell asleep in each other's arms, without any further action. Chapter 7. Under the red morning sun, 11 men are ready to go. Two beauties, Zhou Min and Zhao Zhilan, stand side by side, and a horse is waiting quietly beside them. Today, Tang Tianao decided not to sell the goods in person. He believed that after yesterday's familiarity, Zhou Min and Zhao Zhilan, leading these 11 men, would be capable of completing this task. Minner, Zhilan, remember, after you sell the goods, you must purchase a large amount of Glauber salt, and also buy some vegetable oil and fatty pork. Tang Tianao whispered, don't worry, sir. We will remember this. The two ladies nodded in agreement. As Zhou Tong patted the horse's buttocks, the caravan set off. Tang Tianao handed the sword he bought to Zhou Tsang and said, brothers, be sure to pay attention to safety along the way. After the caravan went away, Tang Tianao returned to the shop and began to make weapons, muskets. As a modern man, Tang Tianao is no stranger to steel forging. From pig iron to wrought iron to fine steel, he has ways to handle it easily. Of course, Tang Tianao's goal was not to continue being a blacksmith, but to make weapons for himself and the caravan. With Glauber salt and charcoal mixed in, Tang Tianao could make gunpowder. By then, everyone in the caravan would be armed with muskets, and the deterrent power would be greatly increased. Wei Shuejuan and the others were not willing to sit idle either. In addition to serving tea and water, they also helped pull the bellows and add coal. They were busy and happy. There was a little coal dust on their faces, but these virtuous women made Tang Tianao feel extremely happy. But when Lu Weining passed by Tang Tianao, he suddenly gave her a light kiss on the face. Lu Weining was stunned for a moment. Then her face turned red as blood, and she said coquettishly, husband, you are so mean. Seeing this, everyone laughed. This kind of cheerful atmosphere was something they had never experienced before. In Tang Tianao's home, they felt unprecedented ease and comfort, far away from the strict rules at her mother's home. Tang Tianao spent half a day forging iron and steel, and the other half making soap and scented soap. While he was busy, Lu Dezhu suddenly appeared. Tang Tianao, aren't you starving to death yet? You should pay me back the 20 cents you owe me, plus the 30 cents interest, right? Lu Dazhui said sarcastically. Lu Dezhu, you are so heartless. I lent you 50 cents and asked for 30 cents interest in less than a month. Why don't you just rob? Tang Tianao responded coldly. Lu Dezhu smiled proudly and said, if you keep talking nonsense, I can add some interest. Tang Tianao picked up the kitchen knife and glared at him. If you try again, do you believe I will die with you? Lu Dezhu suddenly became a little scared. Are you really planning to live happily for a few days and then starve to death? You want so many wives, but they don't go out to work. How much rice do you have at home? None of your business. Tang Tianao sneered and handed 50 coins to Lu Dazhu. Here's 50 coins. Give me the IOU, and we're even. Lu Dazhu was secretly delighted. He did not expect to get 30 cents in interest. He quickly took the money and handed over the loan note. After Tang Tianao confirmed that it was correct, he tore it up on the spot. Wait a minute. Where did you get the money? Lu Dezhu suddenly became alert. Are you jealous of the dowry my wife brought? Get out of here now, or I won't be polite if you don't leave. Tang Tianao approached Lu Dazui, waving a kitchen knife. Lu Dazhu quickly turned around and ran away, cursing as he ran. Tang Tianao looked at his receding back and felt relieved. He didn't want to get entangled with such a villain to avoid affecting important matters. In the evening, Wei Xuejuan and her friends had already prepared a sumptuous dinner and were waiting at the door for the caravan to return. Finally, as night fell, the caravan returned. Wei Xuejuan, Yang Yue, and others cheered and greeted them like little birds. "Brother, how are the sales today?" they asked impatiently. "Brother, are the sales good?" Zhou Tong responded with a smile. "Although I came back a little late, all the goods are sold out. Today we sold a total of 450 strings of cash." Zhou Min added, unable to hide his excitement. "My brother-in-law is so amazing. He can make something so profitable." Everyone praised Tang Tianao. Now people in the city are talking about the benefits of soap and perfumed soap. I believe they will sell better and better. However, Qingyang County is not big after all. We can consider going to Ba County or Lingdong County tomorrow, Zhao Zilan suggested. Tang Tianao came forward, and the brothers gathered around him and praised him highly. Everyone was completely convinced by Tang Tianao. Having made a lot of money, Tang Tianao was not stingy. He bought chicken, duck, fish, pork in the town early, and prepared a sumptuous dinner. After dinner, Tang Tianao gave each brother 200 coins as wages. After deducting the wages, the caravan still had 447,800 coins left today. Although everyone didn't know the cost of making soap, they were still shocked that Tang Tianao made so much money. Seeing this, Tang Tianao said sternly, "Everyone may feel a little unbalanced, but I have said before that if anyone has any wrong thoughts because of the income gap, I will kick him out of the caravan without mercy." Tang Long was the first to express his opinion. "Brother-in-law, rest assured, we can only make a fortune by following you. We can earn 6 strings of cash a month. In the past, we worked so hard that we could only earn 2 strings of cash. So we will definitely cherish this job and will never have any other ideas." "That's right, brother-in-law. We are all family, and we will never do anything to harm you." Others also expressed their support. Tang Tianao looked around at everyone and said, "As long as you follow me obediently, I promise that your wages will get higher and higher, and you can even open a shop in the county and become a shopkeeper in the future. However, now that the business has just started, I hope that everyone can stand the test and don't ruin their future." Everyone promised in unison. "Please rest assured, brother-in-law, we will never betray you." "Okay, then I wish all of you brothers to become rich in the near future," Tang Tianao said loudly. "Cheers!" Everyone raised their glasses and drank amid laughter, celebrating their success and hope for the future. Chapter 8: The Birth of the Gun. Zhou Min, who is accompanying Tang Tianao tonight, is a plump beauty with a big face and round and smooth body, which is also what Tang Tianao prefers. "Husband, I have never understood why your life was so difficult before, since you have such amazing abilities. Isn't it because of you that I have luck and inspiration? My husband only knows how to make people happy. I'm serious. Because of you, I have hope and enthusiasm for life, which enables me to develop new things." "Okay, I believe it," Zhou Min said lovingly. Sister Xuejuan and the others all said that you are very caring towards women. "Wait a minute. You have to be gentler." "What do you mean by gentle?" "Oh my husband, you are so mean. It's just when we sleep, you have to be gentle." When Zhou Min said this, she was so embarrassed that she buried her face in Tang Tianao's arms. "Believe it or not, when I sleep with Xuekuan again, she may not want me to be too gentle." "Why?" "You'll know later." "My husband, you are so bad." Because they were too tired after a day's work, the two of them didn't really make love. They just hugged and kissed each other, said some sweet words to each other, and then fell asleep. For the next 7 days, Tang Tianao hid in the shop to forge muskets. At the same time, he also processed soaps and scented soaps to be sold the next day, with a fixed amount of 1,000 yuan per day. Zhou Tsang and his companions also went to Ba County and Lingdong County. It took 2 days to go to Ba County and back, so Tang Tianao asked them to bring enough goods for 2 days to Ba County. The daily income for 7 days is a fixed amount. And of course, when going to Ba County, you have to count the food and accommodation expenses of a group of people. Excluding wages, Tang Tianao still earned 2,990 guan. Now his total assets have reached 3,500 guan. The goal of becoming wealthy is not far away. If converted by purchasing power, when he becomes wealthy, he will at least be equivalent to a millionaire or even a multimillionaire in the 21st century. Whether it is 1 million or 10 million depends on which dynasty it is. Based on the current market purchasing power of Daxia, there is some inflation, so he estimates that 10,000 yuan is equivalent to about 11 million. If you want to become a millionaire at this rate, it will probably be done in about 20 days. Therefore, the speed at which he makes money is still acceptable. After all, these are just small things now, and there are still too many shocking things that have not yet been released. These days, Tang Tianao asked Zhou Tong and others to exchange the whole strings of money into silver notes. Otherwise, the family would not know how to store the money. Even so, Tang Tianao built a safe made of fine steel and set a combination lock. If someone wants to open the safe without the password, there is no other way except to cut the safe open. However, a safe made of fine steel cannot be damaged even if it is hit by a knife. He has currently only told the password to Wei Xuejuan. After all, she was the oldest among the 10 women, so the other women had no objections. Brother-in-law, there is something we must pay attention to. The bandits on Yunpan Mountain have noticed us. So if the 11 men in the caravan encounter those bandits, we really can't handle them. They have at least hundreds of people. Zhou Tong said worriedly. Lu Chongfeng, Lu Weining's elder brother, clenched his fists and said angrily, "That bunch of damn bastards. My grandfather was killed by them during a robbery. If I have the chance, I will kill them all. And my sister, she was also taken to the mountain by those bastards. She is probably dead or alive." Zhao Zhilan said bitterly with tears in her eyes. "As long as those bandits dare to provoke us, we will make sure they never return." As he spoke, Tang Tianao took out the fruits of his 7 days' labor, which were 3 muskets. "Brother-in-law, what is this?" "This is a gun. It can spit out fire and steel bullets. If it hits a person's vitals, it can kill him in one shot. It's more powerful than a sword." "A gun? This thing looks like a piece of iron. Can it really kill people?" Tang Tianao said, "Let everyone try its power tomorrow, and you will know. Starting from tomorrow, everyone will work with me to build this musket. By then, everyone will have at least a musket or a spear. We are short of manpower, and only with the most advanced and powerful weapons can we protect ourselves. Also, we have to change our sales method. We can set up a store in the county and prepare a group of horses. When the time comes, we can carry goods once and sell them in the store for a long time. This will save everyone from running on the road every day, saving time and effort, and making everyone safer." Naturally, no one had any objection to Tang Tianao's decision. Tonight, it was Yang Yue's turn to accompany Tang Tianao. The two of them have already known the taste for it, so naturally, they can't avoid some sexual pleasure. This time, Yang Yue experienced incomparable happiness and gradually became obsessed with it. In a mountain on the western outskirts of Qingfeng town, Tang Tianao led Zhou Tong and 11 other people, carrying muskets, and set up several targets. "Brothers, today I will let you see the power of the musket I made with my own hands." As Tang Ao spoke, he raised a musket, aimed at the target from 100 steps away, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of a gunshot startled his group of uncles and brothers-in-law. Then everyone was surprised to find that a hole as big as a fist appeared in the center of the whip 100 steps away. This shot actually penetrated the thick target. Its power was much greater than that of a sharp arrow. Bang, bang! 2 more shots were fired in succession, and the 3 muskets in front and behind shot through the center of the 3 targets respectively. Hiss! What a powerful force! This musket is so powerful. With such a sharp weapon in hand, I can even take the head of a general in the midst of thousands of troops. Can I give it a try, brother-in-law? Everyone rushed forward. Tang Tianao loaded the bullets and then taught them how to aim, how to fire the gun, and other key points and techniques. Then, after half a day, the group of grown men had a lot of fun and were completely overwhelmed by the power of the musket. Because the musket is very powerful and has a higher hit rate than arrows, it is just troublesome to refill the ammunition. Once I build a furnace that can withstand higher temperatures, I will create a real pistol and machine gun with bullets that do not require refilling. By then, they will be able to fire more than 10 rounds in a row, and the machine gun will be able to fire 30 rounds in a row. By then, there will be no place in the world that we cannot go to. Everyone had already been full of admiration for Tang Tianao. "Let's go home and continue making muskets. All of you help me make some crossbows with mechanisms. Then we will have muskets for long-range attacks and crossbows for close combat. It won't be a problem to defeat the enemy with a small number of people." The group of people were very enthusiastic. They went home and went into the shop to make weapons, working hard. It was not until 5 days later that Tang Tianao equipped every member of the caravan with a musket, a crossbow, and a sword that was far superior to the precious swords of this era. This sword was also made by themselves. With his blacksmithing and steel-making skills, he was naturally far ahead of the rest of the world, so his sword could definitely cut through iron like mud. After all, how could the quality of other people's swords compare to his? Let's go. Today we're going to Ba County to sell goods. In the early morning sunshine, Tang Tianao took the lead and rode on his horse. In the past few days, he bought more than a dozen horses. Now everyone has a horse to ride, and the goods are also on horseback. They carry enough goods and travel fully armed. Lu Weining and Luo Aina, who were accompanying them, had double guns on their waists, 2 crossbows on their arms, and long swords hanging from their waists, looking very heroic. Drive! A whip flashed in the air, and more than a dozen horses galloped away in a cloud of dust. Wei Xuejuan and the others turned into husband-waiting stones until the caravan completely disappeared. Then they turned back to their houses in melancholy. Let's make soap at home. When my husband and his family come back, we can sell them somewhere else. Yeah, I miss my husband as soon as he leaves. I better find something to distract myself. I miss my husband too. My lord, you are very thoughtful and farsighted. They will definitely return with a great harvest. Chapter 9 Bandits. Report. Boss. Tang Tianao's caravan is out selling goods again. In the Yunpan Mountain, in the mountain stronghold, the boss Zhang, who was hugging a woman and enjoying fresh fruits. Suddenly, a small follower rushed into the stronghold and shouted loudly. Zhang, who pushed the woman in his arms away, and jumped up. Did they bring a lot of goods this time? How many people are there in the caravan? Reporting to the boss, there are a total of 14 people in the caravan, including 2 women. Each of them has a horse, and the horses are loaded with goods, a lot of them. Great! I heard that they can sell a bar of soap for 200 coins and a bar of perfumed soap for 250 coins in the nearby county. If they bring enough goods, they can make thousands of coins at a time. Which county are they going to sell goods this time? Boss, they're going to Ba County. Great! It's a long way to Ba County, so it takes them 2 days to get there, and they carry the most goods. When they come back after selling the goods, we will ambush them halfway and rob them of their money and women. Boss, why can't we just rob their goods and sell them for more money? You know nothing. If I have money, why should I rob other people? If I rob people, I have to sell them myself. Isn't that troublesome? The boss is wise. Go call the second in command. Yes. After a while, a young and beautiful woman in black clothes walked in with a pair of machetes in hand. Brother, what do you want me to do? Second sister, the caravan from Qingfeng town has set out. I want you to lead people to follow them. When they come back from Ba County after selling their goods, we will kill them in Ba County and take all the money and women back to the village. Brother, how many people do you want me to take with me? They're just a bunch of bumpkins. You can just take 20 or 30 people with you. Okay, big brother, I will definitely complete the task. The second in command rang the scimitar in his hand and spoke with confidence. Originally, those bumpkins didn't have much to gain, and we were almost starving. We didn't expect a wealthy merchant caravan to suddenly appear. We can make a big profit again this time. The bearded boss laughed wildly and pulled the woman next to him into his arms and rubbed her vigorously. On the official road to Ba County, Tang Tianao and 14 other riders were galloping on their horses. After galloping for 2 hours, Tang Tianao reined in his horse and said, "Everyone, stop and rest and eat some dry food." Both the men and the horses were tired. They had only traveled 30 miles in 2 hours, and there were still 20 more miles to go before they reached Ba County. Lu Weining and Luo Aina came up behind Tang Tianao and massaged his back and shoulders. "Husband, you've worked hard. Girls, take a break. You work harder than me. My husband, you are so kind. There are very few men in the world who care for women as much as you do." Luo Aina's affectionate look made Tang Tianao's heart flutter, and he couldn't help but hold her in his arms. "Husband, everyone is watching us." Luo Aina nestled in his arms with a coquettish look. "Brother-in-law, when you picked 10 wives by yourself, everyone thought you wanted to have your fill and then die. It turns out that you had already seen your future." "Yes, my brother-in-law is amazing. He makes so much money that he can afford to support not only 10 wives, but even 100 wives. Don't envy my brother-in-law. When the wives are distributed next year, we should go get a few more." "Ha ha ha," Tang Tianao said solemnly. "Brother Tsang, I have a very important task for you. You are the most agile person here, so I want to put the safety of our group in your hands." Seeing that Tang Tianao was serious, Zhou couldn't help but become serious as well. Brother-in-law, just tell me what the mission is. I will do my best. After we set off for 5 miles, I want you to hide on the official road and see if anyone is following us. Then you can take a shortcut to catch up with us. This little thing is really thoughtful of my brother-in-law. Okay, give us the goods on your horse later. Bring all your weapons with you and be sure to pay attention to safety. I understand, brother-in-law. Everyone rested for a while and then continued on their journey. After walking 5 or 6 miles, Zhou saw a small path and hid beside it, watching Tang Tianao and others go away. Drive! Just a moment after Tang Tianao and the others disappeared, a fast horse came galloping over. Seeing this, Zhou wanted to shoot him off his horse with a crossbow, but he hesitated because he was afraid of hurting a good person by mistake. Soon the fast horse ran out of sight. Zhou was about to ride his horse back to the official road, but since there was only one man and one horse, there was nothing to be afraid of. But at this moment, a burst of hurried horse hoof sounds were heard, followed by a group of people galloping over. The robbers from Yimpan Mountain? Was that fast horse just now a spy? Zhou face changed color, and he dared not act rashly. Brother-in-law really anticipated the enemy's moves. I have to catch up with them quickly. Zhou rode his horse along the path and chased for a full hour before he caught up with Tang Tianao and the others. Brother-in-law, the robbers from Yinpan Mountain, they are following behind us. There are 20 to 30 of them, Zhou said nervously. Everyone became frightened upon hearing this. Tang Tianao said confidently, "Don't panic. Not to mention that we are carrying powerful weapons. They won't rob us now. I predict that they will wait until we have sold all the goods and are returning before they attack us. Because at that time, we will only have money on us. I believe in my brother-in-law's judgment. Don't panic. If they really dare to come closer, that will be their doom. I hope they show up soon so we can try out the power of the muskets." Everyone perked up and believed in Tang Tianao's judgment. It was not until the evening that they finally arrived in Ba County, and the bandits from Yimpan Mountain did not catch up and attack them. Brother-in-law, you are amazing. They really didn't catch up with us? That's nothing. It's easy to guess. If they rob our goods, they will have to sell them themselves. Then they might be arrested by the government. They are naturally unwilling to do such a thankless task. That's right. We are the ones who don't like to use our brains. Let's go into the city and find an inn to stay in first. The largest inn in Ba County is Uli Inn. Okay, we brought so much goods, and it is estimated that it will take at least 3 days to sell them all. Let's ask the shopkeeper to open a room for 4 days. That night, the group booked a guest room. While they were having dinner in the lobby, Zhou gently nudged Tang Tianao and whispered in his ear, "Brother-in-law, they're here." Tang Tianao looked towards the door and saw more than 20 people with weapons on their bodies walking into the inn with stern expressions. Don't be nervous. They don't dare to take action here, and the government is not just for show. Tang Tianao signaled everyone to calm down. The group was led by a woman in tight clothes, whose eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Tang Tianao and others. The innkeeper felt scared when he saw this group of unfriendly-looking people. "Everyone, gentlemen, may I ask if you want to stay in the hotel or just have a meal?" "Nonsense. Of course we're staying at the hotel. Bring us some good wine and good food first. We'll settle the bill when we check out." "This? Why? Do you think we'll still owe you money?" "Ahem. Our shop is a small business. If you don't pay the rent in advance, we won't have money to buy food and cook for you." A middle-aged man with a hideous scar on his face was about to shout, but the woman in tight clothes waved her hand and threw a bag of money to the shopkeeper. "This money is enough for us to eat and stay for a few days. Let's serve the food." "Okay. Gentlemen, please wait a moment." Tang Tianao looked at the tight-fitting woman carefully. She was extremely beautiful, about 30 years old, very charming, and looked like a young woman. Then, amidst everyone's surprised gazes, Tang Tianao suddenly picked up the wine glass and walked towards the woman in tight clothes. Chapter 10. The Red Fairy. The group of bandits were also filled with surprise and doubt. Seeing that this guy's eyes were fixed on the second-in-command, many of them began to smile in a gloating manner. Others don't understand their second-in-command, but they know him very well. The second-in-command, the Red Fairy Du Xiaoye, is beautiful, but if any man dares to hit on her, he will die. Therefore, even the boss on Yinpan Mountain didn't dare to touch her. In terms of real sword and gun skills, the boss was no match for her. Tang Tianao walked up to Du Xiaoye and stood beside her, holding up his glass and motioning to everyone at the table. "Brothers, and this sister, I wonder what kind of business you are in?" Is it very profitable? Bang! A bandit slammed his sword on the table and said, Boy, you disturbed our meal. Do you want to die? Lu Weining and the others were already nervously gripping the rifles at their waists. Tang Tianao smiled calmly and said, Brother, please be patient. I just want to discuss a big deal with you. Oh, then I'd like to hear it. What business can you discuss with us? Ha! Before we talk about business, I would like to ask you guys how much money you can earn per person per day from the business you are currently engaged in. Another bandit's eyes widened as he shouted, This is a secret. Why would I tell you? A brat who's still wet in the water. Tang Tianao shook his head. I don't necessarily need to know your specific income. I just want to ask you, how much money do you think you can earn every day to be willing to change your career? You are so fucking. A bandit was about to get angry and hit someone, but Du Xiaoye suddenly shouted, Stop! She stared coldly at Tang Tianao with her beautiful eyes. After a while, she asked in a cold voice, You mean we can make a lot of money if we change our careers? How much money is considered a lot depends on your expectations. Du Xiaoye slowly extended a slender jade finger. 100 coins. No matter it's windy or rainy, no matter if you work or rest, a steady 100 coins a day, no less than 36 strings of cash a year. Hearing this, Yang Qingxie couldn't help but laugh out loud. They now earn 200 coins a day, but these bandits are content with 100 coins a day. This shows that the compensation Tang Tianao gave them was indeed very high. Tang Tianao smiled slightly when he heard this. The life of these bandits was not as luxurious as imagined. If I hire you as an escort team, each person will receive 200 coins per day, 72 coins per year, and there will be additional subsidies and bonuses at the end of the year. Will you do it? Du Xiaoye's body trembled, and she could hardly hold the bowl in her hand. All the bandits looked at Tang Tianao with shining eyes, their faces filled with incredible expressions. You said, 200 won a day? One of the bandits asked with his eyes wide open. That's right, 200 coins a day, and your food and lodging are provided. Your wages will be settled every day. As soon as these words were spoken, all the bandits' eyes sparkled. Their breathing became rapid, and they were almost drooling. Are you serious? Du Xiaoye couldn't remain calm anymore. They became bandits out of helplessness, and most of them were forced into a desperate situation by life. Even if you become a bandit, your life is not easy, and you are always at risk of losing your head. The idea of drinking from big bowls of wine and eating big chunks of meat can only be enjoyed by the few heads of the family. It would be good enough for them to have a few sips of soup. Moreover, even if they managed to rob something, the boss would just give them a little money for a drink. How could they have any money? Even if they had money, it belonged to the boss. They could only watch helplessly. Of course it's true. If I'm not mistaken, you are from Yunpan Mountain, right? That's a job with no future. But as long as you are willing to follow me and escort our caravan, I guarantee that you will earn at least 200 coins a day. In the future, it will only get more and more. How can we trust you? I don't have to guarantee anything, because your income is settled every day. Do you still need to worry about me cheating you? A bandit with a scar on his face stood up and said, Our boss needs to agree to this. Du Xiaoye asked back, What if the boss disagrees? Scarface snorted, Of course, everything depends on the boss. Du Xiaoye glanced at the others present. What do you think? This? We can persuade the big boss to change his career and become a bodyguard. Yes, yes, yes. I'm afraid the boss just wants to live a free and easy life where he can command everyone to do his bidding. It's difficult. In the mountain village, you don't have to do anything, and you can enjoy good wine, good food, and beautiful women. If you switch to the escort team, Scarface shouted, Listen to me. If the boss is unwilling to come down the mountain, whoever dares to betray him, you, and your family, no one will be able to escape. Du Xiaoye said in time, Okay, this matter really needs to be discussed with the boss. How about this Scar? And Niu Meng and Gao Ming, the three of you go back to Yunpan Mountain tonight to ask the boss's opinion. Yes, second in command. 3 people immediately stood up and left. Tang Tianao saw Du Xiaoye secretly slip a note into one of their hands. After the 3 men left the inn, the bandits had eaten and drunk their fill, so they fearlessly booked a room in the inn and openly monitored Tang Tianao and his group. They followed here from Qingyang County and had no conflicts with the government of Ba County, nor did they rob the people of Ba County, so no one went to the county to report them. Of course, if Tang Tianao and his group wanted to go out, they would be followed and monitored immediately. Their identities had been discovered by Tang Tianao and the others, so they were too lazy to pretend anymore. They had no intention of letting Tang Tianao and his group go before the synthesis was achieved. The next morning, Tang Tianao and his group took the goods to the market to sell. Du Xiaoye personally led his men to the market and watched from the side. 200 coins for a bar of soap. 250 coins for a bar of soap. It's real. Are these things so valuable? How did they develop them? They brought so much goods. If they sell all of them, how much money will they make? Damn it. It's only been less than an incense stick, and I helped them calculate, and they've already received 40 strings of cash. Are soaps and perfumes really that useful? Such a lucrative business. No wonder that guy dared to show us such a high salary. Maybe he really wasn't kidding. If I can really earn 200 coins a day, and it's just escorting, the risk is less than our robbery, and the Yushao government won't target us, so I really want to do it. A group of bandits were drooling with envy as they watched Tang Tianao and his men sell their goods. Second boss. If the first boss doesn't want to be the escort, then let's leave Yunpan Mountain, a bandit suddenly said to Du Xiaoye, gritting his teeth. Chapter 11. A woman with a story. Du Xiaoye shouted coldly. Don't talk nonsense. Don't you want your head anymore? I know, second commander. I was just jealous when I saw them making money. You can only watch. Only after we pass the level of the big boss can we follow and earn that share of the money. Du Xiaoye looked at Tang Tianao and the others selling goods, and her face was filled with shock. At lunchtime, Tang Tianao and his team had earned thousands of guan, which really made Du Xiaoye and the others jealous. My dear brothers, I'll treat you to a meal. Tang Tianao pointed to a restaurant across the street and said with a smile. Du Xiaoye waved her hand, and everyone stood up and followed. With Tang Tianao as the core figure, they're not afraid of others transferring money and goods. Tang Tianao only left 5 people to continue selling goods, and the rest went into the hotel to eat and then took turns. Delicious fish, meat, and fine wine were placed on the table. Du Xiaoye and the others did not hesitate to sit down and started eating and drinking. That night, when Tang Tianao and his friends closed their stall and returned to the inn, Du Xiaoye and his friends also learned that the goods Tang Tianao and his friends had sold that day were worth 3,000 strings of cash, which was truly horrifying. Tang Tianao himself did not expect that the sales would be so hot that day. It seems that soap has begun to be widely used. There are still many wealthy families. The bureaucrats, wealthy businessmen, and large families buy several pieces of soap at a time. Especially the women from wealthy families are particularly fond of soap. There was even a brothel madam who bought 200 bars of scented soap and 100 bars of soap at once. Half of the goods we brought were sold today. Seeing that Tang Tianao and his group's business was so profitable, Du Xiaoye and his group were completely tempted. After lunch that night, Du Xiaoye sent someone to invite Tang Tianao to discuss the matter. Lu Weining and Lu Oana were naturally worried about letting Tang Tianao go alone, so they called Yang Qingxie and others together, left a few people to guard the goods, and the rest followed Tang Tianao to Du Xiaoye's door. There were only 2 people guarding Du Xiaoye's door. Du Xiaoye heard footsteps and walked out. Seeing Tang Tianao coming with a group of people, he slowly shook his head and said, Boss Tang, I am here to discuss important matters with you sincerely. There is no one in the room. Please come in alone, or bring your 2 wives in. Tang Tianao walked out the door indifferently, and Lu Weining and Lu Oana followed him in. There was indeed no one else in the room except Du Xiaoye. Please take a seat, all 3 of you. Du Xiaoye invited politely. Is Du Erdang willing to join our escort team? Tang Tianao asked directly. Du Xiaoye asked back. If we want to be an escort team, are you really confident in us, who are originally bandits? Tang Tianao shook his head. I'm worried. If you are not assured, then why do you want us to be the escort team? Haha. Because I have confidence. If you follow me sincerely, you will make endless money in the future, and you can make more and more money. If you have ulterior motives and want to swallow up a batch of goods, it won't be a big loss for me, but you will completely ruin your bright future. The soaps and perfumed soaps I sell now are just small businesses in the initial stage. I will have a lot more business to do in the future. Du Xiaoye stared at Tang Tianao and said, What if our boss doesn't want to join the escort team and insists on robbing you of your money? Tang Tianao said calmly, That is indeed a big trouble, but I believe that Du Erdang is a smart man and will make a wise choice. Du Xiaoye suddenly sighed softly. In the entire Yunpan Mountain, the only ones who really stand on my side are the 20 or so brothers who followed me down the mountain this time, and the other 80 or so people stand on the side of the big boss. If the big boss doesn't want to be the escort leader, then I can't do anything about it. What if I help Du Erdang become the leader of the village? Du Xiaoye's beautiful eyes shone. Do you have that ability? Tang Tianao smiled, but said nothing. If you are really willing to help me, then please take me as your concubine. Only if you become my man can I truly trust you." After hearing this, Tang Tianao was stunned, while Lu Weining and Luo Aina opened their mouths wide. In the Great Xia Kingdom, women are still relatively reserved. The story of a phoenix seeking a harem was almost unheard of, but the Du Xiaoye in front of them actually said such embarrassing words openly. How could Lu Weining and Luo Aina not be surprised? Seeing the three people's surprised expressions, Du Xiaoye stared at Tang Tianao and asked again, "Why? Are you unhappy? Am I not pretty enough to be worthy of you? Or do you despise me because I am no longer a virgin?" Tang Tianao shook his head. "Neither. If Du Air is serious, then what if I take you as my concubine? Your dowry is a strong man in his 20s, which will definitely be a great help to my future career." A blush suddenly appeared on Du Xiaoye's face, and the cool girl actually looked a little shy. Are you telling the truth?" "That's right. I can even marry you with your child." Du Xiaoye's expression suddenly darkened. "I do have a son, but after I was driven out by the mistress of that family, I never saw my son again. He should be 5 years old now." Tang Tianao listened quietly. Du Xiaoye was indeed a person with a story. "Don't be afraid of you laughing at me. I'm actually a slave of an official. Just because I am pretty, the official took me for himself and doted on me. But after I gave birth to a son, the official found a new favorite. I was kicked out by the official, and even her son wouldn't let me take him with me. After I was exiled to Qingyang County, I was kidnapped and taken to the mountains. Because I wanted to get my son back, I endured humiliation and secretly practiced martial arts in Yunpan Mountain, until one day I killed the second in command who kidnapped me to the mountain with my own hands. Because I am an excellent martial artist and have a pretty face, the first boss didn't make things difficult for me and let me take the place of the second boss. Of course, he was also eyeing me, but he was afraid of my ability, so he didn't dare to force me. Yunpan Mountain is naturally not a place for me to settle down. Now that you have appeared and given me an opportunity, I naturally want to seize it. But my indenture and my son are still in the hands of that official. In the future, I hope you can remove my slavery and help me get my son back." Tang Tianao didn't expect that Du Xiaoye had such an experience, and he couldn't help but feel sympathy for her for a moment. Lu Weining and Luo Aina burst into tears, and both supported Du Xiaoye to comfort her. "Sister Xiaoye, your husband will definitely help you redeem yourself and get your son back." "Yes, Sister Xiaoye. My husband's ability is beyond your imagination. He will definitely help you fulfill your wish." Feeling the sincerity of Lu Weining and Luo Aina, Du Xiaoye felt warm inside. "Thank you, both girls." Tang Tianao gently held Du Xiaoye's hand. "You are a beautiful woman, but you have no choice but to become a bandit. Come back to Qingfeng Town with me. Don't go back to Yunpan Mountain. Are you really willing to take me as your concubine?" Tang Tianao nodded. Du Xiaoye slammed the table and said, "Okay. I sent 2 people to follow Scar back to Yunpan Mountain last night. Actually, we wanted to kill him on the way. Then they went back to Yunpan Mountain and asked the boss to send people down the mountain for support. As for how many more people the boss sent, we don't know. It would be best if those who come down are willing to follow us. If they don't want to follow us, we will kill them." Tang Tianao continued. "However, in order to ensure that there is no trouble, if we can successfully convince a few more people, we can consider going to the mountain stronghold and killing the boss. Will this work?" "Don't worry. I think there's a good chance of success." The two then discussed in detail the layout and manpower of the village, and Tang Tianao left Du Xiaoye's room late at night. Returning to his room, Lu Weining was with him that night. "Husband, tonight, do you still have the strength?" Lu Weining asked in a very charming way with a flushed face. Chapter 12. Yanqiu Gorge conspires for a big event. Although he has slept in the same bed with Tang Tianao twice, Lu Weining has not yet consummated their marriage. It's just because Tang Tianao has been busy and tired all the time, so he is more restrained. Moreover, the host who traveled through time and space and possessed the body was really weak and hungry, so he had to eat well to replenish his body. "I'm sorry that I've wronged you. I didn't really enjoy the pleasure of love with you the last 2 times. I'll make it up to you tonight," Lu Weining said angrily. "My husband has worked too hard. I have not been wronged. I just really want to be my husband's woman." "I understand. Tonight, I will make you my woman." "Husband." Lu Weining nestled into Tang Tianao's arms and offered him a kiss. The two of them instantly burst into flames like dry wood meeting a raging fire. Clothes fluttered, curtains locked the spring breeze. The phoenix and the lovebirds were singing in harmony, and the quilt was rolled by the red waves. After the storm subsided, the fallen petals could be seen in the candlelight. Tang Tianao couldn't help but sigh. If I were still living in the 21st century, I would probably still be unable to hold a woman's hand because of the sky-high bride price, the house, the car, and the savings. Even if you were lucky enough to fall in love with a woman and work hard and spend all the savings of 2 or 3 generations to marry her, you don't know how many hands the bride has passed through. When he traveled to the Great Xia Kingdom, he got 10 wives for free and also received bonuses. The 10 wives he brought back were all sincere to him. They were afraid that he would not want them, and they followed him to build his career bit by bit from scratch. Such a life is simply too happy. Just now, Du Xiaoya wanted to be his concubine, and Lu Weining and Luo Ana didn't know what jealousy was, as if they were born without the concept of jealousy. The next day, Tang Tianao and his friends sold all the goods and earned another 3,100 strings of cash. The goods brought this time totaled 6,100 strings of cash, which was definitely a huge fortune. On this day, Tang Tianao and his team also purchased a large amount of Glauber salt, lime, silica sand, soda ash, and other materials, as well as various spices and vegetable oils. Boss Tang, after my people returned to Yunpan Mountain, they persuaded the first boss to send another 20 people down the mountain, led by the third boss. After returning to the inn and having dinner, Du Xiaoye called Tang Tianao to her room to discuss. Of the 3 people she sent out, only one returned. Scarface was killed, and the other man was with the third in command's men, and only one came back to pass on information. The third master is leading 20 people to ambush you in Yanqiu Gorge. We plan to wait for you to return to Qingyang County, and then we will join forces to besiege you and rob you of your money and women. Tang Tianao nodded silently. Then if we follow what Du Erdang wants, how should we deal with it? I will subdue the third boss first, force him to surrender, and then persuade him to join us. If he doesn't know what's happening, we can only kill him. Okay, have a good rest tonight, get enough energy, and return to Qingyang County tomorrow. Yanqiu Gorge is hundreds of meters long, with steep cliffs on both sides, and the official road in the middle is only about 3 meters wide. When I looked up, I could only see a strip of sky between the 2 mountains. The light in the canyon is dim, with no sunlight all year round, and bats are startled and fly away from time to time. At the other end of the canyon, 20 men on horseback, swords in hand, were standing on both sides, waiting quietly. At this time, the sound of horse hooves came from the canyon. Third boss, the caravan is back. I guess the other end of the canyon has been blocked by second boss. 2 Phaeton looked towards the canyon, then spoke to the third in command, Hua Zhendong. Hua Zhendong, holding an iron spear in his hand, rode his horse to the entrance of the canyon and saw a caravan of more than 10 people heading towards them. I built this road and planted this tree. If you want to pass by here, you have to leave some money for passage. Hua Zhendong shook the iron spear in his hand and swept a stone weighing several hundred pounds on the side of the road away. The force of this spear is extremely terrifying. If it hits a person, all the bones and muscles will be broken and the person will die. Tang Tianao was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that the robber had such supernatural power. He quietly reached out and grasped the rifle. At this time, the sound of horse hooves came from behind, and more than 20 riders caught up with them. It was Du Xiaoye and his group. Husband, will Du Xiaoye really cooperate with us? Lu Weining asked worriedly. Don't panic. I believe she is cooperating sincerely. Second in command, there are only a few of them, and they are all ordinary people. They are not enough for you to kill alone. Why do you still want us to come down the mountain to help? Are you trying to give us a great credit? Du Xiaoye said calmly. I guess that it would be the third boss who would lead people down the mountain, and I want more than just money. That's why I asked for support. Oh, I'd like to hear more about it. Du Xiaoye rode her horse, slowly walked around Tang Tianao and the others, and approached Hua Zhendong. This caravan has earned 6,000 strings of cash in the past 2 days, which is considered a windfall. But I have a great idea that can allow us brothers to enjoy wealth and glory for the rest of our lives. Are you interested, third master? What is the solution? Du Xiaoye slowly pulled out a pair of scimitars and suddenly put them on Hua Zhendong's neck. You second in command, what are you doing? Put down your iron spear, Hua Zhendong said angrily. What on earth do you want to do? I told you to put down your spear. You should know that you can't beat me at this distance. I don't want to hurt you. Hua Zhendong sneered. Second Master Du, I have always respected you and felt that you are as capable as any man. Moreover, when there are important decisions in the village, I always stand on the same side with you. I never thought that one day you would put a knife to my neck. I will not give in. Either you cut my neck with a knife, or I will fight you." Du Xiaoya sighed softly and suddenly put away the knife. "You are a man of 7 feet tall. But are you really willing to be a bandit forever? It's just a matter of life. Does the second in command have a better way out? We could do business with them and serve as their escort team. Each of us can earn at least 200 coins a day." Tang Tianao then added, "People like the second and third in command should get 1 tael of silver a day." When these words came out, Hu Jindong's eyes widened immediately. "Are you serious? 1 string of coins a day, 365 strings of coins a year. Even for him, this was a huge sum of money. Not only that, I also promise that at the end of each year, the allowance I give you will not be less than 100 strings of cash." Hu Jindong glanced at the people around him, shouldered the big iron spear, and shouted loudly, "Brothers, 200 coins a day, change to escorting. Do you want to do it? Wherever you go, third boss will go. That's right. We are all your loyal followers, third boss. We will do whatever you say. If you can earn 200 coins a day, who would want to be a bandit? But can such a small caravan support so many of us? And with only 200 coins a day?" Hearing this, Tang Tianao couldn't help but laugh out loud. "It's only 200 coins. There are only 50 or 60 of you in total. I will just make 50 more soaps every day. As long as you follow me, I promise to pay you the daily wages every day. If you rob us this time and someone dies, the government will come to suppress us. If you rob us of our money and we are still alive, the worst that can happen is that we can buy a shop in the city. Can you still rob us in the city at that time?" Du Xiaoya also said, "Third boss, we have at least 465 strings of cash a year. What are you hesitating about?" And Boss Tang said that this is just an estimate for now. Our income will only increase in the future. Tang Tianao nodded. "That's right. In the future, my business will grow bigger and bigger, and my brothers will work harder. So I will have extra rewards at the end of every month." Hu Jindong pointed his spear in the direction of Yunpan Mountain and said, "We have more than 50 people here, and the boss is 70 or 80 people. How can we protect ourselves? We can pretend to be captured alive by you and taken to the mountain stronghold. Then we can catch them off guard and eliminate the trouble." Hu Jindong smiled disdainfully. "Just a dozen of you peasants? What can you do?" Tang Tianao shouted softly. "Everyone, pay attention. Shoot an arrow at that tree." The 14 members of the caravan raised their hands together, revealing the crossbows hidden in their sleeves, and aimed at the big tree at the entrance of the valley. "Shoot! Shichichi, shichichi." In an instant, more than a dozen short arrows shot out. Seize. Except for 3 arrows that missed the target, the remaining 11 arrows were nailed to the tree trunk. When Hu Jindong and others saw this scene, they were all shocked. Chapter 13, Shooting the Boss. This crossbow was made by Tang Tianao using the art of mechanical engineering. To fire it, one only needs to aim and lightly pull the trigger. The power is stronger than a bowstring pulled by hand, and its accuracy is incomparable to that of ordinary bows. What surprised Hu Jindong and his companions the most was that, judging from the short arrows installed on the crossbow, it was obvious that it could fire continuously and 10 times in a row. Even a weak woman can use this bow and arrow. Such a bow and arrow is definitely an extremely powerful weapon. At a certain distance, such a crossbow has terrifying lethality. Tang Tianao and his men all have such bows and crossbows in their hands. Each of them can shoot 20 arrows in just a moment. If a dozen people work together, they can catch the enemy by surprise within a certain range and fight against dozens of people. Great! What a powerful crossbow! Hu Jindong's eyes were shining, and when Du Xiaoya looked at Tang Tianao, there was also a hint of something special in her beautiful eyes. If these weapons were known to the government troops, Tang Tianao could definitely make these weapons for them. The money he could earn then, it's unimaginable. Third boss, if you take us up the mountain, I can guarantee that I can kill the first boss with 1 strike. Tang Tianao said with confidence that Hu Jindong no longer had any doubts. Okay, with your hidden arrows and more than 50 of us, we can accomplish this. Du Xiaoya also nodded. Let's do it. The boss has been bullying us these years and has killed many people. I don't want to be a bandit anymore. The followers of the 2 men also expressed their intention to get rid of the boss and then switch to being bodyguards. After all, they have seen Tang Tianao's ability to make money, and they believe that Tang Tianao's promise of 200 won a day in daily payment is not a lie to them. Seeing that everyone was moved, Tang Tianao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After discussing with Du Xiaoya and Hu Jindong, The caravan pretended to be escorted and headed towards Yunpan Mountain. This time, Tang Tianao exchanged all the copper coins for silver. 6,000 strings of coins were exactly equivalent to 6,000 taels of silver, which were filled into several large boxes. It looked very eye-catching. We set up a tent and rested for one night, and arrived at Yunpan Mountain in the afternoon of the next day. Report, Big Boss. The second and third bosses are coming back with the caravan. Inside the mountain stronghold, Zhang Hu, the head of the village, who was lying down enjoying a massage from a beauty, heard this and lazily said, "Tell them to bring the people and money to the Ji Hall." Yes, the lackeys left in response. Half an incense stick later, Du Xiaoye and Hua Zhendong and their group were seen escorting a dozen people into the gathering hall. Several of the Luos even brought a few boxes in front of him. When they opened the boxes, they saw a glittering silver glitter. Zhang Hu laughed out loud. "Not bad. It's enough for our entire village to feast for a while." After saying that, Zhang Hu's gaze shifted to Lu Weining and Luo Ana. "Haha, haha, these two women are pretty good. Better than the women on my mountain. I'm going to enjoy them tonight." Huh? Tang Tianao quietly raised his arms, revealing a musket from his sleeves. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet hit Zhang Hu's chest. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. Bang! Tang Tianao calmly raised his other hand, and another musket and another iron bullet shot into Zhang Hu's chest. "You what? Are you?" Zhang Hu fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. His body twitched a few times, and then he became motionless. Since Zhang Hu dared to set his sights on his woman, he naturally didn't want to let him go. "Oh, the boss is dead! The boss is dead!" The women who had just given Zhang Hu a massage screamed. Suddenly, dozens of Luo drew their swords and surrounded Tang Tianao and his group. "Stop! The boss is gone. Now you have to listen to me," Du Xiaoye shouted sternly. Hua Zhendong held his gun horizontally and said, "No one is allowed to act rashly." One of the burly men swung his knife at Du Xiaoye and said, "You bitch! I just can't stand you sitting in the second seat. And now you're colluding with outsiders to kill the boss. I'm going to kill you." His sword was extremely heavy, apparently weighing no less than 30 pounds, and he chopped down manhwa with one blow, showing great ferocity. Du Xiaoye sneered. Her delicate body moved, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, a flash of cold light, and blood splattering. Not only did she easily avoid the big man's knife, she also moved forward with extremely agile movements and cut off the big man's head with one knife. "How can you stinky men imagine how powerful I am? Do you dare to disobey me?" Du Xiaoye's figure flashed again, with a cold light shining brightly, and she was seen waving two swords and flashing into the crowd. Suddenly, screams were heard, and the crowd was in chaos. Ah! In just a few breaths, more than a dozen moles fell in a pool of blood. The others were terrified because Du Xiaoye's martial arts were far beyond their imagination. But at this time, Du Xiaoye flashed out from the crowd again, with a pair of scimitars dripping with blood. "The people I killed today were all those who committed many evil deeds. You don't have to panic. Those who are willing to follow me can put down their knives. Those who are not willing to follow me can leave Yunpan Mountain now." Clang! Ding, ding, ding. Knives were thrown on the ground. "We are willing to follow the second and third in command. We have nowhere to go after leaving Yunpan Mountain. We can only become refugees. From now on, we should all listen to the second master. Oh no, now we should call him the Great Master Du. Master Du, we are willing to follow you. Please ask Mr. Du to be the leader of the village." Master Du, Master Du." Du Xiaoye raised her two swords and struck them lightly a few times. "Everyone be quiet." After everyone quieted down, Du Xiaoye calmly told everyone about changing careers to join the escort team. After that, with the persuasion of Peter Ho and dozens of their brothers, everyone was moved and expressed their willingness to disband Yunpan Mountain. Tang Tianao also promptly expressed his intention to establish an escort agency in Qingfeng Town, which would be mainly responsible for helping Tang Tianao escort the goods. The matter of Yunpan Mountain was resolved in this way. Tang Tianao gave Du Xiaoye a musket and two crossbows, and asked her to lead everyone to stay in Yunpan Mountain temporarily, and then escort the goods to Lingdong County tomorrow. With such a large group of people, Tang Tianao's thinking became more active. He planned to accumulate a large amount of goods during this period and then sell them in the big city of Qizhou. Qingyang County and Ba County are the county towns of Qizhou. Qizhou is certainly not comparable to a few small county towns. The size of the city and the number of its population are far greater than those of small county towns. When we returned to Qingfeng Town, we met Wei Xuejuan and others who had been waiting there at the town entrance. My husband! My husband is back! I miss you so much, my husband! Seeing Tang Tianao, several women cheered and rushed over like young swallows flying into the forest. Chapter 14, Volcanic Ash, is very useful. Tang Tianao smiled and hugged Wei Xuejuan and the other 8 people one by one. He could feel that they really missed him very much. When Lu Weining and Luo Aina mentioned the people of Yunpan Mountain, Yang Biwei said with tears in her eyes, "Husband, although this trip to Ba County was safe, I now know that no matter what we do, it is not easy. Fortunately, my husband has foresight and can find the best solution. If the people of Yunpan Mountain are unwilling to cooperate with us, I really can't imagine the consequences." Luo Aina smiled sweetly and said, "The head of Yunpan Mountain is a beauty now, and she wants you to take her as your concubine." Wei Xuejuan immediately smiled and said, "Great. From now on, the power of Yunpan Mountain will belong to you, my husband. Our caravan will be expanded several times. My husband, hurry up and prepare the betrothal gifts to welcome Mr. Du." Tang Tianao shook his head. Yang Biwei asked, "My husband, don't you like Mr. Du? Since you have already agreed to take her as a concubine, if you regret it, I'm afraid." Tang Tianao smiled and said, "Now is not the time yet. I want to open an escort agency for them so that they can completely get rid of their identities as bandits and then marry Du Xiaoye. As expected, my husband is the one who thinks things through. We women don't think that far ahead." When I got home, the whole house was cleaned by Yang Biwei and her family, and it was very warm. These days, Wei Xuejuan and her sisters have made a large amount of soap and perfumed soap. "Husband, the people in this town are beginning to suspect that we have something good in our house. If we hadn't tried our best to stop them, someone would have broken into the shop." "Oh, who dares to break into a private house when I'm not at home?" Lu Dezhu brought 2 people with him under the pretext of wanting to make some farm tools, but we 8 sisters managed to stop them. "But we think Lu Dezhu must have some suspicions about our family." Tang Tianao fell into deep thought. "It seems that our home will need armed protection at all times in the future." Wei Xuejuan and her friends prepared a very sumptuous dinner that day. After dinner, Tang Tianao said seriously, "Brothers, does anyone know where there is more volcanic ash?" "Brother-in-law, what do you want with the ash?" "It's very useful. It will also be a great way for us to make money in the future. There are almost no active volcanoes here, but there are still many extinct volcanoes and a lot of volcanic ash. Some mountains are almost completely covered with volcanic ash." "That's good. My father-in-law and mother-in-law can go into the mountains to collect volcanic ash. I'll buy for 100 coins for every 100 kilograms. When Wei Xuejuan's brother Wei Rue heard this, he immediately became interested. "Really, brother-in-law? Although my father and mother are over 50 years old, they can still collect 200 kilograms of volcanic ash from the mountains every day. And my husband can also do heavy work." Yang Qingxi also said, "My parents are not in such good health, but my wife and son can harvest 200 kilograms a day without any problem. And mine." Everyone became interested. "Okay, then I'll let my own people make the money. Instead of working as tenant farmers for local bureaucrats, it's better to get off the land and make some money." Qingfeng Town is close to a river with a large amount of fine sand. When the fine sand is collected and mixed with volcanic ash and lime, it can be used to make bricks and build high walls. The most difficult thing to get is steel bars. The quality cannot be compared with that of the 21st century, but it can still be obtained. By then, he will be able to build modern skyscrapers. He had no intention of becoming an infrastructure maniac, but his future commercial aircraft carrier would be very, very large, so building such a high-rise building was still very necessary. Late at night, after Tang Tianao and Yang Biwei had an intimate moment, Jiaozi disturbed him, and he couldn't sleep. Although there was a mosquito net, mosquitoes still buzzed outside the net, making his body itch inexplicably. Occasionally, 1 or 2 mosquitoes would get into the mosquito net, which was even more annoying. "All right, make mosquito coils." Daxia Kingdom doesn't have mosquito coils yet. Rich people can only rely on some incense to repel mosquitoes, but the effect is not obvious, and people will be suffocated by the incense. If I make mosquito coils, it will be another way to make money. Thinking of this, Tang Tianao suddenly became excited again. Later, I was so tired that I gradually fell asleep. Early the next morning, Hu Jindong led 20 people to the outside of Qingfeng Town and waited for half an hour before Tang Tianao and his men left the town with the goods. This time, Tang Tianao left 5 men to guard the house, and he took 6 men with him plus Lan Feng Wang and Xiao Yuner. "I am going to Qingyang County today. I have brought a lot of goods with me, and I may not be able to sell them all in one day. Boss Tang, I'll be the escort today. I also want to see with my own eyes how popular your goods are. Hua Jindong rode a tall horse and carried an iron spear on his shoulder. I won't let you down. Ha, Boss Tang. Where do you plan to build our escort agency? Well, let me think about it carefully. The headquarters can be opened in Qizhou, and a branch office can be opened in Qingfeng Town. Then we can see if there are other places suitable for setting up branches. Hua Jindong's face showed surprise. He didn't expect Tang Tianao's blueprint to be so big that he even wanted to open so many branches. He really underestimated this guy. Qizhou, I didn't expect Boss Tang's ambitions to be so big. When our business grows in the future, how can the 800 or so people in Yunpan Mountain be enough? I also know that it is not easy to recruit escorts, so we can consider buying slaves and training them to serve as escorts. In the kingdom of Daxia, the trade of slaves still existed. Those slaves included family members of convicted officials whose homes were confiscated, children who could not be supported and were sold, refugees who could not survive, and elderly or disabled prisoners of war from enemy countries. Boss Tang's words have made me excited. It's a good idea, too. We can buy some female slaves and give them to the boss to train. They may not be worse than men. We walked and talked along the way and arrived in Qingyang County near lunchtime. Tang Tianao first invited everyone to the restaurant to eat and drink their fill, and then he set up stalls in several places in the county to sell goods. What Tang Tianao didn't expect was that as soap began to be widely used and spread, the demand for it increased. He had thought that the market would reach saturation, but it did not. Instead, sales became increasingly popular. After only setting up the stall for an hour and a half in the afternoon, all the soaps were sold out, with a total revenue of 2,700 strings of cash. After witnessing all this with their own eyes, Hua Jindong and others finally believed completely that Tang Tianao had the ability to make a fortune. Tang Tianao took out 30 strings of cash and gave them to Hua Jindong on the spot. This money is the reward for all the brothers in Yunpan Mountain today. 200 coins per person. Xiaoye and Brother Hua will each get 1 string of cash. There will be about 1 or 2 strings of cash left. Let's buy some wine for the brothers. Hua Jindong was not polite and asked his brothers to collect the money. Then he accompanied Tang Tianao to purchase some raw materials and ingredients before returning home. When they parted ways, Tang Tianao told them to rest for 2 days. After 2 days, a large batch of goods would be escorted to Qizhou City, and their wages for these 2 days would be paid as usual. Such treatment also made Ho Chintung and others very satisfied. After agreeing to go to Qingfeng Town to help transport goods 2 days later, they returned to Yunpan Mountain. Chapter 15, Luo Xiaojun. Help, help! Tang Tianao and his group had just passed the foot of Yunpan Mountain when they heard someone calling for help. I saw a skinny horse standing on the road ahead, and a man lying beside it, curled up, weakly asking Tang Tianao and others for help. Brother-in-law, be careful. It's best not to cause trouble with people of unknown origin. Yes, it would be bad if we rescued a fugitive or a robber. Tang Tianao looked at the man and saw that he was pale and thin, with a bleeding wound on his chest, and he looked extremely exhausted. If no one rescues him, he will probably be left dead in the wilderness. Forget it. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Tang Tianao saw that although the injured man was facing death, there was still a heroic look on his face, and he did not look like a vicious person. Brother, can you give me something to eat? I'm mainly too hungry, the injured man said with difficulty. Upon hearing this, Tang Tianao took out a few bunches of grapes and some pancakes from the cloth bag hanging on the saddle and handed them to him. The injured man sat up with difficulty, thanked him repeatedly, then took the grapes and pancakes and started to eat them voraciously. My name is Luo Xiaojun. I was stabbed by a gangster on the road. After I killed the gangster, I was brought here by my horse in a daze. Luo Xiaojun introduced himself while eating. Brother Luo, judging from the way you are dressed, are you a gangster? That's right. To be honest, my benefactor, Luo's father originally opened a martial arts school, but his enemies came looking for him, and I was the only one who escaped. Since then, I have been wandering around the world, trying to find a job, but failing, and I am almost starving to death. As the 2 fried dumplings entered his stomach, Luo Xiaojun felt much better and had the strength to speak again. Brother Luo, take care of the wound first. Tang Tianao asked Zhou Cong to bring a piece of gauze and knife wound medicine and bandaged Luo Xiaojun with the medicine. His wound was very long, but fortunately it was only a superficial wound and not deep. Thank you all for saving my life. If you need me in the future, I will do my best. Brother Luo, you are too polite. This is just a small favor, not worth mentioning. No, your help is truly life-saving to me. I will never forget it. Huh? Brother Luo, you are too polite. If you really have nowhere to go, how about staying and helping me build my career? Hearing this, Luo Xiaojuan's eyes lit up and he said happily, My benefactor, do you really have a job for me? As long as I can make a living, I'm willing to do anything. Since Brother Luo is from a martial arts school, he must be skilled in martial arts. How about asking Brother Luo to be my family's guard? Luo Xiaojun clasped his fists and said excitedly, Your Excellency is so kind to me. I am deeply grateful. But are you really willing to let a poor stranger like me be your bodyguard? Aren't you afraid this is a trap? Tang Tianao shook his head. I have also experienced the bitterness of being down and out, so naturally I have some insight into people. I believe Brother Luo is definitely not that kind of person. My benefactor, please accept my greeting. Luo Xiaojun suddenly knelt in front of Tang Tianao. Brother Luo, what are you doing? No, no, please stand up. Luo Xiaojun stood up, patted his horse, and sighed. You have been running away from your enemies these days, and it has been hard for you. Brother Luo's horse is a good one. It's just a little thin. Yes, my father named him Lightning Horse, and he can travel 1,000 miles a day. It was thanks to him that I was able to escape from the encirclement of my enemies. These days, we have been displaced and hungry, and both the man and the horse are almost starving to death. Brother Luo, it's really not easy. Please come home with me. From now on, my home is your home. Thank you so much, benefactor. From now on, my life, Luo Xiaojun, belongs to you, benefactor. Brother Luo, you are too polite. My last name is Tang Tianao, and I am 20 years old. I am 2 years older than you, my benefactor. Ha! If Brother Luo doesn't mind, I'll call you Brother Luo. How about you just call me Brother Tang? I am grateful for your kindness, my benefactor. I will obey your command respectfully. Brother Tang. Ha, Brother Luo. The two of them put their arms around each other and laughed heartily. When I got home, Wei Xuejuan and the others had already prepared dinner. Tang Tianao introduced Luo Xiaojun to Wei Xuejuan and the others. Luo Xiaojun sighed. Brother Tang has a chivalrous heart, and the 10 sisters-in-law he married are also virtuous. He is so lucky. Yang Biwei asked, Excuse me, where is Brother Luo from? Alas, my family originally opened a martial arts school in Qizhou, but our enemies came to kill us, and I'm the only one left in the family. I'm sorry, Brother Luo. I accidentally touched upon your sorrow. It doesn't matter. Now that things have come to this, I can only live well and look for opportunities for revenge. Tonight, it is Lan Fenghuang's turn to accompany Tang Tianao. After all the busy schedule during this period, he and Lan Fenghuang have not yet officially consummated their marriage. Tonight, Tang Tianao specially lit red candles. In the candlelight, Tang Tianao and Lan Fenghuang sat face to face on the bed. Looking at Lan Fenghuang's charming appearance, Tang Tianao's breathing became rapid. My husband, let me help you undress. Lan Fenghuang's voice is gentle, like a spring breeze caressing your face. Tang Tianao held Lan Fenghuang in his arms and kissed her red lips affectionately. My wife, you are so beautiful. My husband, Lan Fenghuang grumbled, which made Tang Tianao's heart flutter. He kissed Lan Fenghuang and fell on the bed. The candlelight flickers red, filling the house with warmth. After getting up the next day, Tang Tianao discovered that there were some cloth bags piled up next to the makeshift hut. Husband, these are all the volcanic ashes that my family collected from the mountains yesterday. They were weighed, so I paid them yesterday. You won't blame me, right? Zhou Min said to Tang Tianao at this time. Tang Tianao opened the bag and looked at the volcanic ash, and said happily, Great! How could I blame my wife? My wife did a good job, but there is still one thing that is not done well. Please punish me, sir. That means we need to invite my father-in-law and mother-in-law to stay for dinner. If you live far away, you can just stay here. It's too tiring to travel back and forth. Zhou Min smiled. Husband, you are so kind. I know what to do. There was volcanic ash, and lime was already made by someone, so he didn't have to spend time and effort to get them himself. The most difficult thing to make now is the steel-making method. He doesn't want to spread his steel-making method to others for the time being, so he can only make it by himself. Tang Tianao acted immediately and spent a day casting a mold with fine holes. In the evening, he smelted a furnace of steel and poured it into the mold. After cooling, he successfully produced several steel bars. The materials are far from enough. It seems that we need to buy some scrap metal. The next day, Tang Tianao asked Yang Qingxie and others to go from village to buy scrap metal, while he himself called the headman and measured out 5 mu of land on a desolate hillside behind his house, which was equivalent to 330 square meters. Tang Tianao, are you kidding? Can you really buy this piece of land? The pavilion chief asked with a skeptical look on his face. Chapter 16, Making Mosquito Repellent Coils. Tang Tianao glared at me and asked, Pavilion Master? Do you think I was just bored and asked you to come over to play this joke? Well, the 3-acre land is wasteland, but if you occupy it, you can either buy it all at once or pay taxes for it every year. Which one do you choose? Well, 5 mu of land will cost at least 50 taels of silver. 50 taels of silver? Captain, you look at this barren mountain, where even trees can't grow well and birds don't come to dung, and you actually sell 1 fin of land for 10 taels of silver. The head of the pavilion snorted, Boy, how can it be so easy for a commoner like you to buy land? Do you think I don't need to make some arrangements? I have to report the 50 taels of silver in full, and you have to give me an extra 50 taels of silver because I need to make some arrangements. Otherwise, the government will not let you buy the land at will. As a time traveler, Tang Tianao has long been accustomed to the terrifying land and housing prices in the 21st century. If these 5 mu of land were placed in the 21st century, they would be sold for several million, even in a small 4th or 5th tier city. Therefore, when he found out that these 5 mu of land would only cost 100 taels of silver, he was overjoyed. He could still accept this price. He could earn 200 or 300 taels of silver a day. But he had to make the headman feel how difficult it was for him to take the 100 taels of silver and how reluctant he was. Captain, we are neighbors after all. It's fine if you ask for such a high price for the land, but you also want 50 taels of filial piety money. Forget it. I can ask for less filial piety money. 40 taels, no less, a total of 90 taels of silver. This matter can be done, otherwise forget it. Tang Tianao sighed and replied helplessly, Forget it. I will raise some money from my brothers-in-law. If you bring the land deed to me, I will give you 90 taels of silver. The head of the pavilion smiled and nodded. Boy, I heard that you have been tinkering with something strange recently. You must have made a lot of money, right? Nothing. Just a little hard-earned money. Really? I heard that people in the city are using some kind of soap now. Are these the ones you invented? That's right. But we can only make 10 cents per piece. We still have to spend so much manpower and material resources. The money we earned during this period can't even buy this piece of land. The pavilion chief rolled his eyes and smiled like a fox. Tianao, please give me a bar of soap and a bar of scented soap. I will use them when I take them back and help you promote them. That's fine. I hope the pavilion master can really help me promote it. Tang Tianao asked Wei Shuejuan to get a piece of scented soap and a piece of soap and gave them to the pavilion chief. The pavilion chief sniffed and left with satisfaction. After Tang Tianao and other pavilion chiefs left, he took a group of his brothers-in-law to the riverside to dig fine sand and brought it back. Then he went to a village that specialized in burning lime and bought a lot of lime. He soaked it in water and then mixed it with volcanic ash and fine sand. Then he used his homemade mold to put the mortar into it and hit it with a hammer to shake it and compact it. So, bricks were made one by one. After it completely solidified, everyone was shocked by the identical square bricks. That evening, the headman delivered the land deed, and Tang Tianao handed him 90 taels of silver. That night, all his parents-in-law who had gone into the mountains to collect volcanic ash stayed for dinner. After settling their wages, those who lived nearby went home, while those who lived far away were happy to stay overnight. They are now extremely satisfied with their son-in-law, and all say that their daughters are lucky to have followed the right man. The next day, he handed over the tasks of making bricks and steel bars to his elder and younger brothers-in-law, while he and his wives hid in the shop to make soap, perfumed soap, and incense. That's right, he has purchased rosin, sulfur, mugwort powder, tobacco powder, and a small amount of arsenic, which can be used to make jiaoxiang. Fortunately, the sun was scorching that day, and the incense sticks he made dried quickly after being dried. But the quantity is not large, only a few dozen, and his purpose is to promote it first. After 2 days of rest, Luo Xiaojuan's injuries had healed a lot, and the wounds began to scab over. Upon hearing that Tang Tianao and his friends were going to Qizhou tomorrow, Luo Xiaojun insisted on going with them. Brother Tang, it takes 2 days to get from Qingyang County to Qizhou, and there are many bandits on the way. My injury is not serious. You can't let me stay at home and eat for free. Let me escort you. Besides, when we get to Qizhou, I know the place well and can take you to find a good place to sell the goods. Tang Tianao carefully considered the question and agreed. Okay, I'll have to trouble Brother Luo. Don't be polite between you and me, brothers. That night, Tang Tianao tried out his homemade mosquito coils himself. Sure enough, after lighting the mosquito coil, no more mosquitoes disturbed his sleep, and there were almost no mosquitoes flying around the room. Husband, you are such a rare person. You can actually make a mosquito coil that repels mosquitoes? Oh no, not only repels mosquitoes, but also kills them. This is too amazing. Zhao Zhilan couldn't help but exclaim when she saw mosquitoes being smoked to death on the floor. Huh, with this mosquito coil, we have another way to make a lot of money. So, how much does this mosquito coil cost, husband? What do you think, ma'am? It's not easy for us to make, so we should sell one plate for at least. Let's sell it for 10 cents. Tang Tianao shook his head. Although this kind of mosquito coil has a low cost, it is not easy to make. I think it will be difficult to make a lot of money if I sell it to ordinary people. So I decided to target the wealthy and powerful, and the price should be 50 cents a plate. Compared to the incense they use, our mosquito coils are many times more effective, and they are not as annoying as incense. When we make enough money, we can open more factories to produce mosquito coils, make small profits but quick turnover, and then we can consider selling them to ordinary people. Okay, I trust my husband's judgment unconditionally. Thank you for your trust, ma'am. Husband, I have never seen anyone respect women as much as you do in my life. That's because I love you. Husband, you are so nice. I love you so much too. Zhao Zhilan was so moved that she took the initiative to kiss Tang Tianao, and the two of them instantly fell into a frenzy. A night of warmth, fragrance, and tenderness, indescribable. Tang Tianao didn't know when he fell asleep, until the sound of horse hooves woke him up from his sweet dream. As soon as he turned over and sat up, he heard Yang Biwei calling out from outside, "Husband, the people from Yunpan Mountain are here." As soon as Yang Biwei finished speaking, she heard the sound of swords clashing outside. "Husband, hurry up! Brother Luo and the people from Yunpan Mountain are fighting." Chapter 17. Flying Tiger Village. Tang Tianao hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out of the door. As expected, he saw Luo Xiaojun fighting with Hua Jindong, who was wielding a sword and holding a large iron spear. Luo Xiaojun wielded the sword lightly. His body moved as fast as lightning, and his sword moved like a swimming dragon as he dodged and leaped. He actually forced Hua Jindong into a panic, and he could only defend himself, but had no power to fight back. Hua Jindong is a fierce man who can sweep away stones weighing hundreds of pounds with one shot. No one expected that Hua Jindong could defeat him with his injured body. Du Xiaoye also came. Seeing that Hua Jindong was no match for Luo Xiaojun, she was about to draw her sword to help. "Brother Luo, Brother Hua, we are all on the same side. Please stop." Luo Xiaojun and Hua Jindong both stopped. "Boss Tang, I didn't expect you have such a master in your house. I admire you so much." Tang Tianao clasped his fists and said, "This is Brother Luo's generosity. He is willing to stay in my humble abode." Luo Xiaojun returned the sword to its sheath. "Your gun is very heavy. It makes my palm numb. Haha." Hua Jindong smiled bitterly. "Brother Luo is very skilled in martial arts. Today I know that there are always people better than you. I can only sigh that I am not as good as you." Du Xiaoye walked up to Tang Tianao and asked with some resentment, "When are you going to marry me?" Tang Tianao pulled her into his arms. Du Xiaoye's delicate body trembled slightly and a blush appeared on her face. Although she was already a young woman, this was the first time she truly chose a man she liked and fell in love with a man. "Wait until I open an escort agency for you, so that you no longer have to bear the identity of a bandit, and you can marry me in a dignified manner as the head of an escort agency. How about that? Real? Of course it's true. Okay, I'll wait for you." Du Xiaoye smiled, and her gaze towards Tang Tianao became extremely gentle. "Girls, make breakfast. We'll be leaving soon after we load up the goods." "Husband, the food is almost ready." Tang Tianao nodded and started loading the goods. This time when he went to Qizhou, he prepared 30,000 pieces of scented soap and soap each. As long as they were sold out, he would have a credit of 13,500 strings of cash, which was equivalent to 13,500 taels of silver. It seems like a lot, but when I think about the fact that I still have to support an escort team, it's actually not that much. It is not easy to make a fortune by selling these daily necessities. It seems that we still have to create some luxury goods to make money from high-ranking officials and wealthy people. After breakfast, Tang Tianao asked Yang Qingxie and the other 6 to stay at home to make bricks and steel bars. He only took 5 men plus the 2 women, Tang Inga and Xiao Yuner, and the escort team on the road, and of course Luo Xiaojun. Husband, you must come back safely. When Yang Biwei and the others saw them off, they were all reluctant to leave. Luo Ana threw herself into his arms and said, Husband, we haven't consummated our marriage yet. When you come back, I will give birth to a fat boy for you. Tang Tianao smiled and kissed her red lips. Okay, I'll do you when I get back. Husband, someone is watching us. It's so embarrassing. Luo Ana buried her face in his arms, her ears blushing with shame. The girls asked him for a hug one by one, and each of them was full of affection. Sister Inga, Sister Yuner, take good care of your husband. Don't worry, sisters. We will definitely serve our husband well. More than 100 people marched forward in a mighty procession. The 8 women accompanied them all the way out of the town. They watched them walk until they could no longer see their shadows, and then they turned back home in melancholy. One day later, Luo Xiaojun said to Tang Tianao with some worry, Brother Tang, go another 20 miles, and you will reach the territory of Feihu Village. Flying Tiger Village? Is there any particularly powerful person there? The martial arts of Jiao Hong, the leader of Feihu Village, is unfathomable. I am not sure I can defeat him. In addition, he has 4 great masters under his command, and each of them has excellent martial arts skills. Feihu Village is one of the murderers who killed my parents. Du Xiaoye also said, Jiao Hong is the most fierce bandit in our Qizhou area. He once broke out of the encirclement of thousands of officers and soldiers without any harm. His martial arts skills are amazing. His subordinates, Flying Cat, Whirlwind Blade, Flower Butterfly, and Smiling Tiger, are all as skilled as me in martial arts. Hua Zhendong tightened the spear in his hand and sighed. Tang Tianao couldn't help but touch the 2 muskets on his waist and another cloth bag on the saddle. How many crickets do they have? There are at least 300 people. Hearing this, Tang Tianao was overwhelmed. If we kill Jiao Hong and his 4 men right away, you shouldn't have any problem defeating those worms, right? Luo Xiaojun looked at Tang Tianao in confusion. However, Hua Zhendong and Du Xiaoye knew that Tang Tianao had powerful weapons in his hands. At that time, the leader Zhang, who was killed by a musket when he was completely unprepared. Zhang, whose martial arts were much stronger than theirs, but he still died at the hands of the musket. As long as Jiao Hong and his 4 men are dead, the first thing those little bugs will want to do is surrender and escape. That's good. It shouldn't be a big problem for us to kill Jiao Hong and his 4 capable men by surprise. What I'm afraid of is that the other side has too many people. Luo Xiaojun was completely confused. Brother Tang, do you have any solution? Tang Tianao smiled mysteriously. Brother Luo, don't worry. You will know when the time comes. I will help you to avenge your revenge today. When Luo Xiaojun heard this and saw that Tang Tianao was confident, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Everyone, let's rest for half an hour. Only when you are full and well-fed will you have the strength to fight. During the break and meal, Tang Tianao discussed with Zhou Tsong, Yang Xiao, and others who were accompanying him, formulated a sniper plan, and then continued on their journey. Luo Xiaojun drew his sword and kept wiping it. The sword shone with a cold light, and his body became more and more fierce. His fighting spirit soared to the sky, and he couldn't wait to sacrifice his parents with the blood of his enemies. Tang Tianao secretly sighed in his heart. It's better to have martial arts skills. No matter how powerful the musket is, it is only an external force. If a master like Luo Xiaojun is on guard, my musket may not be able to hurt the opponent. And once the opponent gets close to me, I will be doomed. The team had marched for more than 10 miles when suddenly a huge tree fell down and blocked the road. Immediately afterwards, a group of soldiers and horses rushed out with strange shouts. There were more than 100 of them. 2 of them led the crowd out, one holding a pair of scimitars and the other holding a mace. This is the Whirlwind Blade and the Smiling Tiger. Jiao Hong and the other 2 masters didn't show up. Brother Tang, don't make a move yet. Let me kill Whirlwind Blade and Smiling Tiger first, and then Jiao Hong will appear. Luo Xiaojun had already covered his face. He rode his horse to the front, and Hua Zhendong followed with a spear in his hand. Chapter 18. Killing the Village Chief. This road is mine, and this tree is planted by me. If you want to pass by here, please leave some money for passage. Smiling Tiger raised his mace and shouted as loud as a bell. It's the same few sentences again. There's nothing new about them. Tang Tianao sneered and shook his head. Luo Xiaojun and Hua Zhendong rode out. You 2 are looking for death, eh? Look, Grandpa's mace will smash your dog heads into pieces. Seeing that Luo Xiaojun and Hua Jindong dared to rush forward, Smiling Tiger Eyes became angry and swept towards Luo Xiaojun with a stick. Luo Xiaojun stood up from the saddle, carrying his sword with him, and leaving a trail of afterimages. He dodged the mace at an extremely tricky angle and approached the Smiling Tiger. You, who are you? How do you have such skills? Smiling Tiger was shocked by Luo Xiaojun's skills and blocked the sword in danger. Luo Xiaojun did not answer, but his sword was as fast as a storm, forcing the Smiling Tiger to retreat again and again. Chi! Chi Chi! Suddenly, there was a sound of weapons breaking through the air. It turned out that Whirlwind Blade threw his two scimitars together and spun towards Luo Xiaojun's back. Hua Jindong shouted softly, "Your opponent is me!" He swept out his iron spear and blocked the whirlwind knife. Crack! The whirlwind knife cut off a tree as thick as a thigh and flew back to its owner. "You're quite capable. Grandpa will come and meet you." Hua Jindong brandished his gun and fought fiercely with the whirlwind knife. Just after a few rounds of fighting between Tornado and Hua Jindong, a scream was heard. When he heard the sound, he looked and saw that Smiling Tiger had been killed in the throat by Luo Xiaojun's sword. Suddenly, Tornado Blade's face changed drastically with fear, and he spurred his horse, turned around, and fled. Tang Tianao raised his hand and aimed at his back, then shot an arrow that hit him right in the vest. Tornado fell off his horse and was stabbed in the chest by Ho Chin-Tung, who caught up with him, killing him instantly. "Kill!" Luo Xiaojun shouted loudly, and like a life harvester, he combined his sword and rushed towards those little bugs. None of these people could block his sword, and in the blink of an eye, he killed more than a dozen people. "Run away!" Du Xiaoye was afraid that Tang Tianao might get into trouble, so she always stayed by his side to protect him. Hua Jindong led the crowd to chase after them. "Hurry up and catch up. We can't let Brother Luo and Brother Hui get into trouble." Tang Tianao spurred his horse and chased after him. Du Xiaoye and others did not dare to neglect. After chasing over a hill, we saw a mountain gate appear. At this moment, the mountain gate was wide open and a large group of people rushed out. Seeing the leader, Du Xiaoye couldn't help but get nervous. "Look, my husband." The bearded man is Jiao Hong, and the ones next to him are the flying cat and the butterfly. Du Xiaoye's call of husband made Tang Tianao's face slightly hot. "Okay, let's get closer, preferably within a range of 20 steps, or even 10 steps, and then we can attack Jiao Hong together." Tang Tianao also equipped Du Xiaoye with a musket and a crossbow, and taught her how to use them. "Luo Xiaojun, why do you need to wear a mask in front of me? The fish that slipped through the net, actually showed up. Very good. I will kill you today." Jiao Hong, holding a machete, rushed towards Luo Xiaojun with a grin. Tang Tianao and Du Xiaoye hurriedly caught up with Luo Xiaojun. "Brother Luo, wait a minute. Don't be impulsive." Jiao Hong, completely unaware of the potential threat, rushed forward fiercely, brandishing a machete. Tang Tianao and Du Xiaoye looked at each other, and when Jiao Hong was about to clash with Luo Xiaojun's swords and his full attention was on Luo Xiaojun, they both raised their hands at the same time and quickly fired. Bang! 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 For gunshots were heard, and 4 bullets hit Jiao Hong's chest at the same time. Jiao Hong's machete flew out of his hand and stuck into a rock with a boom, leaving only the handle. It is obvious that his skills are extraordinary. However, he could never have dreamed that there was such a killing weapon as the musket in the world. Caught off guard, he had no chance to dodge. You guys?" Jiao Hong's eyes widened, and he fell into a pool of blood with great reluctance. At the same time, Yang Qingxia and his men all focused their crossbows on the flying cat and the butterfly. The two were shocked by Jiao Hong's death. For the short and powerful arrow like the armed crossbow, the butterfly was shot into pieces. However, the flying cat was very good at light work and managed to avoid the arrow by jumping into the sky. Bang! Bang! He was in tragedy the next second. Yang Qingxia and Zhou Tsang shot at him in the air at the same time. No matter how high his lightness skills were, he could not move in the air. 2 bullets shot into his body, one of which hit the vital point, and the flying cat died in grief. At this moment, all the moles were so frightened that they didn't even dare to go back to the mountain village and fled in all directions. Let's go into the village and raid their lair." Luo Xiaojun was greatly encouraged, and he used his lightness skills to be the first to rush into the mountain stronghold. Tang Tianao and the others also followed in. There were only a few looters in the village. When they heard that their leader had been killed, they dared not resist and fled the village in panic. "Brother Tang, the robber's treasure house has not been moved away yet. There are at least 50,000 taels of silver, 1,000 taels of gold, and some jewelry. We are rich this time. Luo Xiaojun rushed out of an attic with an excited look on his face. Then let's all do it together. Tang Tianao was about to say that everyone should share it, but Du Xiaoya stopped him in a hurry. All the property should be divided according to the merits of killing the robbers this time. Luo Xiaojun also nodded. That's right. If we didn't have Brother Tang's secret weapon this time, we would have died here, let alone killing Jiao Hong. So Brother Tang played a great role in this battle. Tang Tianao said modestly. I dare not. This is all thanks to everyone's cooperation. Luo Xiaojun said. How about this? Divide the property into 5 parts. Brother Tang and you Yunpan Mountain will each take 2 parts, and I will take 1 part. Do you think this is feasible? Du Xiaoya was the first to respond. Okay, let's do it. Anyone could sense that she was doing this for Tang Tianao's best benefit. The marriage hasn't even started yet, but Du Xiaoya has already started to become a crazy protector of her husband. As the gang was moving their belongings, someone suddenly came to report, Boss, we found dozens of women imprisoned in a side room. It seems they were kidnapped and brought up the mountain. Du Xiaoya waved her hand and said, Let them all go. Soon, a group of women with disheveled clothes and messy hair ran out. Thank you. Thank you, kind people, for saving us. Benefactors, we kowtow to you. Du Xiaoya sighed and said, You are free now. Go home. Tang Tianao even took out some small change and distributed it to them. We have driven away the bandits in Feihu village, but you still have to be careful when you go down the mountain and be careful not to be robbed by bandits. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life and for the gift. I am homeless now. My relatives have been killed by those damn bandits. I will follow you and be your slave, even if it means working like a cow or a horse for you. Me too. I am willing to follow you, my benefactor, and me. My family all starved to death while fleeing the famine. Please, sir, take us in. 7 or 8 women knelt down and begged Tang Tianao to take them in, saying that they were willing to be slaves or servants and work like cows or horses, just wanting a home and food to eat. Tang Yinga couldn't bear to see them, so she advised, Husband, just accept them. Chapter 19, originally a scholar. Tang Tianao frowned, but finally had to agree. Fortunately, there are still many horses in the mountain village, so there is no need to worry about not being able to take them with us. However, after thinking about it, Tang Tianao decided to let Hua Jindong and 50 brothers stay in Feihu village and let these women who wanted to follow him rest in the village temporarily. He planned to return to Qingyang County together after they came back from selling goods in Qizhou. After arranging all this, Tang Tianao and his team continued on their journey. They didn't encounter any bandits along the way and arrived at Qizhou City safely when the lights came on. After arriving in Qizhou, Luo Xiaojun was familiar with everything here, but now he could only stay in a hotel to eat and rest for a night before making any plans. I'm going to take advantage of the night to get revenge. My other enemy also opened a martial arts school in Qizhou City. He wanted to suppress my father, so he colluded with Feihu village to kill my parents. This revenge must be avenged. While eating, Luo Xiaojun lowered his voice and spoke to Tang Tianao. Brother Luo, does your enemy have any powerful masters? The owner of Weiyuan Martial Arts School is a fool. He can't even beat me, let alone my father. If he hadn't colluded with the people of Feihu village to ambush us while our family was out, they might not have gotten any advantage. Brother Luo, let us give you a hand. Tang Tianao said. No. With my martial arts skills, it's no problem for me to deal with a mere Weiyuan Martial Arts School. It would be bad if there were too many people. It would be inconvenient to retreat, and it would be bad if the government was alerted. Is there really no problem? Don't worry, Brother Tang. Just lend me 2 crossbows. After we destroy Weiyuan Martial Arts School, I can give you my martial arts school as an escort agency, and you can just give me the title of Chief Escort. That's great, but I still have to pay for your martial arts school. I'll pay whatever price I want. Brother Tang, don't be polite to me. You saved my life. Besides, I am the chief escort. Isn't this my own territory? Okay then, I won't be polite. This is how it should be between you and me, brothers. It was late at night, and there was only a crescent moon in the sky, and the light was extremely dim. Luo Xiaojun was wearing black clothes and a mask, and he used his lightness skills to rush towards Weiyuan Martial Arts School in the east of the city. Tang Tianao was not sleepy. He sat and waited for Luo Xiaojun to return. Tang Yinga and Xiao Yuner stood behind him and rubbed his shoulders and back. Husband, you don't have to worry. Brother Luo is an excellent martial artist. He will be fine. Yes, my husband. I have never seen anyone as powerful as Brother Luo. I believe he will come back with revenge. Tang Tianao nodded slightly. I understand, ladies. Are you hot? Qizhou is much hotter than our Qingyang County. Yes, I can't sleep at night in this kind of weather. My pillow is soaked with sweat. Tang Tianao took out a bag of Glauber salt and said, Inga, get a basin of water. Yes, sir. Tang Inga quickly fetched a dish of clean water. Tang Tianao took out the Glauber salt and put it into the water. Suddenly, the air around him became much cooler. While Tang Inga and Xiao Yuner were surprised, they saw some crystal objects floating on the water. Tang Tianao continued to put Glauber's salt into the water, and more crystal clear objects formed in the water. Oh my God! This is ice. Husband, are you making ice? Is making ice that simple? Tang Inga and Xiao Yuner both exclaimed. Hush! Ladies, please don't let the secret out, because we can make a lot of money from the ice we make, and we can sell it exclusively to bureaucrats and wealthy businessmen. Xiao Yuner's eyes were full of charm. My husband is truly a god. Perhaps what we have seen of your talent is only the tip of the iceberg. Tang Inga also sighed. My husband can make a fortune in just 1 month. He is really an extraordinary person. Tang Tianao stretched out his hands and rubbed their heads. The two ladies are well-spoken and seem to be from scholarly families. Tang Inga sighed quietly. My grandfather was originally a scholar, but he was unable to pass the imperial examination when he was old. However, he taught me to read and write since I was young, and I have also read some poems and books, and I understand a little bit of the truth. Xiao Yuner also sighed. My father used to be a county magistrate, but because he couldn't stand the county magistrate's corruption and lawlessness, he reported the county magistrate to the state government. As a result, he was dismissed from office and demoted to a commoner. My father died of depression because of this. Alas. I'm sorry, Yuna. I touched upon your sad past. My husband, there is no need to do this. My father has passed away many years ago. Now that Yuna has a husband, she will not live in the shadow of the past. Tang Tianao put ice cubes on the bedside, and the room became much cooler. When Tang Tianao was still not sleepy, he was still waiting for Luo Xiaojun to return. Finally, after waiting for an hour and a half, there was a gentle knock on his door. But Brother Luo has returned? Brother Tang, it's me. Hearing it was Luo Xiaojun's voice, Tang Tianao happily stood up and opened the door. Is it convenient for me to come in? It's okay. We haven't slept yet and have been waiting for you to come back. Luo Xiaojun flashed in, looking extremely tired, but with a relieved smile on his face. Brother Luo, have you avenged your great vengeance? Great. I have to thank Brother Tang for lending me the weapon. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do it so smoothly. Brother Luo, this is too formal. Luo Xiaojun took out a stack of silver notes from his arms. This is the 30,000 taels of silver notes I found in Wei Yuan Martial Arts Hall. Today, I have avenged my great hatred. It is also Brother Tang who saved my life and lent me weapons. Please accept it, Brother Tang. No, absolutely not. Brother Luo, if you really regard me as a brother, then you can keep this money for yourself. When the government distributes wives next year, you can bring a bunch of wives back. You also need to support a family. Brother Tang is really a kind-hearted person who values friendship over money. I am so lucky to have a brother like you. Luo Xiaojun put away the banknote and felt even more grateful to Tang Tianao. Brother Luo, you have a lot of superb martial arts skills. I wonder if you can teach me? Luo Xiaojun smiled. My life belongs to Brother Tang. If Brother Tang really wants to learn martial arts, I will teach you everything I know. As he said that, he took out a martial arts secret book from his arms and handed it to Tang Tianao. This is the wind and thunder sword technique passed down in my family. With your intelligence and talent, I believe you will not be inferior to me in the future. Thank you, Brother Luo. You're welcome. It's late at night, so I don't plan to let my brother and sister-in-law rest. Luo Xiaojun left, and Xiao Yuner closed the door, her face red as she said shyly, Husband, how about? I'll wait outside. Tang Tianao took her into his arms and said, Have a good sleep. We are all tired today. Let's just sleep together, 3 of us. Tang Inga chuckled. Sister Yuner can't wait to consummate her marriage with her husband. Why don't I go out and enjoy the cool air? Xiao Yuner was so embarrassed that she pinched Tang Inga. Sister, how dare you laugh at me? You think more about it than I do. Last night you were breathing your husband's name in your dream. Where do I get it? Tang Inga also blushed and glanced at Tang Tianao secretly with her beautiful eyes. Tang Tianao teased her with a wicked smile. You did. I heard it all. At this moment, Tang Yinge was so embarrassed that she covered her face with her hands. Xiao Yuner, who was watching the fun, clenched her little pink fist and shouted, "Husband, kill her." Chapter 20, Making Ice in the Heat of July. Tang Tianao lifted Xiao Yuner's chin and said, "Let's get rid of you first, little devil." As he said that, he kissed Xiao Yuner hard. Xiao Yuner struggled symbolically for a few times, and then was completely lost in Tang Tianao's enthusiasm. Tang Yinge emerged from his arms with a red face and was about to go out, but was pulled back by Tang Tianao. As soon as she fell into Tang Tianao's arms, Tang Tianao let go of Xiao Yuner and kissed her instead. Tang Yinge suddenly softened in his arms. With the ice cubes to cool down, the three of them slept comfortably. Of course, because they were too tired during the day, the three of them did not really eat meat that night. Even though they had not had sex, the kisses between Tang Tianao and them made their relationship extremely intimate. With hugs on both sides, the warm night passed quickly. The next day, the business of selling soap was assigned to Yang Qingxie, Zhou Tsang, and others, along with Tang Yinge and Xiao Yuner, to set up stalls in the market under the protection of Du Xiaoye. Tang Tianao was accompanied by Luo Xiaojun to look for the shop to be transferred. Luo Xiaojun was familiar with everything in Qizhou, so Tang Tianao quickly picked out a shop that was about 150 square meters and located in the downtown area. The original shop sold groceries, but due to poor management and some family changes, he was in a hurry to transfer the shop. There were 2 more rooms in the Tang shop, and behind the houses was a lake. The environment was pretty good, so Tang Tianao bought them all, spending a total of 3,000 taels of silver, which was not cheap. The store is 90% new and does not need any renovation. The original owner sold rice, oil, incense, candles, food, condiments, etc. The 3,000 taels of silver were used to buy these stocks. With the shop, we can do more. That afternoon, something happened in the store that shocked the whole city. In the scorching heat of July, ice cubes suddenly appeared. Countless people gathered around and looked at the several large basins of ice placed in the store, unable to believe what they saw. "Brother, is this really ice?" "Boss, how did July Cool Devices get the ice?" "The ice that my master stored in the cellar is about to melt completely." "Shopkeeper, how much is this ice?" "This is indeed ice, absolutely. It feels very hard and it should take a day and a night to completely melt. This is much more solid than the ice in the cellar. The ice in the cellar is almost melted and will melt quickly once it is taken out." "Boss, can you please tell me how much this bowl of ice costs?" Many wealthy people were shocked. "It's so hot in this summer. It would be so nice if there were a few basins of ice in the room." Seeing that the atmosphere was almost settled, Tang Outyin said calmly, "It's very hot in July, and the cost of making ice is too high, so each basin of ice costs at least 1 or 2 taels of silver. This is the current price. When there is no more ice in your cellar in August or September, the price of my ice will go up." "Well, isn't 1 tael of silver a bit expensive for a basin? If you don't have money, get out of the way." "Brother, give me 5 pots." Tang Outyin looked at the man who squeezed forward, smiled, and said, "No problem, but you have to prepare the basin for ice yourself. Or you can buy a cloth bag to put it in." Okay. There's a cloth bag for sale diagonally across the street. I'll go buy some right away." With someone taking the lead, everyone immediately took action. Many people went to buy cloth bags, sold basins of ice cubes, and went home happily. In half a day, under the supervision of Tang Outyin and Luo Xiaojun, they sold 2,000 pots of ice and earned 2,000 taels of silver. When they returned to the inn at night, Tang Yinge, Du Xiaoye, and the others earned a total of 8,000 taels of silver from selling soaps, and most of the goods have been sold. Qizhou is far more prosperous than places like Ba County and Qingyang County, so business is much better than in the county town. It looks like we can go back to Qingyang County early. He earned 12,000 taels of silver that day, and everyone admired Tang Tianao very much. "I won't be so busy tomorrow, so I can tinker with something new and make a lot of money." Hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened again. Today, Tang Tianao made a huge profit of 2,000 taels of silver by making ice in the scorching heat. What will he come up with tomorrow? Tang Tianao even booked an extra room in the evening. Although he didn't shy away from hugging and kissing his wives at the same time when they were not doing that. But when it really came to that step, he was still not so open and was still used to one-on-one. "Husband, Yuna is going to make her dream come true tonight. I wish you two a wonderful night." Tang Yinge pushed Xiao Yuner into Tang Tianao's arms and ran away happily. Xiao Yuner wanted to grab Tang Yinge, but was hugged by Tang Tianao. "You still want to escape?" "No way. Hee hee. My husband. Xiao Yunar's voice was so soft that it made Tang Tianao's bones go soft. This is definitely a goblin. If she were in the 21st century, she would be that kind of spirited little girl, and a man without strength would not be able to control her. Of course, Tang Tianao wouldn't worry about this kind of thing now. All of Xiao Yunar's charm can only be displayed to him. She won't have any private circle of friends or social circles. Women in the Great Xia country are only vassals of men. This is determined by economic conditions and national conditions, and he can't change it even if he wants to. Yuna, you are going to be my real woman tonight. Are you ready? I'm ready, my husband. From the moment you took me home, my heart has completely belonged to you. Yuna is so beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, my husband. Yuna loves me so much, so much. Xiao Yunar said this, shyly offering her sweet lips. A wonderful night begins. Now that you have your own shop, you no longer need to set up a stall outside. The sales matter was left to Yang Qingxie, Zhou Tsang, and others, while he took Tang Yinge, Du Xiaoye, and others to purchase raw materials and made ice in the room. He purchased a large amount of Glauber's salt and piled it in the room. He could use buckets to fetch lake water directly from the back of the room, so making ice was very convenient. He arranged Du Xiaoye, Xiao Yunar, and Tang Yinge to make ice in the room, while Yang Qingxie, Zhou Tsang, and others stayed in the shop, and there were 50 bodyguards guarding the shop. He himself and Luo Xiaojun led a team of people back to Qingyang County. When passing by Feihu village, Hu Zhendong also brought his men and the 8 women who were willing to follow him back to Qingyang County. When we were approaching Qingyang County, we saw a lot of students on the road carrying book baskets and rushing to the county town. When I asked, I found out that they were going to take the exam, which would be held in those 2 days. I suddenly feel interested. I also want to take part in the county exam. I will first pass the examination as a student, and then the provincial exam in 2 years. Then I will pass the examination as a scholar. After passing the examination, I will not have to pay taxes, and I can cultivate a lot of land for free. As a person living in the 21st century, Tang Tianao is well aware of the importance of power. What's more, in the ancient times when officials, farmers, merchants, and artisans ruled, merchants had the lowest social status, and pursuing a career in officialdom was the right path. Brother Tang, can you write articles? Luo Xiaojun asked in great surprise. I understand a little. I understand a little. That's right. Brother Tang is so wise and resourceful. How could he not be knowledgeable in poetry and literature? I really hope that Brother Tang will have the opportunity to take part in the palace examination in the future and win the top 3 and achieve fame. I can't guarantee that. We have to see what the exam is about. After arriving in Qingyang County, Tang Tianao also signed up. The county exam would be held in 2 days, and Tang Tianao himself was very much looking forward to it. Chapter 21. It's time for my husband to take a concubine. 2 days later, Luo Xiaojun and Hu Zhendong escorted a large amount of soap, perfumed soap, and mosquito coils to Qizhou. When Tang Tianao was making and selling ice the next day, he gave mosquito coils for free to those who bought ice. I believe that after using them, they will know the benefits of mosquito coils. At that time, I believe that there will still be people who will be willing to pay for it at 50 cents a plate. At this moment, Tang Tianao was sitting in the examination room of the county exam, holding a brush and looking at the test paper, his heart beaming with joy. The test question is very simple. Just write 2 poems about farming and people's livelihood. The culture of Daxia is different from the 5,000-year-old Chinese civilization where I live. The culture is not the same, so there are no Tang poems, song lyrics, Yuan opera, Ming, and Qing novels. This is so cool for me. Dear ancestors and sages of China, I have to borrow your works. Tang Tianao was completely relieved, but he deliberately pretended to be thinking hard while picking up the pen. It was not until half of the exam time had passed that he slowly wrote the 2 poems of Pity the Peasants. First, plant a grain of millet in spring and harvest 10,000 grains in autumn. There is no idle land in the world, yet farmers still starve to death. Second, it is noon and I am hoeing the field. Sweat drips onto the soil. Who knows that every grain of food on the plate is hard-earned? In the Great Xia Kingdom, the contents of the county examinations are also simple, unlike in ancient China where there were several examinations. So, the game was over in just half a day. The results will be known after 7 days and will be posted in front of the county government office. Those who pass the list will be qualified as Tongsheng and can take part in the provincial examination in August. Blacksmith Tang, you're here to take part in the county exam as well. As soon as I walked out of the examination room, a sarcastic voice came from beside me. Tang Tianao turned around and saw a young man in fancy clothes, waving a folding fan, looking at him with a mocking expression. Mr. Li, everyone can take part in this county exam, right? This person was Li Yingshu, a descendant of the Li family, a wealthy family in Qingfeng town. Both of them lived in the town, so naturally they knew each other. Ha! As far as I know, you haven't even been to school for a few days, right? Why are you here to join in the fun instead of working as a blacksmith at home? Someone nearby also laughed and said, the son of a blacksmith who can't even forge iron properly, and you still want to pursue a career in politics? Don't get last in the exam and embarrass our Qingfeng town. This person is also from Qingfeng town and is Li Yingshu's cousin Tian Boguang. Don't be so arrogant. What if my grades are better than yours? Wouldn't you be slapping yourself in the face then? You can't even recognize a bunch of words as small as a carrying pole, and you think you are worthy of competing with us? Tang Tianao sneered. Do you dare to bet? Let's bet on who has better grades. I'll bet on both of you. If I lose to any of you, you'll give me 1,000 taels of silver. If both of you have better grades than me, I'll give you each 1,000 taels of silver. If I beat one of you and lose to the other, we'll be tied. How about it? Do you dare to bet? 1,000 taels of silver? Do you, a lousy blacksmith, have that much money? Tang Tianao directly took out 2 silver notes, each worth exactly 1,000 taels. I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. You guys have seen it. Do you dare to gamble? Of course, I'll kindly remind you that if you dare to gamble, you're going to give me money, so you better not gamble with me. Damn it, you have 10 wives and you're still rich. Did your father-in-law, mother-in-law, or brother-in-law give them to you? This is none of your business. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to gamble, just have fun. Li Yingshu closed his folding fan with a click sound, pointed at Tang Tianao's nose, and sneered. Okay, then I'll bet with you. Do you dare to sign a written agreement? That's great. I was afraid that you two would deny your debt in the end. So the 3 of them wrote a document in front of the county government office, bit their hands and pressed their fingerprints on it, and made 3 copies, each of them holding one. This incident attracted many people to watch. Tian Boguang raised the gambling receipt in his hand. Tang Tianao. We are waiting for you to give us money. Li Yingshu opened his folding fan again with a click sound. Tang Tianao. Many students are witnesses. If you want to deny your debt, you will never have a chance to pursue a career in government. Oh no, don't embarrass the scholars. I want to say the same thing to you. After saying that, Tang Tianao was too lazy to deal with the 2 men anymore, because at this time Wei Xuejuan arrived under the protection of 10 bodyguards. Husband, did you do well in the exam? Wei Xuejuan came forward and raised her sleeve to wipe the sweat off Tang Tianao. Don't worry, my lady. I can easily take down a mere student. I believe my husband will get good grades. I have already bought a shop at a good location, right in the busiest area of the market. Thank you for your hard work, my lady. It's not hard. From now on, the store in Qingyang County will be managed by my wife and my brother-in-law Wei Hao. There are 3 rooms on the 2nd floor of the shop, and my husband can also rest in the shop. I know. When everything is settled in the future, my brother-in-law can manage the store by himself, and my wife can still stay with me often. Wei Xuejuan smiled sweetly. In fact, she was quite afraid of being separated from Tang Tianao because of business matters. I followed Wei Xuejuan to the shop. This shop was originally used to sell cloth, but now it was empty and sold to Wei Xuejuan. The store is nearly 100 square meters, with 3 rooms and a kitchen and living room upstairs. There is nothing much to decorate, and the goods can be sold in the store on the same day. In addition to soap, there are also mosquito coils and ice cubes, so the business is naturally very hot. After Tang Tianao spent a night with Wei Xuejuan in the shop, he returned to Qingfeng town with 5 bodyguards. Behind his house, the land he bought has now begun to be dug under the leadership of Yang Xiao. Tang Tianao had naturally made plans in advance. Yang Xiao took the 8 women who were rescued from the Flying Tiger village and were willing to follow Tang Tianao to work together, while Zhou Tong and others were still responsible for refining steel and making bricks. His father-in-law and mother-in-law also went into the mountains to collect volcanic ash every day. Yang Yue, Yang Biwei, and other daughters kept making soap and mosquito coils at home and were also responsible for cooking and other matters. My husband, you look so proud and happy. You must have done very well in the county exam, right? Yang Biwei asked with a smile. It's just a county test. I'm not happy about this, but I'm happy to see our wonderful future life. All this is due to my husband's wisdom. My husband is really smart. Thank you for the compliment, my lady. This is the result of everyone's hard work. Zhao Zhilan came over and said with a mysterious smile, "Husband, I think we have too few sisters and we are already a little overwhelmed. The 8 girls from Feihu village are all pretty good looking. Husband, you should consider taking in a few more wives." Chapter 22. Would you like to be my concubine? Tang Tianao looked strange when he heard this. He was already a little overwhelmed with his 10 wives, and Du Xiaoye was still waiting. Ahem, Jilan, this matter depends on fate. Let's talk about it later. My husband, they are all still virgins. They were just captured by the Flying Tiger village and brought up to the mountain, and they haven't been harmed yet. That's not what I meant. I'm already busy enough with the 10 of you and Du Xiaoye. If there are more, you won't get a turn for 10 days or half a month. Don't blame me, but we are really busy. It doesn't matter if we are tired, but there are not enough people to do a lot of things. Husband, I still suggest that you take more concubines, because only when they are your own people can you rest assured to entrust some things to them. Tang Tianao touched his chin and felt that what Zhao Zilan said made sense. As her business grew bigger, her 11 women were too busy to handle it. When it came to issues such as production formulas, naturally only her own people could deal with them. Even her own brothers-in-law had to be on guard. When I think about it this way, I realize that I still don't have enough women. Let me think about it. In the next 2 days, Tang Tianao hid in the shop and made some glass lions, glass tigers, glass phoenixes, and some glass goblets. There was no glass in this era, only colored glaze, so the appearance of glass would inevitably cause a huge sensation. These are the first batch of luxury goods that he is going to launch. He believes that those truly wealthy people will definitely regard these glass products as rare treasures. On the 3rd day, Hu Jindong returned with the escort team. After a night's rest, in addition to soap, scented soap, and mosquito coils, they also took the glass products that Tang Tianao had made in the past 2 days and set off for Qizhou. However, the glass products will be temporarily stored in Qizhou, and Tang Tianao will not be able to go to Qizhou until a few days later. According to Peter Ho, Jiaoxiang is very popular in Qizhou, and it is in short supply at 50 cents a plate. Ice cubes are also in short supply. Naturally, there were not enough soaps to sell. They had made 3 trips back and forth in the past few days, and each time the goods arrived in Qizhou, they would be sold out the next day. It looks like we have to increase production. This is just Qizhou. If we expand to other states in the future, the market will be unimaginably large. I think I do have too few wives. It's not very convenient to produce soap in the city because it requires a lot of wood ash. During this period, Zhao Zilan and her friends have been cutting a lot of grass from the back mountain to burn ash. However, we can consider transporting only the wood ash to Qizhou and then processing it into soap in the shops in Qizhou. Tang Tianao walked up to the 8 women who were digging the foundation and looked at them carefully. He found that they were all very pretty and could each be called a beauty. Come to think of it, if it weren't for the beauties, the bandits from Feihu village wouldn't have risked their lives to abduct them to the mountain. Ahem, you guys, my benefactor, what's wrong with us? Did we not do our job well? When the 8 women saw Tang Tianao standing in front of them, they all looked at him with a smile. After being here for a while, they all got to know Tang Tianao a little better and realized that he was an approachable and easygoing person. In addition to gratitude, she also respects this benefactor from the bottom of her heart. No, I mean him. Tang Tianao's face turned red, and he was very embarrassed. My benefactor, why are you blushing? I didn't expect that a grown man like my benefactor would be shy. Haha, so cute. My benefactor is young, but his wisdom is unparalleled in the world. He is really an amazing man. Tang Tianao gritted his teeth and pretended to be calm and said, I want to ask you, are you willing to be my concubine? When these words were spoken, the 8 girls who were laughing and joking were all stunned, and then their faces turned red, and they also suspected that they had heard wrongly. Well, what did your benefactor say? Do you want us to be your concubines? Someone asked shyly with a blushing face. That's right. If any one of you is willing, please stand on my right. Hula! The 8 women rushed to the right, fearing that they would have no chance if they were half a step slower. After standing on the right, they blushed and lowered their heads, embarrassed to look at Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao felt a little embarrassed and touched the back of his head, then asked, and it turned out that all 8 of them were willing to be concubines without hesitation. In fact, it is not their fault. They are homeless and have no one to rely on in this world. In such a special country, if they want to get married, they have to rely on the government to distribute it or even force men to receive it. If there are men willing to take them as concubines, anyone who is unwilling is a real fool. What's more, it's a magical person like Tang Tianao. They never dreamed that there would be such an opportunity. My benefactor, We are all willing to be your concubines. Thank you for taking us as your concubines. The 8 women looked delighted and tearful at the same time. Happiness came too suddenly. Okay. I will find a good day to hold a grand wedding banquet for you and my 11 previous wives. Thank you, benefactor. Oh no. Thank you, husband. Thank you, my husband. The 8 women smiled happily, and suddenly they seemed to be several years younger. When they looked at Tang Tianao again, their glances were full of seductiveness. Tang Tianao felt a sense of crisis that he could be taken advantage of by them at any time. So he quickly left with the excuse that he had something to do. Early in the morning, a group of people gathered in front of the county government office. That's right, today is the day when the county exam results will be announced. Students who are eager to know the results have been waiting in front of the gate early in the morning. Tang Tianao, did you bring the silver? As soon as Tang Tianao appeared with Wei Shuejuan, he was stopped by someone. It was Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang. I should be the one asking you this. The betting evidence is here, with many students as witnesses. If you lose, will you deny your debt? What a joke! How could we possibly lose to a stinky blacksmith like you? Tang Tianao sneered and took out 2 silver bills from his pocket. Open your eyes and watch. My bet is ready. What about you? Do you have the guts to show me what you have? Or are you too poor to take out the silver bills? Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang's faces changed because they did not have enough 1,000 taels of silver or banknotes on them. Damn blacksmith. How could we be without money? It's just that we don't have that much money with us right now. But as long as you win, we will go and get the silver right away. Tang Tianao shook his head. Excuses. You are either sure that you will not lose, or you have no intention of giving me the bet money even if you lose. Tian Boguang was so angry that he stamped his feet and grabbed a man next to him. Brother Zhang, do you have any silver on you? If you do, I'll borrow 1,000 taels from you first. Li Yingshu also said, Brother Zhang, I also want to borrow 1,000 taels first. When the results are announced, if this guy loses, we will return it to you immediately. The young man whom they called Brother Zhang was wearing a brocade robe and looked very wealthy. He was obviously not an ordinary person. No problem. I also want to see who wins and who loses in your bet. Ha! After he finished speaking, Peng took out a stack of silver bills from his arms and gave one to Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang respectively. Damn blacksmith. You have nothing to say this time, right? Tang Tianao was happy. Very good. This banknote will be mine later. Damn it. I really want to slap you twice. Are you being stubborn? As soon as Tian Boguang finished speaking, 10 escorts stood in front of him. How dare you disrespect our master? Are you looking for death? After all, they were born robbers, and they exuded a murderous aura. Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang were afraid and did not dare to scold Tang Tianao anymore. It's out. Look, the person who announced the results is out. At this time, several officials came out with red paper, and everyone suddenly became quiet, holding their breath and waiting for the officials to post the list on the wall. Chapter 23. County Exam Results Announced. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first list was posted, and a group of people immediately crowded forward, staring with wide eyes to look for their names. I got it. I became a Tongsheng. Aha! I'm on the list too. I can take part in the provincial examination next month. Why are you so proud? This is the last one on the list, and your score is just barely passing. As long as I can make the list. Tian Boguang also laughed out loud at this time. I'm on the list too. Your name is not on this list, so I guess you were the winner of the first 2 lists. Li Yingshu waved her folding fan and said proudly, Tang Tianao's name is not on this list. It looks like this guy really failed the exam. Humph! How can a lousy blacksmith like him make the list? I'm so happy today. I'm on the list, and I can earn 1,000 taels of silver. I might as well go to the brothel and get drunk tonight. Tang Tianao just sneered and said nothing. Facts speak louder than words. The winner and loser will be revealed soon. Why bother with a meaningless argument? My husband, I believe you will be on the list for sure. Wei Shuejuan herself was actually very nervous. She held Tang Tianao's arm tightly, and her palms were sweaty. Don't worry, I don't believe I won't be on the list, unless the examiner is illiterate. At this time, the second notice was also posted. Ha! I'm on the list too. That scared me, but now I can rest assured. Ha! I really didn't disappoint you. With what I've learned, there's no reason why I can't even pass the exam to become a junior student. Cousin, you really are on the second list. Your score is above average. You're in the top 5. When Tian Boguang saw Li Yingshu's name, He immediately started to compliment him. "Ah, it's just a county exam. I didn't take it seriously. I thought it would be fine as long as I could pass it. I want to use my best talents in the provincial exam. My cousin is my cousin. I believe you can pass the exam and become a scholar. If you work harder, it shouldn't be difficult to pass the exam and become a scholar. I know, little brother. Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao is not on the second list. This guy is destined to fail. How can he be qualified to be on the same list as you, my cousin? That's right. Our 1,000 taels of silver are safe. We must have a good time tonight." Wei Shuejuan clenched her teeth. She was so nervous that she couldn't speak. Her beautiful eyes struggled to find Tang Tianao's name on the list. Madam, don't be nervous. Even if I really fail, it's okay. I've never read a book before. Not taking the county exam is just a temporary interest, just for fun." Li Yingshu sneered. "Just for fun? You are just a lousy blacksmith. You can't even read a few words. Even if I give you a book, can you understand it?" Tian Boguang spat and said, "Boy, is it time to take out the silver now? You are such a good person, rushing to give money to us brothers to spend. Ha ha ha." Tang Tianao shook his head. "Isn't there still one list that hasn't been posted? Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Yingshu sneered. "You don't think you can make it to the top?" Tian Boguang laughed in an exaggerated voice. "A lousy blacksmith dares to dream of being in the top class. I don't know how to describe you anymore." Tang Tianao was actually a little nervous inside. What if his poem really got rejected by a mediocre person who had no knowledge of literature and art? "Sir, the list of top-ranked candidates is out." Wei Shuejuan widened her beautiful eyes and stood on tiptoe to look at the list. Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang stretched out their hands to ask Tang Tianao for the banknotes. "Bring me the banknotes, stinky blacksmith. Hurry up. We still have to go to the brothel to drink. You've got it, my husband. You're the first place." Wei Shuejuan exclaimed in surprise at this time. Her face flushed, and she looked at Tang Tianao lovingly. Tang Tianao also saw the name on the list at this time. On the list of top 1, his name was firmly ranked first. In other words, he won the first place in the county examination. Damn blacksmith. Are you possessed by a demon? What are you and your wife talking about in your sleep? That's right. And you still say that you were dazzled? How can you get the first place in the exam? Tang Tianao shook his head and sighed. You don't have the courage to face reality, right? Don't you dare to look back at the top list? Is it necessary to see it? Are you the only one who can get into the first class? Li Yingshu had a vague feeling that something was wrong and couldn't help but turn around and take a look at the top list. When he saw the 3 words Tang Tianao firmly at the top of the list, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. Impossible. How is this possible? Did we meet someone with the same name? Tian Boguang also looked at the list, and his body trembled, with his eyes almost popping out. First place? This must be a mistake. How could a stinky blacksmith be first? That officer. Is this Tang Tianao the Tang Tianao from Qingfeng Town? The official who had just posted the list turned around and responded coldly. Of course. There is only one candidate this time, named Tang Tianao, from Qingfeng Town. Do you have any questions? Upon hearing this, Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang collapsed to the ground, stunned and unable to speak. So what? I told you that you can't afford to lose. It doesn't matter if you don't give me the 1,000 taels of silver you lost in the bet, but from now on you will have a bad reputation among scholars. Tang Tianao said with a sneer. How could this be possible? How could a lousy blacksmith like you possibly get first place in the exam? Cheating? Yes. You must have cheated, the officer shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you doubt the integrity of the examiner? You really can't afford to talk. How about we have another bet? On the provincial examination in August, the stakes are still the same. If you lose, don't make any excuses. Do you dare to take it? Li Yingshu took out a banknote and threw it to Tang Tianao. Let's gamble. You have no idea what kind of shit luck you got this time. I don't believe you can have such good luck in the provincial examination. Tian Boguang also threw the banknote to Tang Tianao and said with gritted teeth, Maybe you are good at writing poetry, but the provincial examination is not that simple. It is not just about poetry and songs. Humph, I also made a bet with you. Let's tear up our bet first. Ha 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 ha. It's good that you dare to gamble. I'm just afraid that you can't afford to lose. The 3 men tore up the gambling receipt and wrote a new gambling receipt for the provincial examination on the spot. Fortunately, the imperial examinations in the Xia dynasty were different from those in ancient China and were not that complicated. In ancient China, the tongshi examination alone had 3 stages, namely the county examination, the prefectural examination, and the academy examination. while in the Great Xia Kingdom, one could enter the provincial examination after a simple county examination. Boy, just wait and see. We will definitely beat you in the provincial examination. Liang Shu said something harsh and pulled Tian Boguang away. Wei Xuejuan looked at Tang Tianao with admiration. Husband, you made 2,000 taels of silver just like that. It's amazing. Mr. Tang, our county magistrate invites you. Mr. Tang, please come to our house and have a cup of tea. At this time, the officer stepped forward and spoke politely to Tang Tianao. Chapter 24. Impersonating glass as colored glaze. In the county government compound at the residence of County Magistrate He Zhang, Tang Tianao was sitting face-to-face with the county magistrate. The county magistrate turned out to be a middle-aged man in his prime, and he looked quite elegant. Mastarta, the 2 poems you wrote in the county exam are truly wonderful. With only a few dozen words, they vividly describe the hardships of the people of the world. These 2 poems are enough to be passed down through the ages. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I heard that Mr. Tang also developed soap, scented soap and mosquito coils. It's just a way to make a living, not worthy of being shown on the stage. No. Now the whole county is praising the soap made by Mr. Tang for its usefulness. The mosquito coils are also particularly magical. A small plate of mosquito coils can actually kill mosquitoes. It's incredible. As long as everyone recognizes my products, I will be very grateful. Hejian took a sip of tea and said seriously, Mr. Tang, I admire your talent very much. If you don't mind, how about we become sworn brothers? Wei Xuejuan on the side was so surprised that she covered her mouth with her hands. She never expected that the county magistrate would value Tang Tianao so much. Tang Tianao was also quite surprised. A county magistrate in the 21st century is equivalent to a deputy director-level cadre, and is simply not someone that ordinary people can come into contact with. To be honest, it is more difficult to meet a county magistrate in the 21st century than to meet the emperor in ancient times. There were still people who dared to stop the emperor's sedan chair and appeal for justice before him. Would you try that in the 21st century? Ordinary people could not even have the chance to meet the county magistrate. And now, the county magistrate not only sat with him face to face and drank tea, but also took the initiative to propose to him that he should become sworn brothers. This was quite a shock to Tang Tianao. Even the adults don't dislike me. How could I dislike the adults? Huh, great. From now on you can call me Big Brother, and I'll call you Second Brother. How about that? Obedience is worse than respect. Big Brother, please accept my greetings. Tang Tianao stood up, clasped his fists, and bowed to Hejiang. You're too polite, brother. Huh? Hejiang asked someone to serve wine and food, and invited Tang Tianao and Wei Xuejuan to join him. They had a very pleasant conversation and got to know each other better. Hejiang was actually demoted to Qingyang County. He was originally a 4th-rank official in the court as the top scholar. However, because he offended the powerful people of the court, he was suppressed and excluded. Eventually, he was demoted from the 4th rank to the 7th rank and was demoted to Qingyang County, a remote small county, to serve as the county magistrate. Brother's life has been so tortuous. It's hard for an upright person to rise to a high position. Second brother, you are absolutely right. I have learned a lot about the complexity of human nature over the years. It is a great pleasure to be able to make friends with a person like you. Second brother, thank you for the compliment, Big Brother. I will rely on you to take care of me in Qingyang County from now on. Let's help each other, brothers. The 2 of them toasted each other, feeling that they had met too late. Wanbao Tower is the largest treasure house in Qizhou City. The collections in the tower include rare treasures, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, pottery, jade, rare stones and wood, etc., each of which is of great value. Anyone who can come to Wanbao to buy luxury goods is definitely an ordinary person. Accompanied by Tang Yinge and Du Xiaoye, Tang Tianao entered Wanbao Tower, holding an exquisite box in his hand. The 3 of them were wearing clothes made of fine brocade and looked quite wealthy. Besides, Tang Yinge and Du Xiaoye were both rare beauties, and Tang Tianao himself was also handsome, so the guards of Wanbao Tower did not dare to look down on them and politely let them in. What do the distinguished guests want? The waiter from Wanbao came forward to greet us warmly. I want to see the colored glaze in your Wanbao Tower. Please come this way. The colored glaze in our Wanbao Tower is quite famous. We have a colored glaze horse. Someone offered 100,000 taels of silver, but the shopkeeper was reluctant to sell it. We also have a colored glaze eagle. The shopkeeper refused to sell it even at 150,000 taels of silver. However, An official took a fancy to it and said he was willing to buy it for 180,000 taels of silver. The waiter led Tang Tianao to the display cabinet while introducing it. "Is your shopkeeper in the building?" The waiter replied, "Our boss is resting upstairs. If you like any of the precious colored glass pieces, our boss will come down to discuss it with you in person." Tang Tianao looked at the items in the store, mostly porcelain, calligraphy, and paintings, corals, etc. There are only a few rare pieces of colored glaze, and the largest is only the size of a baby's fist. Seeing this, Tang Tianao couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. "Hey, let your shopkeeper come down, and we'll discuss the sale of colored glaze." "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll call the shopkeeper down right away." The waiter ran upstairs excitedly, and soon the sound of footsteps came downstairs. I saw the waiter coming down with an old man who was dressed very wealthy. The old man had a long beard and was about 60 years old. However, he was in very good spirits and had a childlike face but white hair. "Sir, which glass treasure would you like to buy?" Tang Tianao sat down at the table nearby, placed a box in his hand on it, and then asked with a smile, "Shopkeeper, do you really want 150,000 taels of silver to sell this glazed eagle?" The shopkeeper stroked his beard and smiled. "Such a large piece of colored glaze is comparable to the treasures in the imperial palace. 1,500,000 taels of silver is a fair price. You really can't lose a penny?" "Of course. And this glass eagle has already been reserved, so no matter how much money you give me, I can't sell it to you." Tang Tianao picked up the glass eagle that was as big as a baby's fist and examined it carefully. Making colored glaze using the ancient method requires dozens of steps and is extremely complicated and time-consuming. Although colored glaze has richer colors than glass, sometimes too many colors may not necessarily be beautiful. Colored glass of a single color sometimes looks better. At least during this period in the Great Xia Kingdom, glass had not yet been produced, and there was no concept of glass. If glass appears at this time, it will definitely be mistaken for colored glaze. However, the material doesn't feel as good as glass. Therefore, Tang Tianao had no idea what kind of sensation his glass products would cause. "Shopkeeper, then take a look at the value of these precious glass items of mine." Tang Tianao opened his box with some trepidation, revealing the glassware inside. "I am using technology from ancient times. It can't be called a scam. After all, this is technology that is ahead of this era." The shopkeeper was originally careless, but when his eyes fell on the box and looked at it carefully, he suddenly jumped up, staring at the glass product in the box with wide eyes. There are actually such exquisite colored glass products?" Hiss. Chapter 25, Glass Treasures Make a Fortune. The shopkeeper took a liking to the glass phoenix at first sight. He held it in his hands and examined it carefully. Suddenly, he felt that this glass phoenix completely crushed his glass eagle. This kind of craftsmanship is so rare. This phoenix is truly a masterpiece. TSK, TSK, TSK. I never thought I could see such a rare treasure. This golden color and transparency are truly amazing. The shopkeeper couldn't let go of the glass phoenix and became more and more obsessed with it the more he looked at it. "Boss, don't you take a look at these glass cups? It would be even better if there was wine in them." The shopkeeper then slowly calmed down from his shock, carefully placed the glass phoenix into the box, and gently picked up the 2 glass goblets. "Wonderful. It's really wonderful. This style of glass cup is unique, with an exquisite and beautiful design. It is as transparent as water. When you put the fine wine in it, it looks like crystals in the air. It is more beautiful than the ordinary wine glasses you see. Zhang Wu, go get a basin of clean water to wash the wine glass, and bring me my bottle of fine wine from the western regions." "Yes, shopkeeper." The waiter quickly ran to get some fresh water and brought a bottle of wine. Tang Tianao washed the wine glass, and the shopkeeper poured the wine into the glass. "It's best to pour half the glass. If it's full, it won't look good." "That's right. The little brother is really a wonderful person." Both glasses were filled with wine. The bright red wine in the transparent glass aroused people's desire to raise the glass and taste it. "Beautiful. It's really beautiful. It's both beautiful and practical. This glass cup is really a good thing. Come on, little brother. Let's drink this cup." The shopkeeper raised a glass of wine and gestured to Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao also smiled and picked up the wine glass, holding it with both hands to signal a toast. "Huh. Drinking from this cup makes the wine taste more mellow. It's really refreshing." The shopkeeper's face was full of excitement, but soon his brows frowned again. "What's on your mind, shopkeeper?" Tang Tianao asked. The shopkeeper sighed. Rare treasures like these are great, but there are so few people who can afford them. If you were in the capital, you wouldn't have to worry about these things. Tang Tianao asked again. Based on your vision and experience, how much do you think these precious colored glazes of mine are worth? The shopkeeper became serious. To be honest, these precious colored glazes of yours are mainly superior in shape and style, but in terms of material, I think they are still a little lacking. If you really want to sell them, this best colored glaze phoenix can be sold for 100,000 taels of silver. These colored glaze cups can be sold for 20,000 taels of silver each, and these lions and tigers can be sold for 50,000 taels of silver each. When Tang Inga and Du Xiaoya heard this, their hearts beat wildly and their faces flushed. They knew the cost of Tang Tianao making these glass treasures. Lime, silica sand, boric acid, and soda were used, and the cost was definitely no more than 100 taels of silver. But this time it will be sold for 200,000 or 300,000 taels of silver, which is a huge profit. The two of them suppressed their inner ecstasy, but felt a little unsteady, because the entire caravan had never expected that Tang Tianao was so capable of making money. The money earned from this luxury product was enough to sell soap for a month. Thank you for your frank words, shopkeeper. How about I sell these colored glazes to you? I will have other treasures to supply later. Well, this is the price I gave you, but if you sell it to me at this price, how can I make money? What do you think, shopkeeper? The shopkeeper stroked his beard and pondered for a while, then said, How about this? These precious colored glazes are worth 300,000 taels of silver in total. Little brother, you give me a profit of 100,000 taels of silver, and I will buy them for 200,000 taels of silver, and then find a way to sell them. Do you think it's feasible? Du Xiaoya couldn't help but interrupt. Boss, you want to take 1/3 of the gross profit right away, but after deducting the cost, we may not make as much as you do. How can this be possible? No. Then I have no other choice. Selling these colored glazes is not an easy task. It is not even easier than processing and making colored glazes. Sigh. Tang Tianao also looked embarrassed. Boss, I think you think this is quite reasonable, but this is a price cut. I will have many more precious colored glass items in the future, and I don't necessarily have to find buyers in Qizhou. Little brother, I really didn't mean to lower the price. It's just that it's very difficult to sell the precious colored glaze. How about this? I'll give you another 20,000 taels of silver. Is that okay? I just hope that little brother will cooperate with our Wanbao Tower more in the future. Cooperation sincerely, huh? This? Oh, never mind. Let's just consider ourselves friends. I'll sell these colored glazes to you for 220,000 taels of silver. Great. Let's have another drink. Dry. After returning to their shop, Du Xiaoya and Tang Inga laughed happily. Husband, you have earned 200,000 taels of silver by yourself in just a few days. Your talent is unmatched in this world. Xiao Yuner asked Tang Inga and found out how much money Tang Tianao had earned today. She couldn't help but throw herself into Tang Tianao's arms and said, Husband, you are simply a god who has come down to earth. You are so capable. Ladies, please stop praising me, or I'll be blown away to the sky. Oh, sir, there are 2 uninhabited houses at the corner of this street. It is said that they were both wealthy families before, but they committed crimes and the 2 families were killed, exiled, or sent to the army. The houses were sealed by the government. We can buy them for the escorts to rest. It is not a good idea to always stay in an inn. Well, then buy it. Husband, Brother Luo said that his house is almost ready, and we can officially open the escort agency after you pass the provincial examination. Tang Tianao smiled and said, When I pass the provincial examination and become a scholar, I will hold a grand wedding banquet for you sisters. Husband, my husband is so nice. The 3 girls were so moved that they were overwhelmed. But when Tang Tianao was about to hug them with a wicked smile, Tang Inga and Du Xiaoya pushed Xiao Yuner into his arms together, and the 2 of them ran away with sweet giggles. Husband, I love you. Xiao Yuner now wishes to have Tang Tianao all to herself. Looking at the woman in his arms, who had been nourished by him and became more and more charming and attractive, his heart was moved and he kissed her passionately. Xiao Yuner also responded to him enthusiastically, and soon the 2 of them were completely burning. There are Tang Inga and Du Xiaoya at home who have not yet consummated their marriage with him. There is also Luo Aina at home, and the 8 beauties he rescued from the Flying Tiger Village. Come to think of it, the task is quite heavy. His thoughts were quickly interrupted by Xiao Yuner's soul-stirring voice, and he fell into the land of tenderness. Chapter 26. Large-Scale Reclamation. Tang Tianao, let's see how you can beat us this time. We will definitely win back the 1,000 taels of silver. Outside the provincial examination hall, Tang Tianao had just appeared when two people came towards him. They were Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang. Mr. Tang, the county exam only tests literary talent, but the provincial exam is different. It also includes laws, arithmetic, literary talent, calligraphy, and political commentary. I want to see how a stinky blacksmith like you can win this time. You may be lucky enough to get someone else's poem in the county exam, but the provincial exam will definitely expose your true colors. Tang Tianao replied indifferently. You were so confident before the county exam. Wait, I have brought all my banknotes. Where are yours? Don't tell you I didn't bring any. Tang Tianao took out a stack of banknotes and shook them towards Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang. The two of them were a little shocked. Each note in that stack was worth 1,000 taels, and there were at least 20 or 30 of them. That meant Tang Tianao was carrying 2,000 or 3,000 taels of silver notes. When did this guy become so rich? Don't worry. We swear on our reputation as scholars that as long as you can win, we promise not to default on our debt. Perhaps because they were impressed by Tang Tianao's financial resources, the two men no longer dared to speak rudely to him. Husband, I believe you can do it. Husband, just do your best and don't put pressure on yourself. Du Xiaoye and Xiao Yuner were talking while tidying up Tang Tianao's clothes. Ladies, please rest assured. No matter how badly I do in the exam, I will not fail to pass the exam to become a scholar. Tang Tianao also took the time to read the laws and political commentaries. Apart from the laws, which mainly rely on rote memorization, literary talent, political commentaries, and calligraphy all depend on personal performance. As for arithmetic, can it be compared with the mathematics of the 21st century? It's not a problem at all. The first test is about laws. Fortunately, Tang Tianao had integrated the memories of this life, so he was relatively familiar with the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom. He also read some books, so it was not difficult. He might be a little weak in this subject, but not too bad. The second test is literary talent, which tests students' poetry and songs. This subject is definitely Tang Tianao's strong point subject. Using the masterpieces of ancient Chinese predecessors is simply a dimensionality reduction attack on the students of Daxia Kingdom. During this period, the two poems he wrote during the county examination had already been circulated, and many people knew his name, especially ordinary people, who regarded his two poems, Song of Pity the Peasants, as famous poems throughout the ages and competed to recite them. The provincial examination lasted for 3 consecutive days, and the person had to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate in the examination room during these 3 days. Each seat is actually a small single room. It is extremely hot in this weather, and there are mosquitoes. Sleeping in a small single room at night is a horrible torture. Fortunately, Tang Tianao was well prepared and brought mosquito coils and Glauber's salt with him. The body search when he entered the venue was only to check whether he had any books with him. The mosquito coils and Glauber's salt that he had hidden on his body were not found at all. I lit a mosquito coil and made ice with water and Glauber's salt and slept very comfortably. The others were miserable. They could hardly sleep all night and tried desperately to fan themselves and drive away mosquitoes. The next day, Tang Tianao felt refreshed, while the others were exhausted and haggard. The third subject was political commentary. In addition to the basic understanding of current policies, the content was to give reasonable suggestions on some practical matters, which required subjective expression. For Tang Tianao, who knew the history of so many dynasties, it was naturally no problem. As long as the suggestions he made were not mediocre, he would definitely not be buried. The fourth subject is calligraphy. My goodness, how could the people of Daxia have ever seen song style and slender gold style? Tang Tianao used these at this time, which was to create a new type of calligraphy. The last day's exam was about arithmetic. The Great Xia Kingdom was still at the abacus stage and did not have Arabic numerals, let alone the decimal system. Although every candidate prepared an abacus, how could Tang Tianao use it? Abacus may be as good as pen and paper for addition and subtraction, but for multiplication and division, abacus can never be compared with pen and paper using Arabic numerals. Arithmetic is tested on a separate day because multiplication and division are very time-consuming and prone to errors. It depends on how well a person can memorize the formulas. The last major question requires students to come up with their own questions, write their own brief answers, and come up with new ideas for arithmetic. Good boy, isn't this a chance for Tang Tianao to show his talent? He directly put the meaning of Arabic numerals, decimal arithmetic, etc. on it, which is definitely an innovation that shocked the world. The moment he handed in his paper and walked out of the examination room, Tang Tianao couldn't help but sigh that the imperial examinations in ancient times were really not easy. No wonder Fan Jin went crazy after passing the exam. Huh? Tang Tianao, are you stupid? Have you, a lousy blacksmith, seen the power of laws, political commentary, and arithmetic? As soon as he left the examination room, Tang Tianao was stopped by Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang. You two sticky flies are really annoying. Stop talking nonsense and prepare your banknotes for the announcement of the results. Damn it, you're still being stubborn. I don't believe you can do well in other subjects besides literature. A stinky blacksmith. Tang Tianao snorted coldly. You two poor bastards. Take out 20,000 taels of silver first, and then come in front of me and shout. We are just not used to carrying so much silver on us. After Li Yingshu finished talking to Tian Boguang, he angrily threw up his sleeves and left. Husband, thank you for your hard work, sir. At this time, Du Xiaoye and Xiao Yuner both came forward. Huh, it's really tiring. Let's go back to the shop. Looking at your spirit, I'm sure you must have done well in the exam, right? Not bad. There is no problem at all for me to pass the imperial examination. I will go back to Qingfeng Town tomorrow to buy some land or reclaim wasteland, because in the future our family will not have to pay taxes. Tang Tianao really set off the next day. After returning to Qingfeng Town, he wanted to buy land from the wealthy families in the town. But as expected, no one was willing to sell it. He had no choice but to pay someone to reclaim the barren mountain for him. The reason why those bureaucrats and wealthy families did not reclaim the barren hills was that the yields from the reclaimed hills were too low, and if they reclaimed the land, they would have to pay taxes, which they did not want to pay. When purchasing the farmer's land, the farmers would still have to pay taxes, and they did not have to bear a penny. So, why did they reclaim wasteland? Ordinary people would not reclaim wasteland even more. The grain taxes they had to pay from the land they owned were already unbearable. Reclaiming more wasteland would only result in more grain taxes, and the yield would still be low. They simply could not afford it. And now, Tang Tianao was sure that he would soon pass the imperial examination and would not have to pay taxes. In addition, he had plenty of ways to improve the soil, so he could completely let go and reclaim wasteland. Across the mountain from Qingfeng Town is a vast wilderness. As long as he can cultivate it, it won't be a problem to rebuild a new town or even a new county town. At most, if it is non-agricultural land, it will cost some money. In just half a month, driven by money, hundreds of people came to reclaim wasteland for Tang Tianao every day, and tens of thousands of acres of land were reclaimed. This day, the day for the announcement of the results, has finally arrived. As Hua Jindong escorted a group of Tang Tianrino to Qizhou, he immediately rushed to the gate of the state capital to read the list. Chapter 27, Going to a Brothel to Drink. Tang Tianao, stinky blacksmith. Shut up. Are the banknotes ready? Take out 30,000 taels of silver and act like a big shot in front of me. As soon as he appeared, he saw Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang coming towards him. As soon as they opened their mouths, Tang Tianao retorted back. The two men were so angry that they were shaking. It was not easy for them to take out 30,000 taels of silver. Even though they were children of relatively wealthy families in Qingfeng Town, their families did not have much property. They probably had 80,000 or 100,000 taels of silver, but that had to include real estate. There was not much cash left for them to squander at any time. Fool! As the saying goes, money should not be shown off. Do you think we are all like you, showing off our wealth? Be careful, or you will be robbed and killed by bandits. Then you don't need to worry about it. Just wait quietly for the results to be announced. Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang walked away with a sneer. There is no way. Now that Tang Tianao is rich, they can no longer control him. Today, Tang Yinga and Luo Xiaojun followed Tang Tianao to check out the list. Brother Tang, are you sure you can make the list? Luo Xiaojun also found it difficult to believe that Tang Tianao was so talented. I can't say I'm absolutely sure, but I don't think it should be a problem. If Brother Tang really becomes a scholar, there will be many benefits. That's why I took the exam. If Brother Tang passes the imperial examination and gets a good reputation, plus Brother Tang is so good at making money, he will definitely become very wealthy in the future. Even if I can't pass the imperial examination, I can definitely become a millionaire. Sir, the official who announces the results has arrived. At this time, many students also cheered and rushed forward. Tang Yinga took Tang Tianao's hand and said, Husband, let's go and see the list too. Tang Tianao shook his head. No hurry, the second list hasn't come out yet. There's no need to look at this low-ranking list. My husband is right. With your talent, you should be ranked second at the very least. However, Luo Xiaojun was very curious and easily squeezed to the top of the list with his agility. Great! I finally made the list. I finally lived up to my parents' expectations. I also passed the exam and became a scholar. My wife will definitely be proud of me. Huh? This time my family doesn't have to pay taxes. Thank God for blessing us. Thank our ancestors for blessing us. In the crowd, Li Yingshu suddenly jumped up. I got it too. Haha. Tian Boguang stared hard and searched desperately for his name on the list, but he couldn't find it after looking through it several times from beginning to end. My name is not on the list? How could that be? There is no blacksmith's name either. Oh, it looks like I really failed the exam. Cousin, don't be discouraged. You will definitely pass the exam and become a scholar in 3 years. Tian Boguang sighed and shook his head repeatedly, looking very depressed. But he soon perked up again. The stinky blacksmith is not on the list either. I can win back the 1,000 taels of silver. Well, let's take a look at the second list first. Li Yingshu felt a little nervous. Although Tian Boguang smiled happily on the surface, he was extremely frightened in his heart. If Tang Tianao was on the list again, he would lose another 1,000 taels of silver. Husband, the second list is out. Let's go take a look. At this time, the second list was also posted. Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang squeezed to the front desperately, staring for Tang Tianao's name. No. Haha, there is no Tang Tianao's name. I told you that the stinky blacksmith didn't have that ability. Tian Boguang breathed a sigh of relief. He was able to win back 1,000 taels of silver. So even though he failed the exam, he was smiling particularly happily at this moment. Li Yingshu waved his folding fan and said, Look at how arrogant Tang Tianao is now. Humph! A blacksmith dares to dream of becoming a scholar. He really overestimates his own abilities. At this time, Tang Tianao and Tang Inga finally squeezed to the front of the list with the help of Luo Xiaojun. Seeing that his name was not on the list, Tang Tianao was very nervous, but at the same time he was relieved because he had set his goal to be in the top 3. However, he was not completely sure. It would be no fun if he failed. But he should not fail. Husband, it's okay. There will be another chance in the future. Yes, Brother Tang, you have hardly read any books. If you take the exam again in 3 years, you will definitely pass the exam and become a scholar. Tang Inga and Luo Xiaojun both came to comfort Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao smiled and said, What are you doing? I'm also taking the exam just to give it a try. I don't care about the result that much. Besides, is there still a top list that hasn't been posted yet? Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang squeezed over. Ha, what did I hear? You, a stinky blacksmith, still want to be in the top 3? Where did you get the courage from? Do you really think the provincial exam will be as easy as the county exam? What a fool who doesn't know his place. This is impossible. Tian Boguang didn't finish his curse before he collapsed as if he had seen a ghost. When everyone saw him pointing at the list, they all looked at the top list that had just been posted. The 3 words Tang Tianao topped the list, indicating that Tang Tianao is the top scorer in this provincial examination. This, husband, you are actually the top scholar. Brother Tang, this time I am really convinced by you. It seems that I have greatly underestimated your talent. Tang Inga seemed to have just met Tang Tianao for the first time. She had never expected that Tang Tianao had such high talent and even won the title of Jie Yuan. Li Yingshu also stared blankly at the position of Ji Yuan. He would never believe that Tang Tianao, a lousy blacksmith, had left him far behind and won the title of Ji Yuan. At this moment, all of Li Yingshu's confidence was wiped out. Although he also won the title of scholar, that was the lowest rank. Compared with this Ji Yuan, he was nothing. Tang Tianao also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Great Xia Kingdom was not that corrupt and that he could still put his talents and knowledge to good use. Luo Xiaojun patted Tang Tianao on the shoulder and said, Let's go. Brother Tang, let's go drink. Okay, but you have to ask for the bet before you go drink. Tang Tianao smiled and walked towards Li Yingshu and Tian Boguang who were lying on the ground. You swore on your reputation as scholars that you would not default on your debts. Now bring the silver. The silver. I don't have it with me. We'll send it to your house when we have time. So, you want to default on your debt, right? Li Yingshu sneered. Tang Tianao, I also passed the exam and will take part in the imperial examination next year. I will not let this matter affect my reputation. I will definitely give you the money. Bye-bye. He helped Tian Boguang up, and the two of them left angrily. Tang Tianao then put his arm around Luo Xiaojun's shoulder and asked, Where are we going to drink? Of course it's a brothel. Why what? Tang Tianao was stunned. Chapter 28. red sleeves waving in the full house. Tang Yinga covered her mouth and chuckled. Husband, you can go as long as you don't get sick. Anyway, we have no objection to how many concubines you want to take, but you must not touch those women who have been touched by countless men. I'm only thinking about your health. Tang Tianao nodded awkwardly. I understand. Don't worry, my lady. After sending Tang Yinga back to the store, Tang Tianao and Luo Xiaojun walked to Tianxiang Tower with their arms around each other's shoulders. Hey, two uncles, come up and play. Upstairs, red sleeves were waving and several prostitutes in the brothel called out in a coquettish voice. This situation made Tang Tianao involuntarily think of the hair salons on the streets of the 21st century. At night, pink lights flashed, and when men passed by, they would hear calls like, handsome guy, want a massage? Handsome guy, come in and relax. Seeing Tang Tianao looking a little shy, Luo Xiaojun laughed and said, could it be that Brother Tang has never been to a place like this? Indeed, this is the first time that Brother Luo has laughed at me. Brother Tang has beautiful wives at home, so I guess there's no need for him to have fun in places like this, ha? It's not that reason. I was just poor before and didn't have any opportunities. Otherwise, Luo Xiaojun looked at Tang Tianao with an expression that only men could understand and smiled slyly. The two walked into Tianxiang Tower, and the madam came to greet them. Welcome, gentlemen. Please go to the private room upstairs. Which girl do you need? Or should I bring a girl over for you to choose? Tang Tianao took out a 50 liang silver ingot and handed it to the madam, whose eyes immediately lit up. Thank you, sir. Please come upstairs. Luo Xiaojun also threw a silver ingot to the madam. Call the top performer of your Tiangxi Anglu to drink a few cups with my brother. As long as my brother is happy, money is not a problem. I'm sorry, gentlemen. We are holding a poetry competition tonight in Tianxiang Tower. Whoever wins the poetry competition will be accompanied by our oiran tonight, so forget it. Just pick a few good-looking girls to come drink with us. Okay, please wait a moment, gentlemen. I will arrange it right away. After a while, Tang Tianao and Luo Xiaojun were arranged in a private room with a large table of delicious food. As soon as they sat down, a group of beautiful women came in. What a great scene for selecting a concubine. Tang Tianao felt a little emotional. He never thought that one day he would fall to this level. There was nothing he could do. When I passed by other private rooms just now, I saw dignitaries and literati filling them. However, going to a brothel to drink and have fun does not necessarily mean anything will happen between you and the girls there. It depends on your personal desires. Tang Tianao and Luo Xiaojun each ordered 2 women to drink with them. Sir, you are so handsome. Is this your first time visiting our Tianxiang Tower? A woman in a yellow dress rushed straight into Tang Tianao's arms. Tang Tianao stretched out his hand to stop her and said sternly, just pour the wine. I'm not used to being close to strange women. The 2 women's faces suddenly turned cold when they heard this. It was obvious that Tang Tianao disliked them. Tang Tianao didn't want to spoil Luo Xiaojun's fun, so he gave each of the 4 women a silver ingot. All of a sudden, the 4 women became excited and no longer blamed Tang Tianao for being unromantic, but they were very obedient and did not lean on Tang Tianao again. Dear gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, today's poetry competition has officially begun. Whoever wins the first prize in poetry tonight will be accompanied by our courtesan for the whole night. Please work hard. At this time, following the words of the madam, a stunning lady in a red dress walked out with lotus steps, surrounded by several women playing the pipa. She had a slender figure, picturesque black eyebrows, a tall and straight nose, and cherry red lips. She was truly a beauty. Her towering breasts bulge out in a surprising arc, and she has a willow waist and honeybee hips, which outline an amazing curve overall. This courtesan is really good, although she can't be called the most beautiful woman to ever grace the moon and shame the flowers. She's not far off. Luo Xiaojun nodded slightly and praised. If Brother Luo is interested, I can help you write 2 poems to win the oiran. This sounds hard to refuse. But how can I, a mere warrior, write any poetry or songs? I don't want to deceive a woman, so forget it. As they were talking, the courtesan was seen dancing to the sound of pipa played by 4 women. Her graceful dance moves instantly drew applause from the entire audience, and even Tang Tianao couldn't help but clap his hands. Looking at the courtesan who was as beautiful as a fluttering butterfly, Tang Tianao couldn't help but sigh. It was such a pity that such a beautiful woman had fallen into prostitution. Good, excellent. Such a beauty inspires my poetic spirit. Look, I'll compose a poem for the beauty. Pen and ink at your service. Many people who consider themselves to be talented writers start writing poems with the four treasures of the study. Luo Xiaojun also asked someone to send pen and ink to Tang Tianao. But Tang Tianao had no intention of writing. Brother Tang, why don't you start writing? With your talent, I think the Oiran will only belong to you tonight. Tang Tianao shook his head. I won't join in the fun. If I really win the Knight of the Courtesan, I won't be able to explain to my wives. No. As far as I know, this courtesan sells her art, but not her body. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could win her back and let us two brothers listen to her singing and dancing? If that's the case, then that's fine. Tang Tianao then slowly picked up the pen and wrote Yin Ji Dao's Partridge Sky. After a long time, the courtesan finished her dance and sat elegantly at a small table on the stage. Someone brought a guqin, and she began to play it with her slender fingers. The sound of the piano is long, beautiful, slightly sad, and very pleasant to the ear. At this time, an old man who looked quite elegant also stood on the stage. The madam began to collect poems from the guests and gave them to the old man to read aloud. This is the poem Song of a Beauty, written by Master Lu Wen. The red dress flutters, the slender waist twists, and her every frown and smile captivates the soul. If I could embrace the fragrance and enter the curtain, even if I died under the flowers, what would that matter? After the old man finished reading, many people praised him. Mr. Liu is indeed a man of great literary talent. Great writing. It really captures the feeling of being a ghost even if you die under the peony flowers. The old man then recited a few more poems, but they were all mediocre works without any special features. But at this moment, the old man was obviously more energetic. The following poem is the masterpiece of our Qizhou's #1 poet, Master Ouyang Ke. Let's all enjoy it together. Ouyang Ke. Yes, it's him. I didn't expect that he would be here tonight. This courtesan must be accompanying him tonight. I have long heard of Master Ouyang Ke, the most talented poet in Qizhou. I'm sure he will write another wonderful poem tonight. Yes, Master Ouyang is a top scholar and is very good at writing poetry. But I heard that he has returned to Qizhou and is now a gongqiao. He could be considered a promising young man. Gongqiao is equivalent to the director of the Personnel Bureau in the 21st century. However, in the Great Xia Kingdom, gongqiao has more power than the director of the Personnel Bureau. In addition to being in charge of personnel, he also participates in government affairs. After hearing other people's discussions, Tang Tianao also became interested in Ouyang Ke. He also wanted to know the level of poetry of this young and promising scholar. Chapter 29. Winning the Heart of the Oiran. The old man cleared his throat and then recited Ouyang Ke's Dance of the Jade Girl in colorful clothes in a loud and emotional voice. The dancing moves are dispersed and then stopped by the wind, and the singing sounds like the sound of chimes and is still deep. When she goes to the festival 1,000 times to write lyrics, her charming eyes are like waves flowing into her temples. Let's not talk about the poetic style first. Just the momentum and rhyme alone crush all the previous poems into pieces. Even Tang Tianao couldn't help but applaud and shouted good. Qizhou's #1 poet is truly amazing. That's right. Mr. Ouyang's poems are indeed not famous in vain. Mr. Ouyang's talent is well known. I am fortunate to meet him today and witness his new work being published. How lucky I am. Let's toast to Master Ouyang together. Below, a man in his 30s, dressed in white and waving a folding fan, stood up with a wine glass in his hand and bowed to everyone around him. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your praise. I am unworthy of it. Tang Tianao took a look at Ouyang Ke and saw that he was of great bearing and was indeed not an ordinary mortal. He also silently raised his glass and toasted from afar. Luo Xiaojun also praised. Ouyang Ke is famous in Qizhou for his poetry talent, and he's also a good person. He is a real character. Tang Tianao asked Luo Xiaojun, is he an honest official? I don't know about that, but I've never heard anyone criticize him. Everyone drank a glass of wine, and a few people praised. Ouyang Gongzi's poems are out. Who can compete with him? Ha! The courtesan tonight belongs to Master Ouyang. Ouyang Ke smiled and shook his head, saying, please don't praise me so much. There are always people better than you. With my little literary talent, how can I be ashamed of being the first? At least no one here tonight can compare to Master Ouyang. That may not be the case. There are still poems to be recited. Please continue reciting the poems. The old man on the stage then continued to recite a few more poems, but none of them were outstanding. Finally, the old man read Partridge Sky by Tang Tianao and his face instantly showed a look of shock. After pausing for a while, the expression on his face calmed down a bit, and then he slowly read out in a more contagious voice. The colorful sleeves held the jade bell diligently, but back then, I was drunk and beautiful. As soon as these two words came out, all the guests immediately fell silent. Their ears pricked up, and their faces were filled with shock. The old man's voice was trembling a little, and he continued to read, "Dance low to the moon in the heart of the willow tower, and sing to the wind under the peach blossom fan." When Ouyang heard this, he couldn't help but stood up and shouted loudly, "Okay, it's so wonderfully written." Everyone in the house was shocked. Even the best poet in Qizhou praised it so much. It must be extremely well written. The old man also sighed with a face full of emotion and continued to read, "Since we were separated, we have seen each other again, and I have had the same dreams as you. I have only a few silver ink photos left tonight, as if I am afraid that we will meet again in a dream." Everyone was shocked by such beautiful words and could not speak for a long time. They were all immersed in the beautiful artistic conception. Even the Oiran opened her red lips lightly, and her little cherry mouth said silently, "Dancing low to the moon in the willow tower, singing to the wind under the peach blossom fan. There are such quatrains in the world. It is really so wonderfully written." Ouyang took a deep breath, slowly walked up to the stage, took the words from the old man's hand, and read out loud again. The colorful sleeves held the jade bell diligently, but back then I was drunk and beautiful. Dance low to the willow tower, and the moon is in my heart, and the song ends the wind blows under the peach blossom fan. After seeing each other again, I have the same dreams as you. I am still afraid that we will meet again in a dream. Great words, not inferior to Mr. Ouyang's poems at all. To be honest, this poem is more beautiful than the poem written by Mr. Ouyang. Written by Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao. Isn't this the solution to the provincial examination? Yes, yes, yes. It's him. No wonder the name sounded familiar to me just now. It turns out that he is the winner of this provincial examination. It seems that the champion of this provincial examination is also a true young talent. Ouyang handed Tang Tianao's poem to the madam and said, "This poem is unique in the world, both in terms of the poem itself and the calligraphy. Please frame it for people to appreciate." Mr. Ouyang is right. His poems are also excellent. I want to frame them too. There's no need for mine. Compared to this poem, my poem is nothing. Luo Xiaojun sighed at this time. This Ouyang is quite open and above board. He dares to admit the excellence of others. He is not a conceited person. Tang Tianao also nodded silently. Ouyang returned to his seat, picked up his glass, and said loudly, "Tang Tianao, Brother Tang, why don't you stand up and drink with us?" Tang Tianao also had to stand up, picked up the wine glass, and said with a smile, "Brother Ouyang, I am Tang Tianao. I have heard of Brother Ouyang's name for a long time." "Huh? Brother Tang is indeed very handsome. I have to give up my title as the best poet in Qizhou. Brother Tang is the champion of this provincial examination, which is really amazing. I also believe that Brother Tang will definitely pass the examination next year. How about we have a drink? Brother Ouyang, why don't you come over and have a drink with me?" "Okay, then I won't be polite." Ouyang came to Tang Tianao's table with a wine glass in hand. The two clinked their glasses and drank them all in one gulp. Seeing that Ouyang praised Tang Tianao so much, many people came forward to toast Tang Tianao. Fortunately, Luo Xiaojun helped block a few glasses. Otherwise, Tang Tianao would have passed out on the spot. At this time, a fragrant breeze blew on my face, and the courtesan came over with light, lotus steps. "My humble self, Song Yiren, greets Master Tang." "Master Ouyang." Ouyang laughed and said, "Song Yiren, what a great name. You belong to Brother Tang tonight. Haha, a talented scholar and a beautiful woman. If the poem Partridge Sky is passed down, it will definitely be a good story." Song Yiren's beautiful eyes were staring at Tang Tianao with affection, making Tang Tianao's face blush. This was the first time they met, and he couldn't stand the burning look. Seeing that Tang Tianao was still blushing, Song Yiren also had two cute dimples on her face. She said with her red lips, "I am willing to use all my savings to redeem myself, and then follow Mr. Tang. I wonder if Mr. Tang would despise me for having fallen into this world? Please believe me, Mr. Tang, I'm still a virgin." Ouyang was stunned, and Tang Tianao was also stunned. I didn't expect Song Yiren would make such a decision. It's like gambling everything she has. Great, great. Brother Tang's talent has completely conquered the heart of the beautiful lady. It will surely be passed down through the ages along with the poem Partridge Sky. The guests in the room also applauded at this time, obviously wanting to make this auspicious story come true. Luo Xiaojun clenched his fist and said to Tang Tianao, "Brother Tang, if you don't agree, I will beat you up." Song Yiren's beautiful eyes sparkled with crystal tears, and she whispered, "Mr. Tang's words have made me fall in love with you instantly, so for my own happiness, I will not hesitate to take this chance. Mr. Tang, do you despise me because I come from a brothel?" Chapter 30, Confession in Public. As a man who traveled through time from the 21st century, Tang Tianao naturally wouldn't have such a serious virgin complex in his heart. I don't know how hard it is for men in the 21st century. If you want to find a perfect girlfriend in college, unless you are looking for those ordinary-looking girls, or if you want to find a beautiful virgin, then go with the fifth grader. It's as difficult as the $1 million lottery. It's even more difficult to talk about marriage when you're out of the society. It's really the kind of thing where everything is new and only the bride doesn't know who it is. What's more, I don't know how many Huangwalangs married women who were married and had children. In contrast, Song Yiren was born in a brothel but still kept herself clean and did not exchange her youth for wealth. This kind of character that emerged from the mud without being stained and saw all the prosperity without messing up her mind is better than 21 in the 20th century. Women who experienced many men asking for sky-high betrothal gifts were much better off. Perhaps Song Yiren is interested in his literary talent and reputation as a Jie Yuan. But this is much better than the materialistic gold-worshipping girl of the 21st century. Without knowing that she was running a lucrative business, Song Yiren viewed him as a potential stock and bet that he had a bright future. "Ms. Song, it's not that I dislike you, but I have many beautiful wives at home. If you want to follow me, you won't be able to enjoy my love alone, so please think twice, Miss Song." Tang Tianao told the truth. Song Yiren frowned slightly, then relaxed her eyebrows. "As long as you don't dislike me, I still decide to redeem myself and follow you." "Well, great. Since I can win the favor of a beautiful lady, I don't have to pretend to be noble. How about I pay the ransom?" Song Yiren shook her head repeatedly. "No, only if I redeem myself can I follow you with a clear conscience." Ouyang slapped the table lightly and shouted, "Great! One is extremely talented, the other is extremely beautiful and loyal. We are witnessing a wonderful story. Where is the madam? You must not disappoint the expectations of everyone here. Please give me some face and agree to Miss Song's redemption." The madam looked embarrassed. She had finally cultivated Song Yiren, but now this cash cow was going to leave Tianxiang Tower. How could she bear to let her go? However, since even Ouyang had spoken, and his status and position were still there, the madam naturally had to give Ouyang face. "Since Master Ouyang has spoken, we have to give Jie Yuan some face." "I agree. Thank you, Mom." Song Yiren said this with emotion, and then asked the maid who served her to hand over all her savings to the madam. Tang Tianao also took out 2,000 taels of silver and handed it to the madam. "This silver has nothing to do with my love. Just think of it as a reward for us having fun at Tianxiang Tower today." When the madam saw that Tang Tianao gave so much, she immediately smiled again. Song Yiren went back to her room and took off her fancy clothes. She came out wearing a simple skirt, but she looked fresh and charming, with a unique charm. "My dear, from now on, I will follow you." Looking at Song Yiren, who was plain-faced but beautiful, in her affectionate eyes, Tang Tianao felt pity and love for her. He reached out and gently pulled Song Yiren into his arms. "Okay, Tang Tianao, will definitely not let you down and will give you a life of wealth and glory." Song Yiren's face flushed, and she clung tightly to Tang Tianao's arms, tears streaming down her face. She was obviously truly moved. She gave up everything and stayed away from worldly affairs, throwing herself into Tang Tianao's arms with a pure heart. When she heard such a vow, she was naturally grateful. "From now on, I will be your husband's person in life and your ghost in death." Tang Tianao was already a little drunk. Hearing such a beautiful woman's passionate confession to him, he was so excited that he held up Song Yiren's face and kissed her red lips in a domineering manner. This scene was so intense that one could hear a pin drop. Even in a brothel, it is extremely rare to perform such a bold act in public. However, one is a talented man who can write famous lines that will be passed down through the ages, and the other is an Oiran who is the most beautiful among all the beauties. Seeing these two people kissing in public can only make people envious. Song Yiren did not expect Tang Tianao to be so bold, but she did not resist. She closed her beautiful eyes and accepted Tang Tianao's favor. Even she responded shyly. After a long time, the two let go of each other. Tang Tianao held Song Yiren's hand and said, "Let's go. I don't have a home in Qizhou for now. I only have a shop. Home is where my husband is. Ha, my lady really knows how to talk." Tang Tianao held Song Yiren's hand and left Tianxiang Tower with Luo Xiaojun. Luo Xiaojun couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that Brother Tang would win such a beauty on his first visit to a brothel. It's true that God favors people with literary talent. Brother Luo is a martial artist. You will definitely meet a stunning beauty who will fall in love with you in the future. Maybe. By the way, how's your practice going? I'm ashamed. I've only just found the knack of practicing the inner strength, and my sword moves are only half-baked. After Tang Tianao obtained the Heavenly Thunder Sword technique, although he also took some time to practice it, he was busy with many things and could not concentrate, so his progress was not obvious. Have you really figured out the trick to the inner strength technique? Luo Xiaojun asked with a look of surprise. I just touched it, and I haven't cultivated any true energy yet. I'm impressed. I didn't expect that Brother Tang is not only talented in literature, but also has such outstanding talent in martial arts. You know, it took me 3 months to get the hang of the inner strength method. It's only been less than a month for you, and you're much better than I was back then. Brother Luo, you are too kind. Perhaps I am just learning by analogy, but talent is not the main reason for success. The most important thing is to be able to endure hardships and persevere. Good. In front of Tang Tianao's shop, there are still many people queuing up to buy soap, mosquito coils, and ice cubes. Zhou Tsong and others are busy outside, while Tang Yinge, Xiao Yuner, Du Xiaoye and others are making ice in the room, and they are all busy and happy. Husband, is this your shop? Song Yiren asked in surprise. Yes, it's mine. It turns out that these novelties like soaps are actually sold from my husband's shop. Good, if you follow me, you may have to help with some rough work for a while. My husband wants me to work like a cow or a horse, and I am happy to do it. What's the big deal about doing a little work? I will not be able to eat peacefully if I have to eat for free. Let's go inside and meet your sisters. There are 3 of them here, and there are more than a dozen in my house. Are you mentally prepared? Song Yiren chuckled and said, It turns out that my husband is not only a man of unparalleled literary talent, but also runs such a profitable business. It's no wonder that he has so many wives and concubines. Tang Tianao took her hand and just walked to the door of the room inside the shop. They saw Tang Yinge and Xiao Yuner coming out with ice cubes. When they saw Tang Tianao coming back with a beautiful woman, they were stunned. Chapter 31 My husband, you are so bad. Tang Yinge chuckled at this time and said, Husband, you went to a brothel and brought back a beauty. Tang Tianao was a little embarrassed and quickly explained Song Yiren's situation briefly. Upon learning that Song Yiren was willing to pay tens of thousands of taels of silver and many jewelries to redeem herself to be with Tang Tianao, the 3 of them, including Du Xiaoye who came out and heard about this, looked at Song Yiren with a higher regard and no longer viewed her as a prostitute. Hello, 3 sisters. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Song Yiren bowed to Tang Yinge and the others and said with a smile, Since you are our sisters, you are a family. Don't be polite. Sister, go to your room and rest first. We'll make a few more basins of ice and then talk to you. Song Yiren rolled up her sleeves and said, Is there anything I can do to help? My sisters are all busy. How can I just sit there and do nothing? Okay then, sister, just help me move the ice out of the room. Seeing that Song Yiren got along well with Tang Yinge and the others so quickly, Tang Tianao felt relieved and went back to his work. That night, Tang Yinge, Xiao Yuner and Du Xiaoye squeezed into one room and gave the other room to Tang Tianao and Song Yiren. Tang Tianao and Song Yiren were both very embarrassed. After all, it was only their first day meeting each other. However, they both tacitly did not say anything. My husband, let me help you undress. Tang Tianao held Song Yiren's face and smiled. My wife, I'm different from other men. You don't have to do this kind of trivial things in the future. You are tired after a busy day. Go to bed early. He took off his coat, picked up Song Yiren, and put her on the bed. Song Yiren gently took off her outer clothes, leaving only her belly band. The large area of snow-white skin exposed made Tang Tianao breathe faster. Yiren, we have only known each other for 1 day. If you are not ready yet, we can spend some time to cultivate our relationship. Inga and Xiaoye have been with me for a while, but they haven't consummated their marriage yet. Really, sir? Of course it's true. My husband is such a good man. It's great to have you, but today is a good day for me to escape from the sea of suffering. I want to give myself to my husband with a clean conscience and in one piece today. In such a simple place as the store, there is not even a ceremony. I feel that my lady is wrong. With my husband, I have everything. I don't want to waste such a good night. After Song Yiren finished speaking, she offered her sweet lips. In fact, Tang Tianao had already been burning with fire in his body. Now that Song Yiren had taken the initiative, how could he control himself? With the tender and beautiful girl in his arms, Tang Tianao instantly transformed into a ferocious beast. When Tang Tianao woke up the next morning and saw the bright red on the bed sheet, he was secretly delighted, while Song Yiren was so embarrassed that she snuggled into his arms. In fact, without looking at the blood, Tang Tianao was very sure that Song Yiren was a real virgin based on his experience. After all, he was a man who had been with nearly 10 women. Song Yiren was the 9th one. My dear, you should get some more sleep. You just had sex. I'm afraid your body can't handle it. Song Yiren said angrily. Miss Sir, I'm fine. I still have to get up and wash the sheets. This is so embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Song Yiren had become more mature after being moisturized, he couldn't help but kiss Song Yiren affectionately. The two lingered for a while before getting up to clean up. In the VIP room of Wanbao Tower, Tang Tianao and Xun Qianshan, the manager of Wanbao Tower, sat opposite each other. Mr. Tang, I didn't expect that you would be the winner of this year's Qizhou provincial examination. It's such an honor to be your business partner. Thank you, shopkeeper. Don't let my false reputation affect your business. My goods are worth whatever they are worth. Ah, what young Master Tang said is absolutely true. I wonder what kind of treasures young Master Tang has brought today. Tang Tianao gently placed a large box on the table and then opened it carefully. Du Xiaoye and Song Yiren behind him both stared nervously at the contents of the box. Following Tang Tianao, they naturally also learned about the ingredients and costs of producing glass products. The last time he came to Wanbao Tower, Tang Tianao made a huge profit of 200,000 taels of silver, which really amazed Du Xiaoye, Tang Yinge, and others. Tang Tianao stopped trying to be mysterious and opened the box, which contained glasses. This glass lion, glass tiger, and glass phoenix. In addition, there were also dancing girls, knights, and solemn treasures made of glass. Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva. After living in this country of Daxia for a period of time, Tang Tianao discovered that this country also believed in Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva. Therefore, he made products of Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva. Seeing this batch of glass products, Shin Sanqian's eyes shone, and he almost couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Tang Tianao's glass treasures previously made him a huge profit, and he had already planned to open branches in the capital and other states. Now that I see that Tang Tianao has brought more and better glass products than before, how can I not be excited? Especially seeing the bodhisattvas and Buddhas made of glass. Shin Sanqian couldn't calm down even more. Master Tang, how about these newly made bodhisattvas and Buddhas, each worth 150,000 taels of silver? Okay, we have a long-term cooperative relationship. I believe that shopkeeper Shun is sincere in doing business with me. In the end, Tang Tianao earned another 500,000 taels of silver from Wanbao Tower. Song Yiren looked at Tang Tianao again, as if she were seeing an immortal. She was extremely glad that she had made the right bet. She had left behind all the men she wanted to follow. Not only was she unparalleled in literary talent, she was also able to make money. I feel so blessed that I have accumulated so much in 3 lifetimes to meet such a magical man. My husband, you are so awesome. As soon as she walked out of Wanbao Tower, Song Yiren couldn't help but praise. Du Xiaoye also said, my husband is indeed the most amazing man I have ever met in my life. Thank you for the compliment, ladies. Well, I want Sister Xiaoye to sleep with me tonight. Miss Du blushed and said coquettishly, my husband, didn't my husband say that he would marry me after the escort agency was built? That's what I thought, but Madame Xiaoye is so charming and attractive, I can't help it. Du Xiaoye covered half of her face with her sleeves and said shyly, husband, you have to keep your word. I'm thinking of the wedding night before I give myself to you, okay? Seeing that Du Xiaoye was shy, but also a little mature, his heart softened and he responded softly. Okay, I'm not that impatient. I just want to tease you. My husband, you are so bad. Humph. Song Yiren giggled at this time. Sister Xiaoye, you should know better than me how regrettable it is to waste a night of love. My husband is such a good man. If you miss the chance for one night, you will have one less chance. Du Xiaoye's expression was a little gloomy. Tang Tianao scratched Song Yiren's nose with his hand. Everyone's growth experience is different. Sister Xiaoye's life was not very satisfactory before. I hope that for the rest of my life, I can heal Xiaoya's spiritual trauma and make Sister Xiaoya truly happy and blessed. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoya suddenly burst into tears and threw herself into Tang Tianao's arms. My husband, I'm sorry, I'm no longer a virgin. I can't give you the most precious thing in my life. Tang Tianao held Du Xiaoya's hand and said, It's enough to win my lady's heart. My lady, don't let the past make you depressed. Du Xiaoya wiped away her tears and nodded. Thank you, husband. I understand. As soon as I returned to the store, I saw a man standing in front of the store. I recognized it as Ouyang Ku at a glance. Seeing Tang Tianao coming back, Ouyang Ku greeted him with a smile. Chapter 32, Escort Agency Opening. Why is Brother Ouyang here? What a rare visitor. Brother Tang. I apologize for coming here so suddenly to disturb you. Brother Ouyang, you are too polite. What is the matter that deserves your personal visit? Tang Tianao invited Ouyang Ku into the shop, and Tang Ingo went to make tea. Ouyang Ku looked around the shop and sighed. Brother Tang is really talented. Not only is he a great writer, but you also make soap, mosquito coils, and ice. I admire you. These are all big businesses that make a fortune every day. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Brother Ouyang, these are just small businesses. I have to support hundreds of people. Brother Tang, I came here this time to invite you to go to the capital to participate in the Seven Nations Poetry Festival. The 6 nations of Dongdao, Dongyu, Shifan, Beihu, Beisha, and Nanman sent envoys to our Great Xia, hoping to defeat our Great Xia in terms of literary talent. This is really too much. Tang Tianao pondered for a while before saying, It will probably take a month to go from Qizhou to the capital. I don't have that much time. Brother Tang, you're worrying too much, because the Seven Kingdoms Poetry Festival will be held next spring, which is also during your imperial examination. Brother Tang is going to participate in the imperial examination, so it will be convenient for us to go there. If that's the case, then we can give it a try. Great! With Brother Tang's participation, we will surely win glory for our Great Xia nation and prevent those barbarians from being so arrogant. Thank you, Brother Ouyang, for your kindness. Brother Tang is a man of real talent and learning. How can you flatter me? You don't have to be so modest. Well, I still have official duties to attend to, so I have to go back now. Brother Ouyang, take care. Goodbye. I'll invite Brother Tang to my house for a drink some other day. I will definitely be there. So refreshing. Tang Tianao packed some soap and mosquito coils for Ouyang Ku to take away. Ouyang Ku couldn't refuse, so he had to take a big bag with him. Luo Xiaojuan's martial arts school has gone through some tidying up during this period, and now finally has a new plaque hung up, Longmen Escort Agency. Today is the day when the escort agency officially opens. Tang Tianao, Luo Xiaojun, Du Xiaoye, Hu Jindong, and Ouyang Ku, who was invited, stood side by side in front of the gate. After 2 strings of firecrackers exploded, Tang Tianao and Luo Xiaojun together tore off the red cloth on the plaque. The 4 large golden characters Longmen Escort Agency looked quite impressive. At this time, many distinguished guests came to congratulate with gifts. These people are all old friends of Luo Xiaojun. Now Luo Xiaojun has changed the martial arts school into an escort agency, and it looks more impressive than before. Naturally, his old friends want to have a good relationship with him. After Weiyuan Martial Arts School was destroyed, Luo Xiaojun came back. Although many people speculated that it was Luo Xiaojun who destroyed Weiyuan Martial Arts School, there was no direct evidence, so the government could not do anything to Luo Xiaojun. Now everyone saw that Qizhou Gongxiao Ouyang Ku had come to show his support, and they looked at Luo Xiaojun with even higher regard. They naturally didn't know that the real protagonist today was actually Tang Tianao. However, some people recognized Tang Tianao as the champion of this provincial examination and saw that he was chatting happily with Ouyang Ku. So many people came forward to greet him and make themselves familiar with him. At the banquet, Ouyang Ku, Tang Tianao, Luo Xiaojun, and others frowned after drinking a few glasses of wine. Brother Ouyang, is there anything on your mind? To be honest, my fiancé has been bedridden for many days due to a heart attack. I'm afraid. Well, for Brother Ouyang's happiness, why don't you let me try to see if I can cure your fiancé? Brother Tang also knows medical skills. I know a little bit about it, and I have some folk remedies. Brother Ouyang, you have to help me prepare them. Tang Tianao asked Ouyang Ku to find someone to make a needle syringe while he prepared the medicine. That afternoon, Tang Tianao extracted serum from the horse. The antitoxin was extracted from the horse's serum. He bought some more iodine and waited for Ouyang Ku to find someone to make the syringe. Fortunately, The ancients had no shortage of skilled craftsmen. In the evening, Ouyang Ku came to the Longmen escort agency with a syringe. Brother Tang, do you think the syringe will work? Tang Tianao took the syringe and took a look. The needle tip was like an embroidery needle, and the syringe was made of amber, so it could be barely usable. It's barely usable. Let's go. Let's go save people. Ouyang Ku and Tang Tianao got on the carriage and rushed towards the provincial capital. When the carriage stopped and Tang Tianao saw a house with the words Mu Mansion hanging on it, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, Brother Ouyang, is this the prefect's home? He knew that the prefect of Qizhou was surnamed Mu, and there were very few people with the surname Mu. And since he owned such a large mansion, he quickly thought of Prefect Mu. Ouyang Ku nodded and said, that's right. Fortunately, Governor Mu appreciated my brother, so he betrothed Miss Mu Wanyue of the Mu family to me as my wife. Tang Tianao smiled. Congratulations to Ouyang Ku for becoming the prefect's son-in-law. We have to cure Wanyue first. Brother Tang, please come in. With Ouyang Ku leading the way, they arrived at Mu Wanyue's room without any obstruction. There were several people in the room. A housewife was taking the pulse of a patient on the bed, while an old woman was crying silently. An old man with a dignified look was comforting her constantly. There was also a young girl in a yellow dress, frowning as she looked at the patient on the bed. Taifu, what happened to my daughter? The old man asked worriedly. Alas, I'm sorry, Magistrate Mu, this golden wound, I can't do anything about it. As far as I know, there is no medicine in the world that can cure it. Alas. The lady in waiting stood up, sighed repeatedly, then took the medicine box and left. The girl in the yellow skirt burst into tears. Sister, wake up. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be hurt. Sister. The old woman was also in tears, and the old man was sighing. Ouyang Ku then spoke up. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, I brought a foreigner with me. He is Tang Tianao, the champion of this provincial examination. Brother Tang knows some folk remedies. Can he treat Wanyue? Hearing this, the old couple and the girl in the yellow skirt immediately looked over, and their eyes fell on Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao clasped his fists and saluted. I greet the prefect, his wife, and the young lady. So you are Tang Tianao. Do you really have a secret recipe that can cure my daughter? The prefect Muzwolin asked anxiously. I have a secret recipe that may be able to cure Mississippi. How about letting me try it? Muzwolin nodded. Okay, my daughter is in danger, and I have invited many eunuchs, but they are all helpless. Since you were the top scholar and you were brought by Kur, I will let you give it a try. Mu Wanyue's arm was pierced by a rusty piece of iron, leaving a very deep wound. The so-called metal wound spasm is tetanus. The infection is quite serious, and she is now in a coma. Tang Tianao first applied iodine to the wound and then injected antitoxin into Mu Wanyue's body. What kind of treatment is this? Can my sister really get better? The girl in the yellow skirt asked doubtfully. Ouyang Ku and others were also surprised and worried. I'm not sure either. I can only give it a try. We'll know the effect in 2 hours. Muzhua Lun sighed. Now we can only leave it to fate. Kur, take Jieyuan to the hall for tea. Ouyang Ku responded respectfully. I understand. Brother Tang, please follow me. The two came to the hall, and a maid served them hot tea. They drank tea and chatted. After more than an hour, the girl in the yellow skirt came quickly and called out in a delicate voice. Brother-in-law, Dang Jiyuan, my father wants to see you. Chapter 33. Getting a wife unexpectedly. Seeing the smile on the face of the girl in the yellow skirt, Tang Tianao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the antitoxin he had injected must have taken effect. The two of them quickly got up and followed the girl in the yellow skirt back to Mu Wanyue's room, only to see that Mu Wanyue, who was originally unconscious, was now talking to Madame Mu. When Muzhua Luan saw Tang Tianao and the others coming, he immediately smiled and showed admiration on his face. Tang Jun is really a remarkable man. So many doctors couldn't cure the golden wound spasm, but Tang Jiyuan's treatment worked immediately. Oh no, I want to thank Tang Jiyuan for saving my daughter's life. You are too polite, sir. I am Brother Ouyang's friend. I'm only doing a small favor for my friend. It is my duty. Ouyang Ku was deeply moved. After Tang Tianao said this, at least half of the credit for saving the man fell on him. He would be able to win the favor of his future parents-in-law and fiancé even more. Brother Tang's so-called small favor actually saved Wanyue's life. I would like to thank Brother Tang on Wanyue's behalf. After that, Ouyang Ku bowed deeply, and Tang Tianao quickly helped him up. We are friends. This is too formal. Someone, come, set out the wine and food and entertain Tang Jiwen properly. Ms. Wolin made arrangements. Miss Mu needs a few more injections before she can recover. I will come here every day to give her acupuncture in the next few days. Thank you, Tang Jiyuan. At the Mu family's dinner table, Ouyang mentioned to Mu Zhuolin that Tang Tianao had developed soap, mosquito coils, and ice cubes. Great, great. Tang Jie is truly a young talent. It is a blessing for Great Xia to have such a man like you. Ms. Wolin praised. The girl in the yellow skirt suddenly asked, Tangji? Tang Tianao. Oh my God! Are you the Tang Tianao who wrote the famous poem, Partridge Sky? You are the one who created a wonderful story with the courtesan of Tianxiang Tower. Ouyang smiled awkwardly. It was indeed Brother Tang because I was also at the poetry gathering at that time, and Brother Tang suppressed me, the so-called #1 poet in Qizhou. Haha. It's really you. I didn't expect you to have superb medical skills, great literary talent, and the ability to develop new things to make a lot of money. You're amazing. The girl in the yellow skirt praised Tang Tianao with her beautiful eyes shining brightly. By the way, Brother Tang, this is my sister-in-law Mu Wanqing. As soon as Ouyang finished speaking, Tang Tianao exclaimed in surprise. Mu Wanqing? I'm Duan. Duan you. Brother Tang, what did you say? Ahem, nothing. Mu Wanqing stared at Tang Tianao suspiciously and asked, Has Tang Jiyuan heard of my name? No. I lost my composure just now, sorry. Tang Jiyuan. Can I ask you for calligraphy work? Mu Wanqing asked. Tang Tianao nodded. No big deal. Mu Wanqing happily went to get the 4 treasures of the study and personally ground ink for Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao wrote out Partridge Sky in song style from memory. Great words. Great calligraphy too. Tang Jin is indeed worthy of his reputation. Mu Zhuolin also praised repeatedly. I heard that Tang Jiwen also wrote 2 exquisite poems in the literary talent section of the provincial examination. I wonder if you can write them out for me to appreciate. Tang Tianao had no choice but to agree and wrote Snow on the River. No birds fly in the thousands of mountains. No traces of people are seen on the thousands of paths. An old man in a straw hat and raincoat is fishing alone in the cold river snow. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. You can write such a beautiful sentence. No wonder you can win first place in both the county and provincial examinations. You are really talented in literature. What's the other one? Mu Zhuolin was eager to see another poem. Ouyang was also amazed and urged, Brother Tang, hurry up and write. I can't wait to read it. Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes shone brightly, and she was completely impressed by Tang Tianao's poetic talent. Tang Tianao picked up his pen and continued writing Mountain Travel. The stone path is slanting up the cold mountain, and there are houses deep in the white clouds. I stop my car and sit to enjoy the maple forest in the evening. The frosted leaves are redder than the flowers in February. Great! Tang Jiyuan wrote so well. Every poem is a masterpiece for all time. Mu Wanqing exclaimed, clapping her hands. Ouyang also admired him and said, If I could write a poem like Brother Tang's in my lifetime, I would be satisfied. Brother Tang's poems are all wonderful. I am completely convinced. If Brother Tang appears in the 7 Kingdoms Poetry Festival next year, what does Daxia have to fear? With Tang Jiyuan's talent, it is a foregone conclusion that he will pass the imperial examination next year. Mu Zhuolin stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly, then suddenly changed the subject. Tangji, what do you think of my daughter Wanqing? Tang Tianao was stunned. What was he doing? The topic suddenly turned to Mu Wanqing. However, he still smiled and replied, Miss Mu Er is naturally beautiful, youthful, and lively, with a cheerful temperament. She is a lady from a noble family with both beauty and intelligence. Mu Wanqing giggled and said, Thank you for the praise, Tang Jiyuan. I'm not that good. Mu Zhuolin asked again. So, Tang Jiyuan's evaluation of my daughter Wanqing is quite high. Miss Mu Er is really nice. Well, in that case, I will betroth my little daughter Wanqing to Tang Jiyuan. Is Tang Jiyuan willing to accept this marriage? Tang Tianao and Mu Wanqing exclaimed at the same time. What? Mr. Prefect, I already have 20 wives at home. You all know that I just brought home the courtesan from Tianxianglu a few days ago. Mu Zhuolin waved his hand and said, What's so strange about a man having many wives and concubines? The more capable a man is, the more wives and concubines he has. Tang Jiyuan is an unparalleled writer, and he will surely have a smooth career in the future. Moreover, Tang Jiyuan has developed something that can make a lot of money, so he will definitely be the richest man in the world in the future. I just want to get close to Tang Jiyuan in advance. Well, the prefect thinks too highly of me, but I have too many wives and concubines. It's unfair to Miss Mu'er. Mu Zhuolin snorted softly. Since ancient times, the marriage of daughters has been decided by their parents. I want her to marry you, and she has to agree even if she doesn't agree. After saying that, Mu Zhuolin's eyes fell on Mu Wanqing, and he asked sternly, Wanqing, this is settled. Do you have any objections? Mu Wanqing, who was still in a daze, shuddered as if she had just woken up from a dream. Then her face instantly turned red. She glanced at Tang Tianao shyly, covered her face with her hands, and said, Whatever Daddy says is what it is. Of course, your daughter can only listen to Daddy. Huh, I think it's you who has fallen in love with Tang Jiyuan, and you want to marry him, right? Mu Wanqing stamped her feet and said angrily, Dad, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. She glanced at Tang Tianao again, then ran away with a red face. Ouyangke was also a little dazed, but soon he was happy. That's great. Brother Tang, congratulations on getting another lovely wife. From now on, we will be brothers-in-law. Ha! Tang Tianao also felt like he was dreaming. He came to the prefect's house to save someone, but unexpectedly he found out that he had a new wife. Thinking of Mu Wanqing's pretty appearance, a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 34, The Dragon's Son-in-Law. The original plan was to take Du Xiaoye and the others back to hold the wedding banquet once the escort agency opened. But now, because Mu Wanyue still had to be treated with acupuncture, the date could only be postponed for a few days. After leaving the prefect's house, Tang Tianao was busy with business matters during the day and could only give acupuncture to Mu Jiyue at night. Mu Wanyue's condition improved a lot. After taking the antitoxin that night, Mu Zhuolin also enthusiastically invited him to have dinner at his house. Mu Wanqing kept looking at him shyly and lovingly, making him feel a little embarrassed. This girl is in love for the first time, and she admires Tang Tianao's talent very much. In addition, her father suddenly betrothed her to Tang Tianao, so she was immediately attracted to him, and now she is out of control. Tang Jun, how many days will it take for my sister to get better? Mu Wanqing asked shyly. Tang Tianao couldn't help but stretched out his hand and gently pinched her pretty face and smiled softly. I'll get another injection tomorrow, and then I'll be fine after a few days of rest. By the way, I'm going back to my hometown Qingyang County the day after tomorrow, and I'm going to hold a grand wedding banquet for my wives. So are you going home with me this time? Mu Wanqing blushed and said angrily, How can you tell me about this? You should tell my father. Everything is arranged by my father. I will mention this to my father-in-law, but I want to see what you think first. Mu Wanyue on the bed smiled and said, Brother-in-law, can't you see? My sister is willing 1,000 times. Sister, you're making fun of me. I hate you so much. Humph. Mu Wanqing scolded Mu Wanyue and felt embarrassed to look at Tang Tianao again. I understand. I will go and tell my father-in-law right now, and then I will come tomorrow to give my sister the injection and at the same time formally issue the betrothal gift. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing's face turned redder, and at the same time, an extremely happy smile overflowed from the corner of her mouth. In Wanbao Tower, Tang Tianao appeared with Du Xiaoye and Song Yiren. Before returning to his hometown, he wanted to make another big fortune. Just when he met the shopkeeper Shin Sanqian looked at Song Yiren with great surprise. The Oiran of Tianxiang Tower? Tang Tianao smiled and said, She is my wife now and has nothing to do with Tianxiang Tower anymore. So, the person who wrote the most famous poem in Tianxiang Tower and defeated Mr. Ouyangke is actually you, the boss of Tang Dynasty? Tang Tianao smiled and acquiesced. It turns out that the master has always been by my side. I am really blind. Shin Sanqian also became excited. Manager Shin, please don't praise me too much. Today I brought something special for you to take a look at. After saying that, he opened the box he brought with him, and inside there were 10 figures made of glass, including Guanyin Bodhisattva, Buddha, Erlang Shin, Sun Wukong, Sanqing, Antarctic Immortal, and 2 fairies. Shin Sanqian's eyes widened when he saw it. This Great Xia country also believed in gods and Buddhas, so when he saw these, his expression suddenly became much more serious. Shopkeeper Shin, we have known each other for a while and are old friends. Each of these glass treasures is worth 100,000 taels of silver, which is a very fair price. I hope Shopkeeper Shin won't bargain again. Okay, Boss Tang is a cheerful person, so I won't be verbose. Deal is done. Song Yiren held Tang Tianao's arm, and her heart was shocked. 100,000 taels of silver were all her savings from her previous life in the world of prostitution, and now Tang Tianao had easily earned 1 million taels of silver. This speed of making money was simply terrifying. She was extremely grateful for the decision she made at the beginning. She resolutely gave up everything and followed Tang Tianao. She didn't expect that this man was so amazing. She was really lucky to follow this man. After leaving Wanbao Tower, Tang Tianao asked Song Yiren softly, "Yiren, your parents?" Song Yiren's expression darkened, and she sighed. "I was sold to a brothel by my parents when I was young, and I grew up in a brothel, so I can't remember who my parents are, what they look like, or where they live. Alas! You and Xiaoye are both pitiful people, but luckily I am here. We will let you all live the happiest life." Du Xiaoye also took Tang Tianao's other arm. "Only by following my husband can I live like a real person. I look forward to the day when my husband passes the imperial examination. Tang Tianao, when I have achieved fame, I will accompany you to get your son back." "Your son is, of course, my son." Thank you, sir." Du Xiaoye's voice was a little choked up. "Silly sister, we are already husband and wife. Why are we still being so polite?" "I understand, sir." The prefect's residence was extremely lively tonight, because tonight is a good day for the second daughter of the prefect to get engaged, and the one who came to propose is Tang Tianao, the top scorer in the provincial examination, whose poetic talent surpasses Ouyang Ke. Given the prefect's connections and status, there are naturally many guests coming to congratulate him tonight. Congratulations to Magistrate Mu for finding a good son-in-law. Congratulations to the second miss for finding her ideal husband. Tang Jiyuan and the second miss are truly a match made in heaven. Congratulations to the prefect for finding a son-in-law. The betrothal gifts have arrived. At this time, Luo Xiaojun, Hu Jindong, Zhou Cong, and others came in carrying plates, all of which were covered with red cloth. Tang Tianao's betrothal gift is 100,000 taels of silver, 10 colored glass cups, 10 colored glass fairies, 2 boxes of soap, 2 boxes of soap, and 50 boxes of mosquito coils. When the shiny 100,000 taels of silver were neatly placed in the hall, along with 20 pieces of exquisite glassware, everyone began to breathe heavily. Such a grand gesture would be absolutely astonishing even if it appeared in the prefect's house. The precious colored glazes in Wanbao Tower are supplied by Tang Tianao. Not to mention the 100,000 taels of silver. The value of these precious colored glazes alone is over 1 million taels of silver. This Tang Tianao is too rich. Not only is he rich, but his talent is even better than Ouyang Ke's. This time, the prefect has really found an amazing son-in-law. Miss Muir is so lucky to marry a man like this. Everyone was shocked by such a generous gesture. Muzhua Luin and his wife did not expect that Tang Tianao would bring such a large betrothal gift. This really made them proud. Mu Wanqing looked at Tang Tianao lovingly, her heart beating wildly and her face flushed. Tang Tianao's generosity was naturally out of his respect for her. How could she not be moved? That night, Tang Tianao also stayed at Muzhua Luin's house and gave Mu Wanyue the last injection. The next morning, Tang Tianao and Mu Wanqing, dressed in their wedding attire, together with Du Xiaoye and Tang Yinge, set out for Qingyang County. Mu Wanqing was officially married. "Ladies, when we get home, I will treat you all equally and give the same betrothal gifts to your parents. Of course, I don't have that much savings at the moment, so I will temporarily give each of you 50,000 taels of silver as betrothal gifts. Later, I will definitely make up to 100,000 taels, and I will also give you glass products." Du Xiaoye smiled sadly. "Husband, there is no place to put the betrothal gifts for my sister Yiren and me, and you don't have to spend any money on us. After all, what's ours is yours, right?" "My husband, Sister Wanqing, is the daughter of the prefect's family, and she is of noble status. It is only natural that you should give such a large betrothal gift. As for us, you should not spend any more money. If you really want to, just give our family 10,000 taels of silver as a subsidy." "Yes, husband, if you take out money now, you're actually taking all of our money. As long as you can help our family, that will be great." Seeing Tang Yinge and Xiao Yuner say this, Tang Tianao still insisted. "No, ladies, please believe me, we will make more and more money in the future. Qizhou alone has made us so much money. What about other states? And the capital? There is no end to the money, so it is not a problem to give each of you a betrothal of 100,000 taels." Seeing Tang Tianao so determined, Tang Yinge and Xiao Yuner didn't know what to say anymore. But when they looked at Tang Tianao, the affection in their beautiful eyes became even stronger. As for Xiaoye and Irin, I will give you 100,000 taels of silver as your private money. Don't refuse. You must listen to your husband. Du Xiaoye and Song Irin smiled sweetly and nodded silently. Mu Wanqing sighed. Our husband is truly a rare good man in the world. After 2 days of travel, they finally returned to Qingfeng town in the evening. Tang Tianao thought of the group of beautiful girls at home and felt eager to return home. Chapter 35, 21 Brides. From a distance, I could see many simple huts built on the hill behind him that he had hired people to reclaim. In front of his house, people were busy making bricks, moving steel bars, transporting mud, carrying volcanic ash, and transporting gravel. Husband, it's my husband who's back. Why is my husband still wearing the groom's clothes? And there is a bride. My husband has given us another sister. Not only did I gain a sister, but I also got a beautiful bride. The more the better. We sisters are too busy to handle it. And my husband's business is getting bigger and bigger. Lu Weining, Luo Ana, and others came forward happily. Tang Tianao jumped off his horse and hurried forward. Girls, I'm back. Lu Weining rushed the fastest and was the first to throw himself into Tang Tianao's arms. Husband, I miss you so much. We all miss our husband. I miss ladies too. Looking at this group of charming beauties, Tang Tianao felt deeply moved. Men living in ancient times were really blessed in matters between men and women. Mu Wanqing and Song Irin also came forward at this time. Hello, sisters. My name is Mu Wanqing. I'm Song Irin. I hope my sisters will take good care of me in the future. Yang Biwei went forward and hugged the two girls. That's great. Both of you are stunningly beautiful. Our husband is so lucky. None of the sisters are bad. They are all beauties, and their husbands have high standards. The 8 women from Feihu village had never had any physical contact with Tang Tianao and were standing shyly at the back. Tang Tianao took the initiative to go forward and hug them one by one, which made their faces blush. Yin Xiaoxiao, who was petite but particularly plump, blushed and said, Husband, a few days ago, the government sent you a waist badge of Li Yuan. Ouyang Qian, who seemed a bit naive, had a gleam of admiration in her beautiful eyes. My husband is awesome. Not only did he get first place in the county exam, he also won the provincial exam. The heroic Yu Jialong gave 2 thumbs up. Our husband is a rare talent. Su Weiya, who is smart and clever, laughed and said, My husband is a versatile person. I don't know what else in this world can stump him. He Lu Yin, the most shy one, just looked at Tang Tianao shyly and affectionately. As soon as she met Tang Tianao's gaze, she immediately lowered her head in shame, but an alluring smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Kuang Xiaoyu was the most beautiful among the 8 girls, but she was also a little cold. However, she said softly, I wish you that you can win the first place in the imperial examination. When Lu Xiaoqing smiled, she showed 2 big dimples, and she was a natural beauty. Then I wish my husband to pass the imperial examination and become the top scorer. Mo Danchan is the youngest among the 8 people, at the age of 18, and looks a bit like the 21st century female star Louis Fei. My sisters have already said everything I wanted to say. Tang Tianao gently pinched her pretty face and nose. My ladies have worked hard at home. We will prepare in the next few days and hold a grand wedding banquet for you. Upon hearing this, Mo Danchan and the others all showed happiness and anticipation on their faces. When the girls learned that Mu Wanqing was actually the daughter of the prefect, they were all amazed. Their husbands were so capable that they could marry the daughter of the prefect. There are many thatched huts built on the back mountain. The hut originally built for Yang Qingxie and others to live and has been built better and wider, and now Mo Danchan and others live in it. Yang Xiao and dozens of bodyguards who stayed at home lived in a thatched cottage in the back mountain. Tang Tianao didn't even bother to rest and started laying bricks on the foundation. Yang Xiao and the others naturally studied hard and quickly got the hang of it. Everyone worked together, and soon one wall after another was built. Looking at the square brick walls with sharp corners, everyone felt fresh and new. It took 2 full days with the efforts of everyone to build the first layer of brick walls, use wood to support it from underneath, lay wooden boards, lay steel bars, and nail and hammer the corners and eaves. On the 5th day, the boards were put down, and the first floor of the rough house was basically completed. The first floor is 330 square meters, and each floor is designed with 10 rooms, a hall, and a kitchen. Of course, every room has an independent bathroom. He also made steel pipes and toilets and connected them to underground pipelines, which eventually flowed into a sinkhole of unknown depth in the back mountain, so as not to pollute the environment. Of course, there was no flush toilet, so the pipes he designed were very large, 3 times larger than those in the 21st century. As long as no rough objects were deliberately thrown in, there would be no blockage. Yang Xiao and others were amazed by his design. Their worldviews were refreshed, and they received great enlightenment. Of course, they also learned how to use volcanic ash, lime and fine sand to make mortar that can solidify and harden. This is also a great invention. During these few days, Tang Tianao has also been preparing for the wedding banquet, mainly the venue. His family's courtyard was not big enough, so he had to use a thatched hut. The new house has only been built, and there is no way to remove the mold. Of course, I can't wait until that time. During this period, Hu Jindong transported another batch of goods to Qizhou. Zhou Tsang and others were in charge of Qizhou, so it did not affect daily business. Wei Xuejuan from Qingyang County also came back. Of course, she was the bride. She brought back 21 sets of bridal gowns, 1 set of groom's suit, 21 exquisite phoenix crowns, and several valuable jewelry. The courtyard of Tang Tianao's house and the thatched house next to it were all decorated with lights and colors. The head of the pavilion brought people to help. Tang Tianao has become successful and has passed the imperial examination. He has a bright future. The headman feels it is very necessary to have a good relationship with Tang Tianao. Of course, there are many people who have this mentality. In the whole town, except for a few people, every family has people coming to help and show goodwill to Tang Tianao. If this gentleman passes the imperial examination again, or even becomes the top scorer in the future, if you don't have a good relationship with him now, you won't even be qualified to get close to him in the future. The most shocked were Tang Tianao's parents-in-law, because their son-in-law actually supplemented the betrothal gift, and it was 50,000 taels of silver, and he also said that he would supplement it by another 50,000 taels when he had more money in the future. This made them very happy, and they became rich all of a sudden. Isn't it? If you have 50,000 taels of silver, what else can you be but a rich man? Especially Yang Yue and Yang Biwei's parents. They directly received 100,000 taels of silver, and they were so happy that they almost died. There were also Song Yiren and Du Xiaoye. Tang Tianao also gave them 50,000 taels of silver as private money. However, the 2 girls insisted that he save it for them, and they could ask him for money when they needed it. Tang Tianao knew that they had no real intention of wanting it. While he was touched, he also felt a little more pity for the 2 girls. Of course, there were also the 8 girls from the Flying Tiger village, all of them homeless and poor people. Tang Tianao naturally treated them equally. He did not confiscate the 50,000 taels of silver from them, and followed the example of Song Yiren and Du Xiaoye, asking Tang Tianao to keep it for them. What else can Tang Tianao say? He can only give them more care and love. Finally, the selected auspicious day arrived, and the wedding banquet was held on this day. Almost every family in the town came to the wedding with gifts and, of course, helped to cook and serve the food. Dozens of big pots were set up on the hill behind the courtyard for cooking. This day was extremely lively, with huge crowds of people. The county magistrate, Mr. He Zhang, has arrived. I present 100 taels of silver and a house in the county as a gift, and congratulate the bride and groom on their happy marriage and the birth of a son soon. At this time, the person who registered the gift shouted loudly, and everyone suddenly fell silent. I didn't expect that the county magistrate would come in person to attend Tang Tianao's wedding banquet. In the next second, everyone's eyes dropped to the ground. Tang Tianao strode out, clasped his fists, and laughed. "Big brother, please forgive me for not being able to come and meet you today. Thank you for the gift." "Ha! My second brother's wedding banquet. How can I, as the eldest brother, not attend? Congratulations to my second brother. His 21 brothers and sisters." "Huh? My second brother? You are really awesome. Even my eldest brother has to admire you." Tang Tianao came out to greet the 21 brides, including Mu Wanqing, Wei Xuejuan, etc., all wearing the same wedding gown and phoenix crown. They were all so beautiful that countless men could not take their eyes off them. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, but it's because I'm lucky and my wives are kind and beautiful that I'm so happy today. The 21 brides also bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, big brother." He Zhang waved his hand. "No need to be polite, brothers and sisters." At this time, the person who registered the gift shouted again, and everyone, including He Zhang, was stunned for a moment. Chapter 36. The table is full of father-in-law. Lord Muzhuoluan, the governor of Qizhou, has arrived. He presents a gift of 10,000 taels of gold. When everyone heard this, they were first stunned by the 4 words Qizhou prefect, and then they were amazed at the huge amount of 12,000 taels of gold. Tang Tianao was also very surprised. He didn't expect that his father-in-law would rush from Qizhou Prefecture to Qingyang County to attend his wedding, and even sent back the betrothal gift he had given as a gift. Master Ouyang Ku, Gongchao of Qizhou Prefecture, has arrived and presented a gift of 10,000 taels of gold. Everyone was amazed again. They didn't expect Tang Tianao's network of contacts to be so powerful. Of course, this is because no one knows Mu Wanqing's identity. Father-in-law, please forgive me for not coming to greet you. Tang Tianao's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking all the guests. The prefect is actually Tang Tianao's father-in-law? Oh my god! Did I hear that correctly? How did Tang Tianao rise from a blacksmith to where he is today? Yes, he was originally a man who couldn't even forge iron and was about to starve to death. In just 1 or 2 months, he underwent a drastic change. It's incredible. The Gongchao is here too. Tang Tianao is so proud of himself. Thank you for your hard work, brother-in-law. You came all the way here. It's really thoughtful of you. Tang Tianao greeted Ouyang Ku, and everyone was stunned. This guy is a sworn brother of the county magistrate, and is the father-in-law and son-in-law of the prefect. He also calls Gongchao his brother-in-law. So, the entire Qizhou belongs to Tang Tianao? When Muzhua Luan saw the 21 brides, he almost couldn't stand. He didn't know what to say. However, seeing his daughter Mu Wanqing's face full of happy smile, he didn't want to care about such things. As long as his daughter was happy, that was all that mattered. Father, Mu Wanqing called out sweetly. Oh, father-in-law, brother-in-law, please come in. Tang Tianao was also quite embarrassed. It was really that his 21 brides were too exaggerated. Brother-in-law, you should also be careful not to hurt your waist. Ha! Ouyang Ku's words caused a burst of laughter, and the atmosphere became joyful again. Muzhua Luan was invited into the courtyard by Tang Tianao and sat at the main table. All sitting at the main table were his fathers-in-law. Together with Muzhua, there were 11 fathers-in-law present. The 8 beauties of Feihu village, as well as Du Xiaoye and Song Yiren, were all homeless, so their parents were naturally not present. Since the prefect had arrived, he naturally sat at the head seat at the main table. Ouyang Ku was originally going to be pushed to the main table by Tang Tianao, but how could he do that? Although his status and position are acceptable, his seniority is still there. Fortunately, Muzhua Luan was not a conservative person. He quickly became friends with Tang Tianao and his 10 simple fathers-in-law, and they started drinking together like brothers. The banquet lasted until the evening, when the guests gradually dispersed. At this moment, Tang Tianao was leading Muzhua Luan, Ouyang Ku, and He Zhang to visit the first floor of his house. What a fantastic idea! Once a house like this is built, I really want to see how comfortable it will be soon. Ha! Brother-in-law, do you mean to build more than 10 floors? Ouyang Ku also asked in amazement. Great! We plan to build it to 15 floors. By then, this building can accommodate 200 to 300 people. Yes, I can't wait to see the day it's completed. Muzhua Luan also said with a burning gaze. Tianao, your construction skills are indeed groundbreaking. I would like to come and see it after you finish it. You are welcome to stay here for a while to experience it. If you are satisfied, I can have someone build a house for you in Qizhou City. Muzhua Luan nodded silently. Seeing that it was getting late, He Zhang was invited by Muzhua Luan and Ouyang Ku to visit Qingyang County. There really was no good room for them to live in Tang Tianao's current home, and Muzhua Luan came to Qingyang County this time not only to attend Tang Tianao's wedding banquet, but also to inspect the situation in Qingyang County, so he agreed to go with He Zhang. The red candle is swaying, and the beauty is in front. After coordination among the 21 brides themselves, they finally unanimously nominated Du Xiaoye as the lucky one who would spend her wedding night with Tang Tianao tonight. One reason is that Du Xiaoye has been with Tang Tianao for a long time, but they have not yet consummated their marriage. The other reason is that Du Xiaoye's life experience is pitiful and she is the oldest among them, so it is reasonable to let her enjoy herself first tonight. Looking at Du Xiaoye's mature and charming face, Tang Tianao's heart was moved. He has not tasted a mature young woman yet, and he can enjoy her tonight. My lady, you are so beautiful. Tang Tianao held Du Xiaoye's face and said very sincerely. Does my husband really think so? Of course. The past experiences were not what you wanted, but time has gifted you with a different kind of charm. I like you like this. Du Xiaoye's eyes became a little sparkling. Compared to the other 20 brides, each of them was pure and innocent and gave themselves completely to Tang Tianao. but she herself had a miserable past that she could not bear to look back on. Now Tang Tianao faced her so calmly, accepted her, and even praised her. How could she not be moved? My husband, I love you. Du Xiaoya's tears flowed out, and she threw herself into Tang Tianao's arms and sobbed softly. Tang Tianao patted her back gently and said softly, Okay, Xiaoya, forget all the unhappiness in the past. I want you to be a happy woman from now on. Yes, I understand, husband. Tang Tianao gently wiped away Du Xiaoya's tears with his sleeve and then kissed her gently. The two of them were like heavenly fire that set off a landmine, and instantly they were entangled in an extremely intense way. After a full hour, the satisfied Du Xiaoya said charmingly and gently, Husband, you should not belong to me alone tonight. Now you can go and accompany other sisters, okay? Tang Tianao kissed Du Xiaoya's rosy face and said, Okay, listen to Madame Xiaoya. Mu Wanqing lay quietly on the bed, feeling a little lost. As a young lady from a prefectural government, it was unpleasant for her to marry the same man as 20 other women, but she had to spend her wedding night alone. However, when she thought of Tang Tianao's talent, her unhappiness disappeared. Anyway, I will always wait until the day when Tang Tianao consummates the marriage. Just as I was about to fall asleep, there was a gentle knock on the door. Mu Wanqing stood up, walked to the door, and asked softly, Who is it? Madame Wanqing, it's your husband. I'm here. Open the door. Mu Wanqing's body trembled, her face flushed, and she quickly opened the door and welcomed Tang Tianao in. Husband, weren't you accompanying Sister Xiaoya? Why are you here again? Silly. I've been with Sister Xiaoya before. She asked me to come here, saying that I shouldn't belong to her alone tonight. Now I'm here. What's wrong? Don't you welcome me? Mu Wanqing threw herself into his arms and said happily, Welcome, my husband. Stop talking nonsense. A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. Chapter 37, The Real Rich Girl. Looking at this real rich girl, I fell in love with her at first sight. I didn't consider too much about personal gain, but more because I admired her poetic talent. Such a woman is your soulmate. When thinking about those women in the 21st century who point fingers at men all day long and scold them for not being able to support them, how lucky is he to have a woman like Mu Wanqing who fell in love with him simply because she was attracted by his talent. After traveling to this world, at least there is still pure love. Maybe we can't live without material things, but in any case, it is much better than the world we were born in. Tang Tianao reached out and grabbed Mu Wanqing around the waist like a princess, then slowly walked towards the bed. Mu Wanqing gazed at him shyly, happily and lovingly. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were particularly alluring. Madame Wanqing's eyes are so charming. These two pools of autumn water are about to drown me. Husband, you are so slick. No wonder so many women love you so much. So, do you love me? How annoying. We're about to have our wedding night, and you're still asking this. If I didn't love you, would I be in the same room with you right now? But I still want to hear you say, I love you. Mu Wanqing said angrily. Husband, you haven't even said those 3 words to me yet. Tang Tianao suddenly kissed Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing moaned softly, slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and responded to him enthusiastically. After a long while, the two of them stopped talking, and then Tang Tianao said with deep affection, Madame Wanqing, I love you. Mu Wanqing also said emotionally, Husband, I love you too. The red candles were extinguished, the curtains were lowered, and the dim room was filled with spring. That night, no matter how hard Tang Tianao tried, he could only accompany Du Xiaoya and Mu Wanqing. His body is still too weak. Even though I have practiced internal skills now, my physical body still lacks exercise. It seems that I have to put martial arts training on the agenda, otherwise this body is too weak to cope with my 21 wives. Only by practicing internal strength and martial arts techniques together can one become truly powerful both internally and externally. The next morning, Tang Tianao accompanied Wei Xuejuan and Yin Xiaoxiao to Qingyang County. Zhang also gave him a house at the wedding banquet, so Wei Xuejuan and the others would have a good place to live in Qingyang County. Of course, he also had a good place to stay. The house is located diagonally opposite their shop in Qingyang County, only 100 meters away. Zhang is really thoughtful. The house was very clean and had all the furniture. More importantly, there was also a housekeeper and 5 maids, who were now presented to Tang Tianao along with the house. The housekeeper's name was Li Fu, an old man in his 60s, with a kind face and quite some knowledge. He was a scholar when he was young, but unfortunately, he never passed the imperial examination. The 5 maids were bought by He Zhang from the slave market. He named them Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, Chrysanthemum, and Peony. They were all young and beautiful girls. Welcome the new owner to your new home. Tang Tianao and his companions arrived at the gate and saw a new plaque hanging on the gate with the words Tang Mansion inscribed on it. The old butler and 5 maids stood in front of the gate to welcome their arrival. It can be seen that He Zhang really put a lot of effort into all this. Good. You are all good. Give each of you a red envelope as a greeting gift. Tang Tianao took out 6 red envelopes, each containing 5 strings of cash wrapped in red paper. How can a master give red envelopes to his servants? You can't do this, sir. The old housekeeper and the 5 maids all became terrified. 5 strings of cash. It was enough to cover their wages for several months. This new owner was really generous. You don't have to be polite. Just think of it as my wedding yesterday. I'm letting you guys enjoy the good fortune today. Just take good care of this home from now on. The butler still didn't dare to accept the red envelope. Master, this is really not possible. If you really want to give us a welcome gift, then 100 coins per person will be enough. Tang Tianao said impatiently. All right, just accept it if I tell you to. Being my servant, you must be richer than ordinary people. No need to say more. Everyone come and receive a red envelope, and do your best in the future. If I'm happy, you will all be rewarded. Seeing that Tang Tianao was so persistent and did not put on airs, the housekeeper and 5 maids happily came forward to receive the red envelopes one by one. They felt heavy in their hands, and they immediately had a favorable impression of the new master. Tang Tianao took out another 5 ingots of silver and gave them to the housekeeper. Go buy some good wine and food, and then invite the county magistrate and his family to come for dinner. If the prefect and Ouyang Gongxiao are still in the county magistrate's house, invite them as well. Yes, sir. Am I old? Just call me the head of the family. No need to call me master. I like to be called younger. Yes. Old, oh no. Master. The old housekeeper took 2 maids out to buy wine and food, while the other 3 maids were busy serving Tang Tianao and the others, bringing them tea and water, and were extremely attentive. Wei Xuejuan and Yin Xiaoxiao were originally poor people, so now they are enjoying a life of being served by maids, which is really a bit difficult for them to get used to. Tang Tianao also arranged 20 guards in the mansion, which was 20 guards transferred from the 50 guards guarding the shop. The house is quite large and can accommodate 30 or 40 people if the beds are shared, of course not including the main rooms. The house and the shop are not far apart, so the 2 sides can take care of each other. At lunchtime, He Zhang indeed arrived with his wife and children. However, he said that Muzhua Lun and Ouyang had already gone to Ba County for inspection. He Zhang had 2 wives, and each of them gave birth to 2 children for him, a son and a daughter, so they were naturally treated equally, and there was nothing to be jealous of. Brother, you are so kind to give me such a big house. It is really a timely help. Don't say such polite words between you and me, brothers. Big brother has the final say. Ha, brother, I'm also investing. After staying in Qingyang County for a few years, I have lost my passion for struggle. But your appearance has given me some hope. Oh, big brother, you want to boost Qingyang County's economy by having me develop new gadgets, right? No. Although I don't discriminate against business. Among the 4 classes of officials, farmers, merchants, and artisans, business is ultimately ranked last. With my second brother's talent, I believe he can make a great contribution to farming, right? Brother, you really think I am an all-rounder. But before that, I still want to ask you a question, because I am afraid that I don't understand. I don't understand some of the underlying rules of our Great Xia and may accidentally make a big mistake. He Zhang asked doubtfully. What do you want to ask, second brother? Chapter 38, Opening a Hot Pot Restaurant. Tang Tianao said solemnly. In Daxia, there is a rule that scholars do not have to pay taxes, but if I reclaim a lot of barren hills and turn them into fertile fields, do I not have to pay taxes on these barren hills? The royal law does not specifically mention this, so I would like to ask, big brother, are there any unspoken rules under the law? He Zhang suddenly sat up straight and asked in surprise. Recently, someone filed a complaint with the county government, saying that someone used the name of a scholar to reclaim wasteland and occupy it for private use. I don't have time to deal with it yet. Could it be that the person who reclaimed the wasteland is you, my second brother? Tang Tianao was a little nervous, but he still said, it's me. So I'm asking you, big brother, whether this is against the rules. Second brother, this is not possible. Although it is said that scholars do not have to pay taxes, how much land can a scholar's family have? If you reclaim wasteland without limit, If you have a way to reclaim all the barren mountains in the country, then wouldn't you own a territory that is even more vast than the fiefdom of a king or a prince? This is definitely not possible. Tang Tianao smiled awkwardly. What should he do? The unspoken rule of the Great Xia Kingdom is that the land that scholars do not pay taxes on cannot exceed 20 mu. If it exceeds this, they still have to pay taxes. So, if you reclaim more than 20 mu of wasteland, you still have to pay taxes according to the law for the excess part. Tang Tianao felt a headache. His wishful thinking had failed, but he was not too disappointed. He just paid the taxes. He could improve the soil and increase the yield and grow what he wanted in exchange for greater value. He quickly thought of some ways to make money. Okay, then except for the 20 acres, all the remaining land will be taxed. If I cultivate more land and pay taxes and the local tax revenue is raised, can this achievement be attributed to Big Brother? He Zhang smiled bitterly and said, your personal ability is limited. Unless you can reclaim hundreds of thousands or millions of acres of land and pay taxes according to the law, then maybe you can really help me get out of this predicament. Tang Tianao could only spread his hands helplessly. He didn't have that much energy. Well, I will take care of the complaint and explain the situation to the person who filed it. That night, He Zhang and his family had a great time. A spacious room was covered with festive red paper and lit with red candles. Yin Xiaoxiao sat shyly on the bed, her heart beating wildly as she watched Tang Tianao slowly approaching. Are you shy, ma'am? Husband, I'm sure I'll be nervous. This is my first time. After night, I'm probably the one who should be nervous. Yin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and laughed, then stood up and undressed Tang Tianao. She has a petite figure and a baby face, but her curves are extremely exaggerated. She has a genuine baby face and big breasts, and even has a bit of the style of a 2D beauty. Husband, could you be a little gentler later? Yin Xiaoxiao asked with a red face. Tang Tianao wanted to tease her. What do you mean by gentler? That's the moment when I really became a woman. Husband, you are so mean. You ask even though you know the answer. Yin Xiaoxiao was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide under the quilt. Tang Tianao held her in his arms. Your husband has always been a gentleman, but when you hope I won't be gentle, I can be fierce. Yin Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder. Husband, I'm so embarrassed. Please don't talk about this, okay? I'm ready. Please take me, husband. After saying this, she buried her face in Tang Tianao's arms and dared not lift it up again. Tang Tianao held up this pretty baby face and kissed her excitedly, and the two of them immediately started a war. In the middle of the night, Tang Tianao went to Wei Xuejuan's room again and moistened her up. The next morning, Tang Tianao rode back to Qingfeng Town alone, and Qingyang County was handed over to Wei Xuejuan and Yin Xiaoxiao. The reclaimed land at home must be put to good use. He bought a large amount of seeds and seedlings from the county town. He asked Lu Weining to hire people to plant them. Now it is autumn, and vegetables, winter wheat, etc. can still be planted in large quantities. Tang Tianao himself taught Yang Xiao, Wei Hao and others how to build walls, install molds, and lay boards. After building a floor, Yang Xiao, Wei Hao and others learned very quickly and basically did not make any mistakes. However, Tang Tianao still didn't dare to let go completely. He asked him to build the wall of the second floor first, and then install the mold. He would then place the steel pipe after he had inspected it and passed it. He set off for Qizhou with Hui Jindong and others. For this wedding banquet, he had to give out 5 or 600,000 taels of silver as betrothal gifts alone. He had to earn more money to support his family. Although Longmen Escort Agency is called an escort agency, in fact, its main function is to transport Tang Tianao's goods. Almost no one actually comes to the agency for escort. Luo Xiaojun usually stayed in the escort agency and trained the escorts. If someone asked him to escort a car, he would personally escort the caravan. However, there are very few people who can escort the caravan, so he mainly trains escorts. Soon they were busy because Tang Tianao asked them to transport goods to Ba County and Lingdong County. Yang Yue, Yang Biwei, and others accompanied them to the 2 counties to take over new shops. They will be busy from now on. What is hot pot? In a room in the escort agency, Mu Wanqing and Song Yiren looked at Tang Tianao with confusion on their faces and asked, I'll give you the design drawings. After you find a craftsman to make it, I'll make the hot pot for you to taste, and you'll understand. Tang Tianao said with a smile. The next way he would make a lot of money in Qizhou was to open a hot pot restaurant. The concept of hot pot did not even exist in Daxia Kingdom, let alone eating hot pot. Of course, his unique skill lies in the hot pot base, and others must be able to steal his skills. It is not easy to make a lot of money by opening a hot pot restaurant, but you can't compare with him selling glass products. However, there are many rich people in Chizhou City, and delicious hot pot can still make a lot of money. This time, he not only brought Mu Wanqing and Song Yuran, but also Su Weiya and He Luyan, intending to let them be in charge of the hot pot restaurant. Of course, he would also recruit waiters and chefs, as long as the hot pot base was in the hands of his wife. After a few days of hard work, the shop was ready. Tang Tianao also processed and prepared a large amount of hot pot base. Mu Wanqing and her friends brought back 2 hot pots, and that night Tang Tianao made hot pot for everyone to taste. It's absolutely amazing. This hot pot is so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food, Brother Tang. You are amazing. Husband, I didn't know there was something so delicious in the world. Why didn't you make it for us to eat earlier? With such delicious hot pot, you can definitely make a lot of money by opening a hot pot restaurant. Everyone kept praising the hot pot while eating it. Originally, they were some common ingredients, but once cooked in hot pot, the taste was so delicious that it was indescribable. I could even eat 2 more bowls of rice than usual, and I was reluctant to put down my bowl and chopsticks even after I was full. I feel relieved to see you guys are so greedy. This hot pot restaurant has a bright future. Tang Tianao ground the hot pot base into fine powder, so it is difficult for others to know his recipe. He wants to grow big and strong quickly. Once a pilot is successful, he will immediately open chain stores, and then they will spread across the country, making it difficult for others to steal his business. 3 days later, the first hot pot restaurant in Chizhou officially opened. After the firecrackers exploded, Ouyang Ku brought a group of people to show his support, and many officials who had a good relationship with Ouyang Ku also followed. Thank you all for following my brother-in-law to come and support us. Today's hot pot is free. This is my way of thanking you for your hospitality. Please enjoy your meal. Tang Tianao will naturally behave himself. Excellent. As expected of the prefect's son-in-law, he is so generous. Everyone was delighted and sat down at the table and started to enjoy the hot pot. Chapter 39, He Luyan's Contrast. This is hot pot? Isn't this so delicious? I have tasted countless delicacies from the mountains and the sea, but this is the first time I have tasted such delicious Chang's ingredients. This is just ordinary pork, but after being cooked in hot pot, it tastes countless times better. And this soup, it's sweet and refreshing, and the fragrance lingers between your lips and teeth. It's so delicious. Everyone was praising the food as they ate. Because it was so delicious, they devoured it without caring about their image at all. The hot pot that Tang Tianao asked someone to make was a Shuangyan hot pot, so there were both spicy and light flavors to suit everyone's taste. Brother-in-law, this hot pot is indeed delicious. I'm sure this hot pot restaurant will be very popular in the city. We will definitely come here to eat hot pot more often in the future. After tasting the delicious hot pot, I feel that the food and drinks in those restaurants are not so tasty anymore. Haha. Yes, even though the ingredients of these hot pots are not as high-end and rich as those in restaurants, the taste is incomparable to that in restaurants. Tang Tianao held up a glass of wine and invited everyone. Thank you all for your support. From now on, the business of our shop will depend on your care. I toast to everyone. Tang Jiyuan, please. Dry. After Ouyang Ku and his friends left after having their fun, many people crowded into the hot pot restaurant to order food. Many people were willing to queue for an hour or two just to have a taste of the hot pot. The food in hot pot restaurants is even better than that in big restaurants, and the price of food and drinks is not as expensive as that in big restaurants. Many people can afford it, so the business is really booming. At the end of the day, in addition to providing free food to Ouyang Ku and his friends, they also made a net profit of 1,002 taels of silver. Although I made a lot of money, I'm still not satisfied. Su Weiya couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. Husband, isn't it enough to make a fortune every day? No, it's still a little less than selling soaps. Weiya, do you think there is any other way to increase the income while keeping the store size and food prices the same? Su Weiya thought for a moment and said, the only way is to find a way to increase the variety of vegetables and meats so that customers can order more food and drinks, and the income will increase accordingly. Yes, Madam's idea is right. In addition to adding more varieties of dishes, we can also make some changes in the drinks. My husband, do you want to prepare more fine wine? In addition to wine, you can also prepare some drinks that are suitable for men, women, young and old. So, what kind of drink do you plan to make? Tang Tianao smiled mysteriously. Just do everything Coke. Eternal Cola? It means that after drinking my drink, all your worries will disappear and you can face anything with a smile. My husband's idea is really novel. He Luyin was very shy. She just listened to the conversation between the two with a smile without interrupting. Seeing that she was so shy, Tang Tianao wanted to tease her. Madam Lu Yin, do you have any good suggestions? He Lu Yin blushed and nervously replied, my husband is so smart. How can I come up with any good suggestions? Madam Lu Yin is so shy, so you should accompany me tonight. I know. Tang Tianao thought she would find a reason to let Su Weiya accompany him first. Unexpectedly, although He Lu Yin was shy, she readily agreed. Hee hee. Then you won't be so scared that you won't see me tonight, right? No, I won't. Serving my husband is what I should do. So Madam Lu Yin is only doing this out of obligation and not really liking me? He Lu Yin was anxious and hurriedly shook her head and said, no, I love my husband, sincerely. After saying this, He Lu Yin was so embarrassed that she covered her face with her sleeves and wished she could hide immediately. Tang Tianao smiled and took him into his arms. Madam Lu Yin is so cute. There are two chefs in the hot pot restaurant. Su Weiya can read and write, so she is the shopkeeper who settles the bill for food and drinks. There are 4 waiters who are responsible for serving food and cleaning the dishes. He Lu Yin is responsible for putting the hot pot base and helping Su Weiya. In addition, there are 5 security guards outside the hot pot restaurant who also serve as welcome waiters. When they returned to the escort agency at night, Mu Wanqing, Song Yiren, and the others heard that the hot pot restaurant had made a net profit of 1,000 taels of silver today. They sighed again. He really is worthy of being our husband. He can make a lot of money no matter what he does. My husband, once you think of it, you can come up with hundreds of ways to make money. Ha! Tang Tianao smiled and shook his head. I have to support 200 or 300 people. It will be miserable if I can't make a lot of money. Qizhou can come to an end for the time being, and Tang Tianao wants to develop in another state. He told the women about the physiognomy, and they all felt a little sad after hearing it. It was obvious that they were going to stay in Qizhou. Once Tang Tianao went to another state, they would not be able to spend every day with him. Alas, although we are reluctant to part with our husband, we cannot hold him back. I believe that he can achieve great things wherever he goes, and we must also take good care of Qizhou. My husband, you can go to other states to develop without any worries. We will definitely protect this industry in Qizhou. Seeing that all the girls were so melancholy, Tang Tianao smiled and said, What are you doing since you are in Qizhou? Of course, I will come to accompany you from time to time. How many days can you come to spend time with us in a month? Well, it depends on the situation. I really can't guarantee it. But I won't let you not see me for a year or 2. We will be together less and apart more in the future. So when will we be able to give birth to children for my husband? Mu Wanqing's words made the girls both expectant and melancholy. I will stay in Qizhou for a few more days. I will work hard during these days. He Lu Yin, who was the shyest, burst out laughing when she heard this and then covered her face with her sleeves. Madam Lu Yin, it's your turn to accompany me to the bridal chamber. After Tang Tianao finished speaking, he took He Lu Yin's hand and walked towards the room. He Lu Yin's face turned red, but she followed him obediently. The two of them walked all the way into the room, and the moment they closed the door, He Lu Yin stood in front of Tang Tianao, looking completely at a loss, her face flushed and full of shyness. Tang Tianao smiled and slowly walked towards He Lu Yin. He thought she would avoid him, but unexpectedly, she threw herself into his arms instead. Husband, can you blow out the candle? It's too bright, and I'm embarrassed. Okay, I'll do whatever you want, madam. Tang Tianao picked her up by the waist like a princess, blew out the candles, and slowly walked towards the big bed. What Tang Tianao never expected was that He Lu Yin, who was obviously extremely shy, showed unparalleled enthusiasm when it really came to that step. This contrast is surprising but seems to make sense. It is precisely because they are too shy in normal times that when they have to face certain things, their reactions often explode. As a result, he had originally planned to accompany Song Yiren in the second half of the night, but he was pestered by He Lu Yin and couldn't get away. Of course, Tang Tianao was also completely addicted to it. He really felt like he had picked up a treasure. Chapter 40 Modern Model House. At noon the next day, Tang Tianao placed 2 large cups of homemade all-purpose cola in front of Su Weiya and He Lu Yin. Ladies, have a taste. This is made by him using citric acid, baking soda, sugar, and fruit juice. It tastes refreshing and delicious and is very stimulating to the taste buds. He Lu Yin took a sip first, and then her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Wow. Husband, this drink is too delicious, right? I have never tasted anything so delicious. Su Weiya also took a sip after hearing this. Hiss, so delicious. This kind of drink is indeed suitable for men, women, young and old. It will definitely be very popular. My husband is truly an all-rounder. After Lu Yin and Tang Tianao had a romantic encounter, she was no longer so shy in front of Tang Tianao. Her face became more charming, and her beautiful eyes were filled with affection, making her even more beautiful and attractive. Tang Tianao stretched out his hands to hold her slender waist and kneaded her into his arms. My lady, you are becoming more and more beautiful. I'm looking forward to the night coming soon. My husband, you should belong to Sister Weiya tonight. Lu Yin covered her mouth and chuckled. Su Weiya said generously, as long as my husband likes to be with you, it's okay for me to wait a little longer. I need to rest too. I'm not feeling well. Last night was her virginity, and she was too crazy with Tang Tianao, so now she walks a little strangely. Su Weiya seemed to realize something, and she chuckled and didn't continue the topic. Tang Tianao taught Lu Yin and Su Weiya how to make Coca-Cola. The three of them worked together to make 2 large containers of Coca-Cola, and then offered it to the guests for free to taste throughout the day. As expected, it was very popular with the guests. After tasting it, they all praised it and said it was the best thing they had ever tasted. It looks like this vanilla cola will definitely become a bestseller. It won't be a problem to open a store to sell it. Madame Lu Yin may not be able to handle it all by herself. Su Weiya smiled and said, then my husband, please find a few more concubines in Qizhou. This will also help us. Tang Tianao almost spit out the coke he had just drunk. Ahem, you guys really dare to think like that? Husband, we are serious. Our family's business is getting bigger and bigger. The sisters are not enough. Why don't you take in a few more concubines? Tang Tianao put his hand on his forehead. It turned out that women in Daxia Kingdom didn't know anything about jealousy. Now Song Yiren and Mu Wanqing are in charge of the store that used to sell soap, mosquito coils, and ice cubes. They are so busy making ice every day that it is impossible for them to come and help. Tomorrow, Biao Hu will return to his hometown to deliver the goods. I will also go back to prepare the second floor. Then, when I come back, I will bring the 2 ladies here. Sister Xuejuan and Sister Xiaoxiao have gone to Qingyang County. 2 sisters have also gone to Ba County and Lingdong County. Add to that the 4 from Qizhou now, and 10 of the 21 sisters have come out. If we need a few more to look after the house, I still think my husband should take in a few more concubines. Tang Tianao was completely defeated by them. What a unique train of thought. In the afternoon, Tang Tianao went to the daily necessities store to check the situation. He saw Song Yiren and Mu Wanqing, 2 women who had never done housework before, now wearing simple clothes and rolling up their sleeves to make ice, busy with sweat on their foreheads. Seeing this, Tang Tianao felt guilty and distressed. Thank you for your hard work, ladies. You haven't been able to enjoy your life with me, but I've made you do rough labor. It's really my fault. Mu Wanqing wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled gently. Husband, we should be the ones thanking you. We feel like we've never lived such a fulfilling life. It's really a joy to earn money with your own hands. Song Yiren also said, Sister Wanqing is right. This job is a bit tiring, but it's not dirty. We can handle it. This kind of fulfilling life is what I want. Tang Tianao sighed and hugged the 2 girls in his arms. You are both rare good women. I am so happy. Naturally, he stayed in the shop that night. He accompanied Mu Wanqing in the first half of the night and Song Yiren in the second half, and their love was endless. The daily necessities store had an income of over 10,000 taels of silver every day, but of course it was also extremely tiring. Yang Qingxie and Zhou Tong were almost always busy, and when they were really overwhelmed, they had no choice but to ask the bodyguards in charge of security to help. The next morning, Tang Tianao returned to Qingyang County with Hu Jindong and 100 bodyguards. When they got home 2 days later, Yang Yue came up to Tang Tianao as soon as she saw him coming back. Husband, you guys are finally back. We went to Lingdong County to sell goods. Several of the brothers who were guarding us were wounded by arrows, and their injuries have worsened. What? Even with the escorts guarding us, someone still dares to take our goods? Where are the injured brothers? Recovering in the thatched hut behind the house. Take me there quickly. Tang Tianao always carries a syringe with him. During this period of time, he also took the time to refine some antitoxins in case of emergency. In this age of cold weapons, antitoxins are extremely rare. Yang Yue brought Tang Tianao to a relatively large thatched hut, where the injured bodyguard was lying with knife wounds and arrow wounds. Although the wounds were cleaned promptly and sprinkled with gold wound medicine, some people still caught tetanus in this hot weather. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. I have some medicine to treat gold wounds. Your injuries will be fine. In addition, I will give you a subsidy and your wages will be paid, as usual. You are so thoughtful. Our injuries are nothing. What's hateful is those bandits. Although the leader was shot dead by the boss's wife with a musket, most of them escaped. Only 10 of them were shot dead by us with bows and crossbows. If they run away, it will be a hidden danger. I'm afraid they will find an opportunity to attack us again. It's easy to avoid an open attack, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. While injecting antitoxin into the wounded, Tang Tianao asked, "How many of them escaped?" "There should be about 15 or 16 people." "Is that so?" "I'll have Chief Wu go to Lingdong County in person tomorrow to stock up some goods in the store there. You guys don't have to go to Lingdong County for the time being. Wait until I catch that gang of bandits, and then go to Lingdong County normally." "Okay." After Tang Tianao rested at home for a night, Hu Jindong led 50 escorts to transport a large amount of goods to Lingdong County the next day, while Tang Tianao was busy setting up the model with Yang Xiao and others. With more people, things can be done more easily. The mold was installed in one day, and another day was spent pouring the second layer of boards. The first layer could then be demolded, and the interior decoration could begin. It is impossible to burn ceramic tiles, but Tang Tianao had already thought about it. The interior decoration will be completely made of wooden floors, wooden walls, and wooden ceilings. A chandelier rack will be installed, like an upside-down tree, on which many candles can be placed. In order to have good lighting, windows must be made of glass, or even some reflective glass can be installed on the balcony to reflect light into the house. After staying at home for 5 days, he taught all these to Yang Xiao and the others, and successfully decorated the 2 rooms on the first floor, turning them into model rooms. Looking at the bright and spotless room, Yang Xiao and others were amazed. This kind of house is really unique. It's so comfortable to live in a room like this. Especially this window. They actually use colored glaze instead of window paper. How extravagant. Only you, my brother-in-law, could be so generous. There are also toilets. This kind of toilet draws water from the top of the mountain. The water pipes and faucets are turned on when you need water and turned off when you don't. The toilet can be flushed clean at any time without any odor. We don't have to put chamber pots and feces buckets next to the bed. I've decided that when I make enough money, I'm going to build a house like this myself. Everyone sighed and was completely shocked by the successful house designed by Tang Tianao. "Husband, can we sleep in this room tonight?" Yang Biwei was touching and knocking here and there in the room, enjoying it very much. "Of course. We'll move in and live in this room tonight." "That's great, husband. You're awesome." Yang Xiao and the others quietly withdrew, leaving the 2 of them flirting with each other. Tang Tianao pushed Yang Biwei against the wall. Yang Biwei's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she took the initiative to hook her arms around Tang Tianao's neck and kissed him with her sweet lips. Chapter 41, The Special Beggar. The 2 had not seen each other for long, so they exploded all of a sudden and almost lost control. After a passionate love affair, the 2 walked hand in hand towards the reclaimed wasteland. I plan to hire people to level these wastelands into rice fields, improve the soil, and increase the yield. In the future, our entire huge caravan will no longer have to worry about food. Husband, the only way we can improve the soil is to spread more wood ash and manure, but no matter how hard we try, the increase in yield is limited. That's just supplying fertilizer to crops, but fertilizer is too simple and sometimes has the opposite effect. What I want to do is to neutralize the acidity and alkalinity of the land. Acidity and alkalinity? What does this mean? Oh, it's hard to explain this to you clearly. Anyway, the black soil that looks fertile is highly acidic, so you can sprinkle lime powder on the ground. The yellow mud is alkaline soil, so you can sprinkle more plant ash on it. Of course, I will also use acid and alkali to make some fertilizers. With the help of these fertilizers, the mass production will be much higher than those fields of the big families, bureaucrats, and landlords. My husband, what on earth can't you do? Yang Biwei asked with admiration. Well, I just can't give birth to a son or a daughter. Puchi, husband, then I will help you give birth. Fairy, I'm going to teach you a lesson tonight. That won't do. My sisters will tell on me. You still have several wives who haven't consummated their marriages with you yet. Tang Tianao was also speechless. This matter indeed had to be taken seriously. That night, sisters Yang Biwei and Yang Yue, as well as Lan Feng Wang and Lu Weining, moved into 2 prepared rooms in the building, with 2 people living in each room. Tang Tianao was in the ancestral home, sharing a room with Ouyang Qian. My husband, I really like the poem you wrote for my sister Erin. The moon dances low in the willow-shaped building, and the wind blows under the peach blossom fan. Ouyang Qian was originally a descendant of a scholarly family, but she encountered bandits, and she was the only one left in the family. Her life experience was quite pitiful. Tang Tianao held her in his arms, gently scratched her nose, and said with a smile, "My lady, if you like it, I will write a poem for you too." Okay. Husband, wait a minute. Could you please write it down with a pen and ink?" "Good." Ouyang Qian quickly found a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and Tang Tianao picked up his pen and wrote by Juyi's neighbor girl. At 15, she is more graceful than a fairy in heaven. In broad daylight, Chang'e is like a lotus on dry land. Where can I teach the parrot to speak? Under the green gauze window and in front of the embroidered bed. A few sentences of reflection were attached at the end. There is no beauty more beautiful than this in the ages. A beauty that pleases the eyes is the most beautiful. A beauty that overwhelms the country, astounds everyone in the world. Ouyang Qian recited it softly, and then smiled and said, "Excellent. Excellent. My husband's poem is wonderfully written, but it's a pity that I am not worthy of being such a beautiful woman." Tang Tianao gently lifted Ouyang Qian's delicate chin. "Why not? My wife is from a scholarly family, with a beautiful face and great temperament. She is a man's ideal partner. My husband is praising me so much. I feel embarrassed." "I'm not praising you. I'm telling you the truth. My lady is truly as beautiful as a fairy." Ouyang Qian called out softly, "Thank you, husband. I love you." Tang Tianao also said affectionately, "Qianer, I love you too." The two of them stared at each other, immersed in deep affection, and finally their passion merged into one. The next day, Tang Tianao also led 50 escorts to Lingdong County with Huizhendong. "Brother Tang, as far as I know, most of the bandits in the Lingdong area are the same gang on Xianglu Mountain. That gang is not as good as our Yunpan Mountain back then, and they don't have any decent masters." "Is that so? Then how many of them are there?" "About 50 or 60 people. They're just a mob. No one is willing to obey anyone else, but they still stick together when they rob." "Are you sure we can destroy them with just the people we have?" "That's absolutely no problem, but I'm afraid there will be some price to pay." Tang Tianao also fell silent. If anyone on his side gets hurt, he doesn't want to see it either. "There is another way. That is to let Brother Luo sneak into the mountain stronghold with me. With our martial arts skills, we can definitely deal with those 56 people, and we can also escape unscathed." Tang Tianao thought about it for a long time, and finally felt that this was the best way. "Okay, after delivering this batch of goods, we will return to Qizhou. I will ask Brother Luo to come back with you. We must wipe out the bandits in Xianglu Mountain and must not leave any hidden dangers." Zhou Min, Zhao Zhilan, and Zhou Tong were the ones who took over the shop in Lingdong County and were in charge. Of course, there were also 5 bodyguards as security personnel. In the county town, there are 6 men in charge of this shop, so generally no one dares to have any bad ideas. Moreover, Tang Tianao's fame has now spread throughout Qizhou. He is the son-in-law of the prefect, the founder of soap, mosquito coils, and ice making, and the champion of the provincial examination. With such status and fame, he could naturally fool most people. Especially on this day, seeing 50 fully armed escorts delivering the goods, and Tang Tianao coming in person, was even more shocking. Many local officials with quick minds came to make friends with Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao also understood the ways of the world, and making friends with some local officials would be of great benefit to his development in Lingdong County. He is the son-in-law of the prefect. Others not only take a fancy to his status, but also bet that he can get good results in the examination. Establishing a good relationship now may be useful in the future. Tang Tianao naturally understood all of this. That night, Tang Tianao also hosted a banquet at the best restaurant in Lingdong for those who wanted to make friends with him. Of course, he also tried his best to feed Zhou Min and Zhao Zhilan that night. "Master, please be kind. Give me some change." Early that morning, when Tang Tianao was about to go back to Qingfeng Town with Huizhendong and his friends, 2 beggars suddenly grabbed Tang Tianao's clothes. Tang Tianao sighed lightly, took out a 10 liang silver ingot from his arms, and handed it to one of the beggars. "Thank you, sir. You are such a good man." Seeing that Tang Tianao was so generous, the 2 beggars immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to thank Tang Tianao. "Please stand up, both of you. I hope this little money can help you. If possible, find a job that can support yourself." One of them lifted up her messy hair, revealing a very pretty face. It turned out to be a woman. "Sir, We have fled here from other places, so we naturally don't want to beg for a living. If you don't mind, please let us come to you. We are willing to work like a slave for you." The other one also lifted his hair, revealing a handsome face, a young man. "You are a good man, the best person my brother and I have ever met since we fled thousands of miles. Can you please take us in? Our hometown was hit by a flood and all our family members died. Only my brother and I managed to escape. Alas." Tang Tianao stared at the two of them fiercely, and seeing that their eyes were clear, he thought they probably had no ulterior motives. Looking at the stains on their bodies, it doesn't look like they were deliberately put on. "Forget it. You have money now. Go find a place to take a good bath and change clothes. I will only wait for you for 1 hour. If you don't come back after 1 hour, then we will have no chance to meet again." "Yes, sir, please wait a moment. We will be back soon." The two of them went hand in hand to take care of themselves. Half an hour later, a man and a woman came quickly hand in hand. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty, very pleasing to the eye. The two walked quickly to Tang Tianao and knelt down together. "Lu Qing, Lu Hong, thank you, benefactor. Thank you for the reward and the kindness of taking us in." Tang Tianao and Hua Jinlo were both dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the two beggars would suddenly transform into a golden boy and a jade girl. Chapter 42, Special Skills. "Lu Qing, you should be a martial artist, right?" Hua Jindong stared at Lu Qing and asked. Lu Qing clasped his fists towards Hua Jindong and replied respectfully, "I have indeed practiced martial arts for a few years and know some basic skills." "Well, I see that your forehead is full and your temples are high. You must have some profound internal martial arts skills." Lu Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Even if I know some mediocre kung fu, it's useless. I've been fleeing here and couldn't find a job to support myself. Sigh. Fortunately, I've been taken in by a benefactor. I am very grateful." Lu Hong also behaved elegantly and generously, and her voice was as sweet as a nightingale. "I have learned to read and write from my father, and I also know a little arithmetic. I hope I can help you with some work." "Okay, Xiao Ding, you and Xiao Lu will ride on the same horse, and give your horse to Lu Qing and Lu Hong." An escort responded and rode out his horse. Lu Qing embraced Lu Hong's slender waist, lightly bounced his feet on the ground, then flew up and landed steadily on the horse's back. "His light body skills are very elegant." "Good. It's really good." Tang Tianao praised out loud. "Thank you for the compliment, benefactor." They galloped forward. Along the way, Tang Tianao learned that the siblings Lu Qing and Lu Hong were originally from Izhou and were a wealthy family. However, a mudslide submerged the village and half of the people in the town died in the disaster. Lu Qing relied on his martial arts skills to barely escape with Lu Hong. All their family members were killed and their home was flooded. The two were left homeless and wandered all the way to Lingdong County. Lingdong County borders Mang County of Izhou. Lu Qing and Lu Hong's hometown belongs to Mang County. Of course, their home has been destroyed now. After returning to Qingfeng Town, Tang Tianao started to get busy. Lu Qing was incorporated into the escort team, while Lu Hong and Yang Biwei were responsible for hiring people to plant winter wheat, green vegetables, rapeseed, etc. on the reclaimed land. He stayed at home for 3 days and then set out again for Qizhou. This time, Tang Tianao brought 4 girls, Yu Jiaolong, Huang Xiaoyu, Lu Xiaoqing, and Mo Danchan. Lu Qing was assigned to the escort team and became Hua Jindong's deputy. Passing by Feihu village again, Yu Jialong, Huang Xiaoyu, and the other 4 girls felt deeply moved. Mo Danchan was the most sentimental. She even sighed with tears in her eyes. "It's been less than 2 months, but I feel like I've been through a whole new world. All this is because of you, my benefactor. It's you who gave us a new life." Yu Jialong also said, "It is God's blessing that we can meet my husband." Tang Tianao reached out and gently patted Mo Danchan, who was close to him. "Ladies, the past is over, and you will live a happy life from now on. My husband is right." Lu Qing looked at how the 4 girls, including Mo Danchan, were getting along harmoniously and couldn't help but sighed. "My benefactor is a good person, so he is also very blessed." Lu Xiaoqing responded in agreement. "Our husband is indeed a rare good man in the world. He brought us from hell to heaven. If God doesn't favor a good man like our husband, then God is really blind." Tang Tianao smiled and shook his head. All right. Stop flattering me." After arriving in Qizhou, Tang Tianao told Luo Xiaojun about the bandits in Lingdong County and asked him for help. "Okay, my sword is getting rusty. I'll do it. Brother Luo, Brother Hua, please take me with you. Although my kung fu is rudimentary, I can still fight 10 people alone." Lu Qing also spoke at this time. Luo Xiaojun and Hu Jindong looked at Tang Tianao, obviously watching his intentions. Okay, just be careful. Please rest assured, benefactor. I just want to do more to repay you. Early in the morning, in the martial arts hall of the escort agency, Tang Tianao stood facing the wind with his eyes closed, holding a long sword in his hand. Wow! Suddenly, Tang Tianao exhaled and spoke. Then the sword followed him, and he began to perform the wind and thunder sword technique. The sword moves were a little awkward at first, but soon became smooth. Tang Tianao has always been very busy, but when he has free time, he will still practice martial arts. Luo Xiaojun was willing to teach him his family's unique skills, so how could he let Luo Xiaojun down? What's more, he has always been a person with a sense of crisis and is always prepared for danger. Even if he had a deadly weapon like a musket, if he met a master like Luo Xiaojun, his musket might not be effective because the opponent was on guard and at a distance. Therefore, if he encounters a real master or an emergency, if he himself does not have strong enough abilities, it would be fatal. After traveling to the Great Xia Kingdom, his wonderful life has just begun, and he cherishes his life very much. Therefore, he made up his mind to master martial arts. Now, every night, even on his wedding night with his wife, he would insist on practicing his inner strength after sex. Hard work pays off. Now he can feel the true energy in his dantian, and his physical strength has increased several times as a result. Feeling the changes in his body, Tang Tianao naturally practiced more diligently. Husband, you've worked hard. Have a cup of hot tea. When Tang Tianao stopped to rest after practicing the wind and thunder sword technique twice, Mo Danchan walked up to him with a cup of hot tea. Tang Tianao took the tea with a smile, took 2 sips, and then reached out and gently pinched Mo Danchan's face. My wife, you are so beautiful. The more I look at Mo Danchan, the more I feel that she looks very much like Liu Yifei, a top female star in the 21st century. Her face is so delicate and beautiful. Husband, you only know how to compliment people and make them happy. You are also very handsome and capable. You are simply the dream lover of every woman. Does my lady really think so? It's not that I think so or not, but my husband is such a good man and a wonderful man. My lady is really good at talking. Tang Tianao gently took Mo Danchan into his arms. Mo Danchan nestled in Tang Tianao's arms tenderly. Husband, how long will you stay in Qizhou? Tang Tianao thought for a while, then said, maybe in a few days. I will take part in the imperial examination in February next year, so I have to prepare to develop in the capital. Gaining a firm foothold in the capital will also help me to take part in the imperial examination with peace of mind. Husband, are you planning to go to the capital alone? We still don't have enough manpower right now, so I want to go to the capital alone. My husband, you can't do that. What if something happens to you? How are we going to survive? This? Husband, please bring Sister Xiaoya with you. She is a skilled martial artist and can protect you. But she stayed at home to protect the house. Our home is in Qingfeng town, so there won't be much danger. But you can't go to the capital alone. In comparison, you are the first person to be protected, because without my husband, our whole family will fall apart. Okay, I'll listen to you, my lady. Luo Xiaojun and Hu Jindong led 100 bodyguards to return to Qingyang County. Tang Tianao gave them some instructions and asked them to bring Du Xiaoya with them when they returned. Less than an instant stick of time had passed since the escort team set out. Tang Tianao took a bath and was about to go out when an escort suddenly ran into the room. Mr. Tang, the prefect is here and said he has something urgent to discuss. Chapter 43, March and Fight. Tang Tianao was a little surprised. His father-in-law came to see him in person, and he was afraid it was some urgent matter. He did not dare to delay and went out to the hall immediately, where he saw Muzhua Luan drinking tea and waiting for him. Master Taishan, may I ask what you would like to discuss with me? Yuezhou is being invaded by the southern barbarians, and the border is under pressure. A message has been sent from Kyoto within 800 miles, ordering me to lead the government troops to Yuezhou for support. This small southern barbarian country really doesn't know how to live or die. Muzhua Luan sighed. Although the Nanman kingdom is small, it has invaded the border of Daxia with the whole country's strength. Daxia's eastern and northern borders have been in constant war for many years, and we have no power to take care of other things. The western border is mountainous, and there are not many garrisons stationed at the western border, so we cannot withdraw to the southern border for support. We can only send our palace soldiers to reinforce them. Tang Tianao frowned and said, the fighting power of the palace soldiers is too weak, and their numbers are too few. How can they deal with the Nanman army? Muzhua Luan sighed. This is exactly what I am worried about. We must set off today. I wonder if my dear son-in-law has any good plan to repel the enemy. Master Taishan, are there any soldiers among the palace soldiers that you truly trust? There are only more than 2,000 troops stationed in Qizhou, and the only person I can completely trust is Deputy General Guan Deguan. What kind of person is Deputy General Guan? He is generous and righteous, and has the spirit of a chivalrous man. Although he is a martial arts expert, he is too upright and will not curry favor with his superiors. Therefore, after 10 years in the army, he is only a deputy general. Lord Taishan, in this case, let Deputy General Guanda lead the army. I will accompany you. I should be able to teach those southern barbarians a bloody lesson. Does my dear son-in-law really have a way to defeat the enemy? Yuezhou only has 50,000 defenders, while the Nanman have at least 200,000 soldiers. Even if the soldiers from several states go to support us, I'm afraid we can only gather about 10,000 people. I'm afraid it will be difficult to defend Yuezhou. It will take at least 3 days to get to Yuezhou. Master Taishan, please secretly purchase saltpeter and charcoal in Qizhou and find craftsmen to make hollow iron balls, leaving a small hole the size of a finger. The more the better. Guanda and I will lead the troops first, and you will then transport the saltpeter and charcoal you purchased, as well as the hollow iron balls you have made, to Yuezhou and hand them over to me. I want to make weapons with great lethality to deal with the southern barbarians. Muzhua Lin also became more alert. I just wanted to come over to ask my son-in-law if he had any good ideas. I didn't expect that he could actually make a secret killing weapon. That's great. Originally, I wanted to open a store in the capital, but now it seems I can only go to Yuezhou first. This is none of your business, my dear son-in-law. Alas. Tang Tianao shook his head and said, as a son-in-law, if I can't share Master Taishan's worries, wouldn't that be incompetent? It's just that my dear son-in-law hasn't made any preparations yet, and he's going with the army like this. Isn't that inappropriate? There's nothing to prepare. Oh, Lord Taishan, you must keep the saltpeter and charcoal you bought a secret. It's best to grind them into powder and seal them before sending them to the front. If it's convenient, buy some sulfur and prepare some thin cloth strips 1 foot long and 2 fingers wide and some fine threads. Okay, I will definitely get this done. Then I'll get ready and go. Well, I will go back now and have Deputy General Guan to lead the troops to meet you, and then march to Yuezhou. The military situation is urgent, so this is the only way. As soon as Mu Zhuolun left, Tang Tianao called Yu Jialong, Huang Xiaoyu, Lu Xiaoqing, and Mo Danchan. 4 ladies, please get ready quickly and follow me to Yuezhou. Husband, are you going to war? Yes, if you don't want to go, I won't force you, Mo Danchan said without hesitation. As long as we are with my husband, we will go forward bravely no matter how dangerous the situation is. Yes, we are willing to follow our husband through life and death. Everyone firmly expressed their willingness to go to the border with Tang Tianao to meet the enemy. Great! It's a blessing from God that I, Tang Tianao, can have women like you. The 4 girls hurriedly packed their things. After a while, the sound of horse hooves was heard, and a large group of people arrived at the door of the escort agency. Leading the way was Muzhua Luan. Dang Juan, Ye Mawanda. We met at the prefect's house. On the night you proposed to him, I'm afraid Tang Jin didn't have any impression of me, right? Ha! I'm really sorry. General Guan is a low-key person, and there were too many people that night. So please forgive me for not being able to remember General Guan. Tang Jiyuan, you're too kind. I never thought that we would fight side by side one day. I hope General Guan will take good care of me. By the way, I will bring my 4 wives with me. They will be of great help when the time comes. Will this break the rules? Guanda shook his head. Tang Jian is not a soldier. How can he break the rules by bringing his family to help? Military rules do not apply to Tang Jiyuan. Then I'll be relieved. Tang Tianao called on Yu Jialong and the other 3 girls to mount their horses and march forward in a mighty procession with the 1,000-strong army. Along the way, Tang Tianao bought some thin iron nails and thin iron sheets when passing through towns. After 2 days of marching, he had bought 10 horse-drawn carriages. Guan had already received Muzhua Luan's instructions, asking him to do his best to cooperate with Tang Tianao no matter what he did along the way. On this day, the army finally entered Yuezhou city. They entered the city from the north gate. As soon as they entered, they saw the soldiers and civilians in the city in chaos. In the distance, bursts of shouting and killing came from the south gate. There was also smoke everywhere, and countless soldiers were busy transporting supplies to the top of the city wall. From time to time, huge fireballs flew into the city from the sky, and people were injured all the time. Someone came to greet Guanda's army. "Excuse me, which state are you from?" "General, we came from Chizhou and traveled day and night. Now we are exhausted. Can you allow us to rest for half a day before going to the front line? Please follow me to the phubbing camp." Why are there women?" "General, this is not a military dependent. It is a volunteer soldier who came with his 4 wives to help." "Nonsense. How can a woman help? I won't entertain you." "General Guan, we will temporarily stay at the Sihai Inn in front. After I, Taishan Dashin, deliver the supplies, please send them to the inn for me." "Okay. Will the 10 wagon loads of goods we are transporting also be placed at the inn?" "Good." Tang Tianao went directly to Sihai Inn and booked the entire inn. How could there be any guests in Yuezhou City now? So the shopkeeper readily agreed and gave Tang Tianao a discount. The guys also diligently helped to bring the goods into the inn. After resting in the inn for half a day and eating and drinking their fill, Tang Tianao asked Yu Jiaolong and the others to stay in the inn, while he went out pretending to be a civilian carrying supplies, and then climbed up the city wall despite the war. "Kill, hold on. You must hold on. Quickly release the arrow. Bring up the log. Is the water boiling? Bring some water quickly. There's a gap here. Someone come and fill it up for me." There were shouts from the top of the city walls as the defenders fought bloody battles and tried their best to resist the enemy's siege. Tang Tianao finally took advantage of the chaos to climb up the city wall, holding a long sword, and chopped down several people who climbed up the wall. Some defenders saw that he swung his sword as fast as the wind and was obviously quite skilled, so they let him fight the enemy on the city wall. Tang Tianao took the time to look down at the city wall and felt his scalp tingling. Countless enemies were coming like a tide. The first time he saw such a scene, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. After observing for a while, he finally saw the commander of the army, who was about 100 meters away from the city wall, riding on horseback, waving his sword and shouting. Seeing this, Tang Tianao smiled coldly and took off the spear on his back. This is the sniper rifle that he had built after a long time. It comes with a magazine of 10 bullets, and is also equipped with a 4-fold scope. Today is your first appearance in public. I hope it will be a big hit. Tang Tianao aimed his sniper rifle at the enemy commander, held his breath, and calmly pulled the trigger. Chapter 44. Bombs exploded in the Nanman army. Bang! At the sound of a gunshot, all the defenders on the city wall looked over. The next second, the enemy commander under the city should fall off his horse. Bang! Bang! There were 2 more gunshots, and 2 more enemy generals were shot and fell off their horses. At this point, the soldiers defending the city finally understood that Tang Tianao was using an unknown weapon to shoot and kill the enemy general under the city from more than 100 meters away. 3 enemy generals were killed in a row, including the general who commanded the siege. The enemy army was immediately thrown into chaos and its morale plummeted. Hold on, charge up to the city, kill. A war horse rushed forward from behind the enemy army, and a general on the horse brandished a long sword and instantly killed several fleeing soldiers in an attempt to stabilize the battle formation. Seeing this, Tang Tianao fired another shot, and the enemy general fell off his horse. What is that? Is God punishing us? The gods are angry. Run away. We shouldn't have started this war of aggression. God is punishing our generals. Stop fighting. The most important thing is to escape. The southern barbarian army, unaware of the situation, was instantly terrified. Many of them really believed that it was a punishment from God, and countless local soldiers abandoned their weapons and fled in all directions. After a fierce siege, the army was about to capture the city wall, but because Tang Tianao sniped and killed 4 enemy generals, the southern barbarian army retreated like a tide. God, are you sent by God to save us? The gods have come down to earth. The magic weapon of the gods is really powerful. It can kill the enemy from such a distance. We are saved. All the defending generals cheered and admired Tang Tianao, the man who came out of nowhere, to the extreme. The city guard general Yu Changyan came over and knelt on one knee to bow to Tang Tianao. Thank you, God, for saving our soldiers and civilians in Yuezhou. Thank God for saving our soldiers and civilians in Yuezhou. All the generals knelt on one knee and bowed to Tang Tianao. Please stand up quickly. All the generals, I am not a god, but I came from Chizhou to help you. You kneeling like this is really embarrassing for me. No, even if you are not a god, you have saved the country by shooting and killing 4 enemy generals from a distance, giving us a chance to catch our breath. If you had not taken action today, even if we could defend Yuezhou, we would have paid a heavy price. Tang Tianao reached out his hand and helped Yu Changyan up. No need to be so polite in the future. It is also my duty to protect the land of Daxia. Yu Changyan stared at Tang Tianao's spear. I haven't asked yet. I am Tang Tianao from Qizhou, the son-in-law of the Qizhou prefect. I am here to support Yue Zhou on the orders of the Qizhou prefect, Mu Zhuoluan. It turned out to be General Tang. I'm not a general, I am just a scholar. Generals and generals can call me Xiao Tang. How dare I? I'd better call you Brother Tang. Good. My last name is Yu, and my given name is Changyun. If Brother Tang doesn't mind, how about calling me Brother Yu? Brother Yu. Ha! With a strange man like Brother Tang, the Nan man will definitely have a headache. Especially those generals. I'm afraid they won't dare to show up in front of the city wall easily. Tang Tianao didn't think that others had no way to deal with it, but he didn't want to discourage them either. General Yu, I just arrived in Yuezhou today, and I'm very tired. I'll go back to the inn to rest first. I'll come back if the enemy attacks the city. Okay, this is my badge. With this badge, you can enter and exit any place in Yuezhou at will. Thank you so much, Brother Yu. Brother Tang, how about not staying at the inn anymore or moving to the general's mansion? I appreciate your kindness, Brother Yu, but I've also brought my 4 wives and booked an inn to make some powerful weapons to deal with the Nan man. Oh, don't let your guard down. The Nan man army won't give up the siege easily. If it's a night attack, my weapons won't work. Please rest assured, Brother Tang, we will guard against it. After Tang Tianao said goodbye and left, he went straight back to the inn. Husband, how can you easily go to the front line? What will we do if something happens to you? When the 4 girls learned that Tang Tianao had climbed up the city wall, they were frightened. Don't worry, I know my limits. Unexpectedly, late that night, Mu Zhuoluan sent a small team of soldiers to secretly deliver several large carts of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. Everything was ground into fine powder, and thin cloth strips and thin threads were also prepared, as well as a carriage-sized hollow iron ball with a hole the size of a finger. The iron ball was slightly larger than an adult's fist. Tang Tianao was very satisfied with what he saw, and overnight he and his 4 wives poured iron nails, iron sheets, saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur into the iron ball. The mixture became gunpowder. Fill gunpowder into a hollow iron ball, wrap the gunpowder with fine cloth, and tie it with thin thread to make a fuse. The 5 of them worked until late at night, and had just made 200 bombs when they heard earth-shaking shouts of killing coming from the south gate. Sure enough, the southern barbarian army refused to give up and launched a night attack. The 4 ladies should go to bed early. We have to continue making these bombs tomorrow morning. This can only be done by my husband and me, and no one else can know about it. I will take these bombs to the city wall to test them, Mo Danchan said worriedly. My husband has been running around all day and is exhausted. How can he go up to the city wall to resist the enemy at this time? I'm in good health. I know the ladies are worried about me, but I will protect myself. Well, in order to reduce the casualties of my Great Xia army, I will go up to the city wall again. I believe these bombs can scare the Nan man army again. Tang Tianao called 5 soldiers who were resting in the inn to help him transport the bomb. With the help of his general badge, he climbed up the city wall smoothly. Kill. Hold on. Shoot. Pour boiling water. Quick. Rolling log. Throw it down. The shouts and cries of killing were deafening, and the enemy attacked at night, making it even more difficult to defend the city. The light was insufficient, and no one noticed Tang Tianao's arrival. Tang Tianao took a torch, looked at the densely packed southern barbarian army under the city, smiled coldly, lit a bomb, and then threw it hard a little further away from the city. 2 breaths later, there was a loud boom from under the city, and a ball of flame suddenly exploded. In the firelight, many Nan man soldiers could be seen being blown into the air. Everyone was stunned and had no idea what was going on. Tang Tianao continued to light bombs and throw them under the city. Boom, boom. Bombs exploded one after another in the Nan man army. In an instant, many Nan man soldiers were blown to pieces, and bursts of horrific screams were heard, which made people shudder. Boom, boom. The explosions continued one after another, and the Nan man army was completely dumbfounded, while at the same time an inexplicable fear surged in their hearts. Seeing the broken limbs and remains in the flames, the southern barbarian army screamed in fear. God is angry again. God is punishing us again. Retreat quickly. Run. For a moment, the Nan man army was in chaos, and many of them turned around and fled. Due to the lighting problem, a stampede occurred for a moment, and the casualties were even more than those caused by the bomb. The general defending the city finally saw Tang Tianao. He saw Tang Tianao light bombs and throw them down to the city, and then balls of flames exploded with loud bangs. Sure enough, Brother Tang is here again. Yu Changyun stepped out of the crowd and walked towards Tang Tianao. Chapter 45. One man can defeat thousands of troops. Tang Tianao continued to light the bombs and throw them toward the city, while he said with a smile, "Brother Yu, come and help throw the bombs." Bomb? This name is really appropriate for the situation. Ha! Yu Changyun walked forward with a smile, picked up the bomb, lit it, and then threw it hard at the Nanman army under the city, imitating Tang Tianao's behavior. Boom! He watched the bombs he had thrown explode in the Nanman army, flames rising into the sky. Many Nanman soldiers were blown into the air, and some had their bodies blown apart. Hiss! Yu Changyun was shocked by the huge, destructive power. This is such a terrible bomb. Unfortunately, the number is too small. It can only be used to scare people. If the Southern Barbarian army attacks the city at all costs, the casualties these bombs can cause will still be limited. So, how many of these bombs do you have, Brother Tang? These were all made tonight by me and my 4 wives. We will continue to make them tomorrow. I don't know how many we can make. Do you need me to mobilize some help? No. This is an absolutely secret weapon. If it is leaked and the enemy learns it, we will no longer have any advantage. Therefore, I will not let anyone who is not really close to me get in touch with this secret. That's true. I was too abrupt. Brother you can use these bombs. I'm going to go back and rest. I'm really too sleepy. Good. Thank you, Brother Tang, for scaring off the Southern Barbarian army once again. Tang Tianao waved his hand, quickly left the city wall, and went back to the inn to rest. After tossing and turning for most of the night, Tang Tianao fell asleep and slept until noon the next day. He was still woken up by the sound of horse hooves. It was the first batch of supplies from Qizhou that arrived. Yu Jialong and the others started working as soon as they got up in the morning. During this morning, the 4 of them managed to make another 700 bombs. The south gate was very quiet. After the Southern Barbarian army retreated in the middle of the night, they have not attacked the south gate again. Husband, are you awake? I'll ask the waiter to bring us food. Kwang Xiaoyu saw Tang Tianao get up, but asked with concern. Yeah, I'm indeed a little hungry, El. Kwang Xiaoyu and the waiter quickly delivered the food to the room, and Tang Tianao began to eat it voraciously. After eating, he was busy making bombs with Kwang Xiaoyu and others. It was not until the afternoon when 1,500 bombs were made that Tang Tianao asked people to help transport them to the city wall. When Yu Changyun saw so many bombs being transported up, his mouth was crooked with joy. Brother Tang, you are amazing. With so many bombs, you can definitely cause serious damage to the Nanman army. You can even scare them silly. Ha ha ha. All the generals were also very excited. If there hadn't been such a bomb last night, the Southern Barbarian army would have been able to attack the city wall. Even if the city was not destroyed, the defenders would have suffered heavy losses. But with Tang Tianao's bombing, the Southern Barbarian army was frightened away again. Tang E2 is mighty. With Tang E2 here, we can finally take a breath. Tang E2 alone could be as powerful as an army of thousands. That's right. Tang E2 can defeat thousands of troops alone. This is absolutely true. All the generals agreed, and the more they looked at Tang Tianao, the more they admired him, which made Tang Tianao feel a little embarrassed. Brothers, stop flattering me. We really mean what we say. Tang E2 was twice scared off the Nanman army by himself. Isn't he a man who can defeat thousands of troops? Indeed, if Tang E2 hadn't taken action twice yesterday and last night, the Nanman army that was about to attack the city wall would have been scared off. It can be said that he really saved all of us and defended the city with his own strength. Tang E2, stop being so modest. Tang Tianao smiled helplessly. I was able to achieve success because all the soldiers in the city fought to the death and created opportunities for me. Otherwise, how could I defend a city and a pawn by myself? Tang Tianao was not arrogant despite his achievements. The generals respected him even more. Guanda also came out at this time. He also brought the Qizhou soldiers to the city wall today. He had also heard about Tang Tianao and admired him very much. After some polite exchanges, Tang Tianao handed over the 1,500 bombs to Yu Changyun and went back to the inn to rest. Unexpectedly, in the evening, bursts of roaring sounds woke Tang Tianao from his sleep. The Southern Barbarian army came to attack the city again. This is really annoying. We have to find a way to solve this problem once and for all. Tang Tianao got out of bed, without even having time to eat dinner, and hurried to the city wall with his guns. The Nanman launched the attack in the evening for some reasons, and the attack this evening was much more fierce than yesterday's. This time, Tang Tianao also asked people to carry 1,700 bombs to the city wall. Facing the frenzied attack of the Nan Man, Yu Changyan commanded his troops to fight desperately. Although bombs were thrown from time to time, and each bomb could kill or injure many Nan Man soldiers, the Nan Man army still desperately attacked the city. If it weren't for the assistance of these bombs, which created tremendous psychological pressure on the Nan Man army, the defenders would have been unable to withstand such a fierce siege. Tang Tianao handed the bomb to Yu Changyun, who commanded the soldiers to use it, while Tang Tianao found a blind spot, set up a sniper rifle, and looked for enemy generals. Sure enough, among the army, 300 meters away from the city wall, the general's flag was very conspicuous, and there were several generals commanding the attack. Although the sniper rifle I made is not as sophisticated as the sniper rifles of the 21st century, and its power is far less, it is still no problem to hit targets at a distance of only 300 meters. Tang Tianao held his breath, and with the help of the fourfold scope, he locked onto the highest commander in the army, took aim, took a deep breath, held his breath again, and then carefully pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of gunfire mixed with the sound of bomb explosions, which served as a good cover-up. 300 meters away, the Nan Man commander was pointing his sword at the sky and yelling, when suddenly a bullet pierced his head. The roar stopped abruptly, and the commander fell off his horse with a horrible bloody hole appearing on his head. The two deputy generals were horrified and were about to dismount to check on their leader's injuries. At this moment, another bullet pierced through the chest of a deputy general like lightning, and the deputy general screamed and fell off his horse. It's so far away. How could it be? Another deputy general was so shocked that he was shot in the head before he could react. The general and two deputy generals were killed in the battle. Oh no! The general and his men have been harmed by an evil weapon again. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Hold on, anyone who dares to retreat will be punished by military law. Farther away, a general holding a mace roared like thunder, shaking the three armies. Kill those damned evil people. Charge! We must avenge the general and his men. Seeing the three generals die, the Nan Man army was so angry that Tang Tianao felt something was wrong and aimed his sniper rifle at the general holding the mace. Chapter 46. The cannon was made. The general seemed to sense the danger and suddenly grabbed a shield from a soldier beside him and used it to protect himself. Tang Tianao smiled coldly and shot a gun, hitting the horse's head. The war horse let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground. The general was surprisingly quite skilled. He jumped off the saddle with one hand and landed steadily on the ground. Seeing that he was still protecting himself with a shield, Tang Tianao turned and shot at the flag bearer holding the commander's flag. Seeing the flag bearer fall, the general quickly walked over and grabbed the flagpole. At that moment, Tang Tianao shot him right in the right leg under the shield. The enemy general was so frightened that he squatted down and hid behind his shield, not daring to move. On this side, Yu Changyan also saw that the enemy general was suppressed by Tang Tianao's firepower and turned into a turtle, so he ordered the soldiers to throw hundreds of bombs in an instant. Boom, boom! Hundreds of southern barbarian soldiers were blown away, with broken limbs and body parts flying everywhere, which was a horrifying sight. Seeing so many bombs and the death of his main general, the general who was leading the battle became a coward. Suddenly, the southern barbarian army was in chaos, morale plummeted, and the army began to flee. The general had become a coward and could no longer hold the line. In desperation, he took advantage of the crowd's cover, put his shield on his back, and fled, dragging his injured leg. Tang Tianao put down his gun and breathed a sigh of relief. This time, most of the Nan Man generals thought that they would not be shot if they stayed farther away from the city walls. But they still underestimated the power of the sniper rifle. Thousands of barbarians' corpses were left under the city wall. The blood flowed like a river, and it was a horrific sight. Brother Tang, you shot and killed 7 Nan Man generals in 2 days, and used the bombs you developed to resist the Nan Man's 2 sieges. This is a huge achievement, Yu Changyan said with deep emotion. It would not matter if it was not said, but once it was said, all the generals found it unbelievable. He killed 7 enemy generals and injured 1, and it was only thanks to the weapons he developed that the southern barbarian army was repelled. Tang Tianao's contribution is truly unimaginable. Tang Yi2 is truly a god. The bombs made by Tang Yi2 are too lethal, and that long thing can kill people from 300 or 400 meters away. It's even more amazing. Tang Yi2, what is the name of the weapon in your hand? Tang Tianao smiled calmly and said, "This is called a musket. It is very difficult to make. It took me 2 months to make one." Yu Chongyun sighed when he heard this. That's such a pity. If it could be mass-produced. Alas, he didn't say anything else, but everyone could hear his helplessness. Of course, Tang Tianao would not pass on the method of making muskets. Next, I don't know when the Nanman army will organize another attack. I have to go back and make bombs of my wives. Let's put it this way, Brother Yu, I hope you can help me with a few things. Brother Tang, just say whatever you want. I will do my best. Tang Tianao whispered in Yu Changyun's ear for a while, and Yu Changyun nodded frequently with a very serious expression. He asked Yu Changyun to help him collect thin iron nails, sharp iron pieces, and luwang. At least he did not tell Yu Changyun about the saltpeter and wood ash. No one in this world knows how to produce gunpowder, so he cannot let others know all the raw materials. Muzhualuan was his father-in-law and a close man, so he would let him organize people to purchase the raw materials or ship them in batches. At the same time, he took out a blueprint and asked Yu Changyun to find craftsmen to build several cannons, including warheads. He was only responsible for providing gunpowder. As long as the method of making gunpowder is not leaked, it will be fine. After explaining everything to Yu Changyun, he returned to the inn. It was already evening by then, and Yu Jialong and the others were tired after a long day, so they all went back to their rooms early to rest. When the shopkeeper saw Tang Tianao coming back, he hurriedly prepared wine and food for him. Tang Tianao also ate something quickly but went back to his room to rest, not even wanting to take a shower. Fortunately, the night passed perfectly and the southern barbarians did not attack the city. After losing 7 generals and thousands of casualties, the morale of the people was low, so it was not advisable to force a siege on the city. Moreover, they must also find out what weapons the Daxia defenders used to repel them. Otherwise, they will suffer heavy losses if they attack rashly. So, for 3 consecutive days, the southern barbarian army did not attack Yuezhou. But Tang Tianao and his wife and 3 other people were not idle. They used these 3 days to make 8,000 bombs. Finally, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yu Changyun sent Guanda to invite Tang Tianao, saying that the cannon had been built overnight. Hearing this, Tang Tianao was overjoyed. He followed Guanda to the parade ground and saw 10 cannons neatly placed there. He walked over and examined and measured it carefully and found that the workmanship was extremely precise. It seemed that the ancient craftsmen were of quite high level. The warhead is naturally hollow, so Tang Tianao and his team need to fill it with explosives or something and then seal it. Looking at the bullet that was as fine as an adult's foot, Tang Tianao nodded with satisfaction. Brother Tang, how powerful are these weapons? Yu Changyun asked curiously. Tang Tianao shook his head. I can't say for sure about the power. I won't know until I try it. Maybe one shot can blow the city gate open. Hiss. Is this true? Well, it's very possible. Then I can't wait to see Brother Tang use them. How far is the enemy camp from our Yuezhou city? The southern barbarian army was very arrogant. They thought we were incapable of fighting outside the city, so they set up camp on the big fort 2 miles away from Yuezhou city. 2 miles, 1,000 meters. The range of our cannons is about 1,500 meters. Very good. Tang Tianao asked Guanda to take people to the inn and deliver all the gunpowder and bombs that he and his 4 wives had prepared in the past few days. Then he taught Yu Changyun the method of loading and sealing, and asked him to send a skilled soldier to complete the last step of warhead production. He ordered people to transport the cannons to the top of the city wall and install them, and first aimed at the enemy camp. 5 days passed quickly. During these 5 days, Yu Changyun supervised the craftsmen to make thousands of cannon warheads. Tang Tianao also handed over the task of loading the bombs to Yu Changyun, and he and his 4 wives were only responsible for preparing the most core gunpowder. Therefore, the number of bombs accumulated during this period reached tens of thousands. On this day, soldiers who came from Qizhou to transport supplies brought news to Tang Tianao, saying that Luo Xiaojun and Hui Jindong had wiped out all the bandits on Xianglu Mountain in Lingdong. After working so hard for so many days, it's time to prepare to return to Qizhou. Tang Tianao has been so busy with his 4 wives these days that he doesn't even have time to be intimate with them. Now that so many bombs and cannons have been prepared for Yuezhou, I believe the Nanman army will never get the upper hand. That evening, Guanda suddenly came to the inn with a group of young women and smiled mysteriously at Tang Tianao. General Guan, what are you doing? Dang Jian, today is the day when the Yuezhou government distributes beautiful wives. General, you heard about your feat of picking 10 beautiful wives in one go in your hometown. So he ordered me to bring you the 20 most beautiful young women among the young women distributed by the government this time. Do you want them or not? Chapter 47, 20 Concubines. Tang Tianao didn't expect Yu Changyun and Guanda would do this to him, and he suddenly felt that he was no longer capable of doing that. Mo Danchan said with a smile, "Yes, it must be. My husband's wives are seriously insufficient now, and he is worried about how to add more people. General Guan, you are helping him in his time of need. What's going on?" Mo Danchan is even more anxious than her husband to have a concubine. Lu Xiaoqing also said excitedly, "That's great. We will have another group of sisters in the future, and our family will be more powerful." Huang Xiaoyu also said, "Yes. Although we already have 21 sisters, my husband is only doing business in Qizhou now, and the sisters are not enough to share. What if he develops in Yuezhou, Beijing, and other places in the future?" Yu Jiaolong took Tang Tianao's hand and shook it gently, saying, "Husband, then accept them all, okay? Each of these girls is a rare beauty, and you can tell at a glance that they are clever and skillful." Tang Tianao smiled awkwardly and stroked his forehead. "Why are the four ladies acting more impatient than me? It's all because your husband has tired you out during this period of time. Ladies, you have worked hard." Mo Danchan refused to agree. "Husband, if you say that, it seems like we four sisters are afraid of hardship." Huang Xiuyu said with a pitiful look on her face. "Husband, as long as we can follow you, we are willing to endure any hardship or fatigue. We sincerely feel that if your business continues to develop, you really need more sisters to support you. Husband, there is no need to hesitate. Just take all these sisters in." Tang Tianao was really dumbfounded. He had been extremely busy recently. With four beauties around him, he didn't even have time to favor one of them. It's really hard to justify taking 20 concubines all of a sudden. This is really too exaggerated. Woo-woo. Please accept us, sir. We won't be treated as a burden when we go back to our parents' house anymore. We haven't had a full meal in a few days. Please be kind, father-in-law. We would be happy even if you take us in as slaves and maids. If you don't accept us, I won't be able to go home. My father and brother will definitely beat and scold me. We are all miserable people. Please give us a chance to be reborn." The women all begged Tang Tianao. As a time traveler, Tang Tianao was really dumbfounded. In the world where he was born, just because men had 30 million more than women, and under the operation of capital, ordinary men all became miserable. Even if a man wants to marry a woman, he doesn't know how many times she has been with him. There are still houses, cars, and her mother between them, as well as savings and a sky-high bride price between them. At a blind date, they would blatantly ask about houses, cars, and money. If a woman with a bit of beauty marries an ordinary man, she will really drain the savings of 3 generations of the man's family, but she only needs to show her face. Even so, she will still be arrogant, just like a princess marrying a commoner. When this phenomenon develops to the extreme, the young generation of men simply lie down and do not fall in love, get married, or have children. Capital has made women into unattainable princesses, while men have been cut off from desire by the reality. Anyway, dating will drain you of your material and soul, and getting married can take up half the life of the whole family. How many men are willing to do such a high-risk thing? So the younger generation has understood life. How good is it to lie down? You won't get hurt, and your family won't be sucked dry. There is no better way than lying down. Tang Tianao lived in such a world, so he had been a bachelor for more than 20 years and had never tasted the taste of a woman until he traveled through time. Who would have thought that in this world, the government would directly give out wives? Not only was it a white-collar job, but it was also illegal not to accept one. Now, there were 20 women begging him to take them as concubines. How could Tang Tianao not be moved by such a contrast? Of course, the men in this world are even more miserable. How many men died on the battlefield at a young age? For the sake of their families and countries, perhaps before they could enjoy any happiness, they sacrificed their lives in the war. It is just that in the relatively peaceful era of the 21st century, men seem worthless. If we live in ancient times, men will always stand in front and protect their country with their flesh and blood. Therefore, the era when men could have 3 wives and 4 concubines was achieved by more men paying with their lives. This situation was particularly serious in Daxia. There were too few men. Countless men died on the battlefield, causing a sharp decline in population. In addition, the taxes were too heavy. The head tax of 3 strings of cash per person per year was enough to discourage men from getting married and having children. In order to reproduce and replenish the population and also to collect taxes, the government had no choice but to implement the policy of giving away wives. My husband, what are you daydreaming about? Mo Danchan pulled Tang Tianao back from his trance. Husband, please nod your head and accept them. Lu Xiaoqing also urged, looking at the 20 young women, each of them young, beautiful, and graceful, all looking at him pitifully, hoping that he would nod and accept them. Tang Tianao smiled helplessly and said, You just heard it. I already have 21 wives at home, and I'm very busy. Now the 4 wives around me have been married to me for at least a month, but they haven't consummated their marriage with me yet. Have you really thought it through? Sir, I've told you before, we're happy even if we can only be maids for you and your wives. Please give us a chance, sir. Sir, please accept us. Many people have already started to cry. Tang Tianao waved his hands helplessly. All right, stop crying. I will take you as my concubines. When these words were spoken, all 20 women were overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting us. That's great. Thank God for letting me meet a good man like you. My husband, from now on, I am yours in life and your ghost in death. My husband is so handsome. We are so happy. Thank God for blessing me, and thank my ancestors for protecting me, so that I can meet such a good husband. The girls burst into laughter one after another and praised Tang Tianao. Guanda laughed loudly. Come on, Tang Jun, pay more attention to your waist. All the girls covered their mouths and laughed, their beautiful eyes flickering towards Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao secretly cried out in his heart that he couldn't bear it anymore and felt like he had fallen into a wolf's den. Lu Xiaoqing and the other 4 were also happy to come and came forward to interact with the 20 women. Great! We have 20 more sisters all of a sudden. Our family strength has increased significantly. Husband, how about we have a banquet tonight to welcome the 20 sisters? Tang Tianao was about to answer when suddenly a roar came from the direction of the south gate. The southern barbarian army is attacking the city again. You guys settle the new sisters first. I'll go up to the city wall to take a look. Tang Tianao and Guanda quickly went out, jumped on their horses, and galloped away. Chapter 48. Cannons blast away the southern barbarian army. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions was endless, and the shouts of killing were earth-shaking. It was lunchtime, and the southern barbarian army chose this moment to attack, apparently because they were sure that Yuezhou City was the most relaxed at this moment. It can be seen that the southern barbarians were not stupid. Tang Tianao and Guanda were both hungry, but they had no time to think about it at this moment. The same was true for the generals defending the city. Before they had time to eat, the southern barbarian army took the opportunity to attack. It seemed that they were well prepared and chose the right time. I have to say that this move by the southern barbarian army was very clever. Release! Release quickly! Bomb squad, drop the bombs! Yu Changyun was in command, looking at the southern barbarian army that was coming like a tide, with twice as many troops as before, which made his scalp tingle. Brother Tang, it's good that you're here. Let's use those cannons. Seeing Tang Tianao coming, Yu Changyun's spirits suddenly lifted and he became a little impatient. Okay, aim the first 5 rounds of artillery at the Nanman camp. I've already aimed. So, what are you waiting for? Ignite and fire. All the generals were excited and wanted to see with their own eyes how powerful this new weapon was. Tang Tianao took a torch, lay on the gun, and took a look. After making sure that he was aiming at the Nanman army camp, he lit the fuse. Yu Changyun and others also followed suit and lit the fuses of the remaining 9 cannons. Boom! Boom! Amidst the huge roar, 10 cannons spewed fire almost at the same time, and the sound was earth-shaking. Chiu-hoo-hoo! Immediately afterwards, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, and 10 shells cut through the sky and landed in the Nanman military camp in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, they saw horrifying mushroom clouds rising from the Nanman army camp, accompanied by blazing flames, flying sand and rocks, and thunderous explosions. They could clearly see tents being overturned and countless soldiers and horses being blown into the sky, as if the end of the world had come. Overturn the military camp from a distance of nearly 2 miles? This is simply appalling. The southern barbarian army was dumbfounded, and indescribable fear struck their hearts. Yuezhou, a small city in Daxia, overturned their understanding time and time again. Muskets, bombs, cannons. These were powerful weapons that they had never seen or heard of before. They were about to capture Yuezhou, but the appearance of these 3 weapons caused them to fail. They suffered heavy casualties in the siege over the past few days, while the Yuezhou defenders were almost unscathed, all due to the appearance of the three major killing weapons. They were filled with hatred, but they just couldn't figure out what kind of weapon it was. Today, the cannon, which was several times more powerful, appeared and instantly stunned the southern barbarian army. The military camp was bombed. The commander is in danger. How can we fight this war? God is really angry. Why is this happening? We shouldn't have invaded Dacia. This is truly God's punishment for us. I don't believe in divine punishment. It's obvious that the people of Dacia have created some evil weapons. It's so hateful. While the attacking army was in panic, 10 cannons continued to fire, firing one shot after another into the military camp. The Nanman camp was blown up everywhere and was bombed beyond recognition in a blink of an eye. Horrifying screams were heard. The battle in front of the city wall was equally fierce. Countless bombs fell into the Nanman army. There were explosions, flames rising into the sky, and broken limbs, body parts, and blood flying everywhere. Today's bombs were more intense than the previous 2 times. In a blink of an eye, the area below the city wall was blown beyond recognition. Countless Nanman soldiers were struggling on the ground, howling in the flames, and there were even more broken corpses. This time, perhaps because even the commander's camp was bombed, the southern barbarian army turned around and fled without any general to suppress them. It came with great momentum and receded like the tide in the blink of an eye. This time, it was a real rout. The military camp was destroyed, and the commander was not sure whether he was dead or alive. Who could care about whom? The most important thing was to escape. What's more, the artillery was chasing and bombing them, and they ran 3 miles away before they could barely escape the bombing range of the artillery. Great victory in Yuezhou. Great victory in Yuezhou. The generals defending the city all cheered. This was indeed a great victory. Now that the southern barbarian army had fled, they would definitely not attack Yuezhou again in the short term. Tang Yi was mighty. If it weren't for Tang Yi's weapons, Yuezhou would have been conquered a few days ago. It was Tang Yi who saved all the soldiers and civilians in the city. Tang Yi is simply the reincarnation of a god, so he can create all kinds of advanced weapons, allowing us to defeat the enemy with fewer troops and repel the attack of the Nanman army. Dacia is lucky to have a man like Tang Yi. It is a blessing for Dacia and for the people of the world. Guan stood beside Tang Tianao. As a reinforcement from Qizhou, he felt very proud of Tang Tianao. He never dreamed that Tang Tianao, a scholar, not only possessed superb poetic talent and shrewd business acumen, but could also create astonishing weapons and make immortal contributions to the border defense of Dacia. Yu Changyun sighed. I will report all of Brother Tang's performance in Yuezhou City in detail to the court and ask the emperor to commend Brother Tang for his contributions. Yes, that's right. With Tang Yi's achievements, it's no problem for him to be promoted to a general. For a magical person like Tang Yi, it is only a matter of time before he is made a marquis and appointed as a prime minister. No matter how rich or powerful you are, don't forget each other. Tang Tianao didn't say much about this, and he didn't pretend to be noble. As a man of the 21st century, he knew how important power was, so he did not refuse if he could get a government position, which was also the reason why he took the imperial examination. Of course, it would be best to get a sinecure, such as a Marquis of Xiaoyao with a fiefdom. Brother Guan, after this battle, I believe the Nanman army will not attack Yuezhou again in the short term, and I am preparing to go to Beijing to take the exam. So maybe I will leave Yuezhou in the next 2 days. Yu Changyun couldn't help but feel melancholy when he heard this. Brother Tang is such a genius. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to meet you again in the future. However, your great kindness to Yuezhou and your contribution to Dacia are enough to be remembered for a lifetime. We will never forget Tang Yi. No longer fighting alongside Tang Yi is the biggest regret in my life. Tang Tianao laughed and said, Why are you so sad, brothers? After I leave for the imperial examination, I will most likely go to Yuezhou to do business. That's great. I must drink and chat happily with Tang Yi when the time comes. Tang Tianao smiled and said, Today, General Yu and General Guan sent me 20 beauties. I will hold a banquet at the Sea Haiyan tonight. Brothers, if you can go, please go. Don't prepare any gifts. Just show up. Yu Changyun shook his head. Brother Tang, you can't do this. Our army still has to defend the city. If some people can go and some can't, it will be unbalanced for everyone. What about General Yu's opinion? Chapter 49, Passion Rising. Yu Changyan laughed heartily and said, "During this period, we have made the southern barbarians' army howl in fear, which has greatly dampened their fighting spirit and given the southern border of Daxia a chance to catch their breath. Shouldn't we reward the three armies? So I propose that the entire army celebrate the great victory on the wall city. And I also wish Brother Tang and his brothers and sisters a long and happy marriage." Yes, it should be so. Without Tang Yi, we would never have achieved such a victory. The protagonists of this celebration banquet should be Tang Yi and the Tang ladies who silently support Tang Yi behind the scenes. That's a great suggestion. Just think of our Yuezhou army hosting a wedding banquet for Tang Yi and a farewell party for Tang Yi. Seeing all the generals were so enthusiastic, Tang Tianao was also moved. "Okay, thank you, brothers." That night, the walls of Yuezhou were decorated with lights and colorful lanterns, and food and wine were served. There were not even decent tables and chairs, but all the generals were in high spirits. 20 young women in bridal gowns surrounded Tang Tianao, who was wearing groom's suit, and walked up to the city wall. Tens of thousands of generals cheered excitedly, raising their glasses to express their most heartfelt blessings. Each of these brides is stunningly beautiful and is a stunning beauty picked from thousands of miles away. Yu Changyan really put a lot of effort into it. Our husband is a hero. I also heard that a strange man came to Yuezhou City. It was the weapons he made that repelled the southern barbarian army. I didn't expect that this strange man was actually our husband. How lucky we are to be able to be the women who make us heroes. It must be because our ancestors have accumulated virtue and we have practiced hard for 3 lifetimes, so we can marry a man like my husband in this life. No wonder Xiaoyu and Xiaoqing love their husbands so much, without any regrets. What woman in the world cannot love a man like my husband? The 20 brides smiled as if flowers and discussed in low voices. They all looked at Tang Tianao with affection, and their faces were filled with pride because Tang Tianao was loved by the 3 armies. I wish Tang Yi and his wives a happy marriage. I wish Tang Yi good results in the imperial examination next year. Hello, Tang Yi. Have a safe trip. Tens of thousands of soldiers spoke in unison. The scene was very shocking. Tang Tianao waited until they calmed down before he clasped his fists and said in gratitude, "Thank you all, brothers. You will always be my good brothers. Yes, we will always be brothers. Brothers who will share life and death together." Countless generals were moved by Tang Tianao's sincere words and shouted while raising their glasses. How could they not be moved that a strange man like Tang Tianao could treat them so kindly and regard them as brothers? "Brother Tang, I heard from General Guan that you have unparalleled talent for poetry. We are fighting against the southern barbarian army together during this period. Why don't you write a poem to cheer us up?" Yu Changyan said at this time with great interest. All the generals fell silent and looked at Tang Tianao expectantly. He is both civil and military, and has unparalleled talents and wisdom. Such a man is simply too perfect. When he first climbed up the city wall, he used his exquisite sword skills to easily kill several enemies, and he also possessed powerful martial arts skills. He is truly a godly man. Okay, how can I spoil the fun of my brothers? Then I will compose a poem and show off my ugliness. Tang Tianao poured a glass of wine and stood on a small platform. Below, Yu Changyan had already prepared pen and ink. As long as Tang Tianao recited a poem, he would write it down personally. Tang Tianao cleared his throat and then chanted in a clear voice. "Lying in a lonely village without feeling sorry for myself, I still think of guarding Luntai for my country." When these 2 men appeared, the army was immediately in awe and felt the firm confidence of a soldier to defend his country to the death. Even though they were alone, old, sick, and disabled, they still had their hearts on the frontier. Isn't this a true reflection of their hearts? It really expresses their inner thoughts vividly. That's wonderful. It's really a famous line for all time. Sure. Don't disturb Tang Yi. Yu Changyan wrote with great swiftness, and his calligraphy was extraordinary. I was deeply moved and felt that just these 2 sentences would be enough to make him famous through the ages. Tang Tianao continued to chant. "Lying down at night listening to the wind and rain, I dreamed of iron horses and frozen rivers." As soon as these 2 sentences were uttered, tens of thousands of soldiers burst into earth-shaking cheers. "Great! Lying down late at night listening to the wind and rain, I dreamed of iron horses and frozen rivers." What a great poem! What a great poem! Tang Yi wrote about the noble sentiments of our generation who are willing to sacrifice their lives to defend their country. As expected, You are an unrivaled poet. No one can compare to your literary talent. I haven't cried in more than 10 years, but tonight I cried because of Tang Itu's poem. But the tears I shed were hero's tears. May I ask, what is the title of Tang Itu's poem? Tang Tianao thought about it and felt that Lu Yu's original poem title was not suitable for this scene. After a little thought, he said, let's name it Yuezhou Wind and Rain. Great! Our Yuezhou will definitely become famous all over the world because of Tang Itu's poem. Tang Itu has created so many miracles in our Yuezhou, and this poem, Yuezhou Wind and Rain, will surely be famous all over the world. Behind the 20 brides stood 4 other girls, including Yu Jialong and Mo Danchan. Seeing their husbands so handsome and elegant, they were all mesmerized, and the affection in their beautiful eyes was about to overflow. They were extremely grateful that they were willing to stay with Tang Tianao and follow him. Who would have thought that a businessman at the time would actually be a hero with extraordinary skills? Countless generals were moved by the poem, and their blood boiled. In perfect harmony, tens of thousands of generals chanted together. I lie in a lonely village without feeling sorry for myself, thinking of guarding Luntai for my country. In my bed at night, listening to the wind and rain, I dream of iron cavalry on an icy river. Such a scene infinitely magnifies the charm of Lu Yu's poem. The wind and rain are blowing hard on November 4th. Tragic and heroic. Tang Tianao also felt his blood boiling after hearing this. At this time, under the influence of a little bit of wine, he suddenly felt heroic and laughed at the sky, saying, how about I teach you brothers to sing a long song? The song taught by Tang Itu is absolutely another masterpiece. Please, Tang Itu, teach us a long song to make our blood boil forever. Huh, it feels so good. It feels so good. I really want to sing a long song right now. Tang Tianao tilted his head back and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Then he sang aloud, mountains and rivers without rain, east and west. Great Xia Empire. Love has its own sad tears. A hero is known in times of trouble. Smoke and waves thousands of miles away. Brothers in heart. Night rain river and lake dream, although cold. Red heart shining in the sun. Mountains. Heavy water. The mountains are high and the waters are dangerous, but we are calm. Cold autumn wind. More emotional. What can I do? After the rain, there is a rainbow. All the generals listened quietly to his singing towards the sky, completely attracted by his high-pitched voice and heroic lyrics. Tang Tianao is a person who loves music very much. Even though he has not received professional training, he can sing all tenor songs. It can be said that his singing skills are quite amazing. His singing style was unprecedented in Daxia, and naturally brought new feelings and infinite shock to the generals. The poem Feng Yu Xiao Ping Sheng has the same charm as Lu Yu's poem just now, and is equally heroic. It was late at night, but on the top of Yuezhou City, tens of thousands of generals were full of local tyrant spirit. After being taught by Tang Tianao several times, they could sing Feng Yu Xiao Ping Sheng smoothly. When there is no rain in the mountains and rivers, I sing about the east and the west. When there is wind and moon, I laugh at my life. When there is love, there are tears of sadness. When there is adversity, a hero is known. The singing resounds through the sky, full of passion. Countless generals sang and danced, cried and laughed, and fought bloody battles in Yuezhou City. At this moment, they vented all their emotions in the songs. Amid the singing of the generals, Tang Tianao led the 20 brides and 4 girls, including Mo Danchan, drifting with the wind, down the city wall and away. Chapter 50, going to Beijing for the examination. When he returned to the inn that night, Tang Tianao did not favor the 20 brides, but went to Mo Danchan's room. None of the 20 brides had any objection to this, and instead felt it was reasonable and logical. Because Tang Tianao had already told them before accepting them that Mo Danchan and the other 3 had not yet consummated their marriage with him. So it was impossible for them to have the wedding night. There's always a first-come, first-served rule, right? Husband, I'm not in a hurry. I think you should stay with your sisters tonight. Silly, I just want to be with you tonight. You've worked so hard during this period. You've been married to me for so long, and I owe you so much. I hope my lady will forgive me. Mo Danchan stretched out her delicate hands to tidy up his hair and said affectionately, my husband has served the country and the people, and is a true hero. It is a great blessing for me to follow you. So my husband, please don't say those owing words anymore. Okay, tonight is our wedding night. My husband, Mo Danshan called out affectionately, and then offered her sweet lips passionately, and the two fell in love instantly. The next morning, Guanda came on behalf of Yuezhou generals to see Tang Tianao and his wife off. Tang Tianao gave dozens of boxes of gunpowder that he had accumulated during this period to Guanda, asking him to pass it on to Yu Chanyan. With this gunpowder, tens of thousands of bombs and thousands of artillery warheads could be made. If the southern barbarian army dares to invade again, they will pay a heavy price. He has done this very well, which is considered to be the utmost kindness and righteousness. He was not originally a military man, but during this trip to Yuezhou, the contribution he made was truly worth thousands of troops. If I hand in an answer sheet like this to my father-in-law Muzhuilin, getting full marks should not be a problem. 3 days later, Tang Tianao returned to Qizhou with the 24 women. Before going to the capital, he had to go back to comfort his wives. Tang Tianao arranged for 4 of the 20 brides to go to the department store to help Song Yiren and Mu Wanqing. Another 4 people were arranged to go to the hot pot restaurant to help Su Weiya and He Luyan. Then, he took the 12 women and returned to Qingyang County with Hui Jindong, who had returned to transport the goods. 2 days later, they finally returned to Qingfeng town. Seeing that Tang Tianao brought back 12 young girls, Lan Feng Wang, Lu Weining, and the others all smiled. My husband really lived up to everyone's expectations and found us a group of sisters. We should be able to relax a little in the future. Great! Our sisterhood has grown stronger. It's great that our family is becoming more and more prosperous. The 5 girls at home, Lan Feng Wang, Lu Weining, Luo Aina, Tang Inga, and Xiao Yuner, cheered and rejoiced. Tang Tianao was embarrassed for a moment. Then he touched the back of his head and said with a smile, "Thank you ladies for your hard work. I have given you too much work. I am really sorry," Tang Inga said with a sweet smile. "What are you saying, my husband? It makes us sisters feel ashamed. We are not tired, but we are too busy to stay at home and can't go out to help my husband with work." "Yes, sir. There are still several counties in Qizhou where we haven't opened stores yet because we don't have enough space for the sisters. Now it's all right. With the addition of 12 sisters, we can open stores in at least 3 more counties." "Huh? Of course, I was joking with you. All of you ladies are diligent, thrifty, and virtuous. You are all my good wives." Tang Tianao came back, and the house suddenly became lively again. I saw that the new house behind the house had already added 2 floors and was now starting to build the 5th floor. The 1st and 2nd floors have been almost decorated and look very gorgeous. It has already begun to take on the grandeur of a building and has caused a sensation in the surrounding area. The 2-story building has been renovated, and Lan Feng Wang, Lu Weining, and others at home have also purchased some fine furniture. Now they all live in it, and the courtyard is given to their brothers. There are 2 floors with a total of 20 rooms, and new brides also have rooms to stay in. Tonight, under the arrangement of Tang Inga and others, the family held a grand banquet to welcome the returning brides. During the banquet, when everyone heard Mo Danshan, Huang Xiaoyu, and others tell the story of Tang Tianao's go to Yuezhou to resist the southern barbarian army and made great contributions, and how he made bombs and cannons to drive the southern barbarian army away in panic, they all applauded. That night, in a room in the bridal chamber, in the light of red candles, Tang Tianao and Hua Qinyu sat opposite each other, each holding a small wine glass. "My dear, after we drink this wedding wine, you and I will become real husband and wife." Hua Qinyu is one of the 20 brides. The name is beautiful, and the person is even more beautiful. Hua Qinyu's face turned red with embarrassment, but her beautiful eyes were full of affection. She is undoubtedly happy to be the woman who can marry this magical man. "My husband, I'm ready. From now on, I belong to you." The two smiled at each other, drank from the wedding cup slowly, put down the wine glasses, and Tang Tianao carried Hua Qinyu towards the big bed. The wonderful spring night begins. Tang Tianao stayed at home for 3 days and made a few muskets for his woman to defend herself. 3 nights later, he consummated his marriages with his 3 new brides, Yi Miao, Huang Yiran, and Li Qingyu. In the Great Xia Kingdom, women are still very particular about being faithful to their husbands. He wanted to keep a few women at home so that he could feel more at ease after consummating his marriage with them. On the 4th day, he took Tang Inga, Luo Aina, and the 8 brides who had not yet consummated their marriages and set out for Qizhou with Hui Jindong and his escort team. After arriving in Qizhou and resting for 2 days, Tang Tianao took another batch of glass products to Wanbao Tower to trade with Xin Sanqian, earning more than 1 million taels of silver before heading to the capital. Accompanying him were Luo Xiaojun and 50 bodyguards. How far is Chizhou from the capital? The straight line distance reaches 2 to 3,000 miles. Although he was riding a horse, he couldn't move too fast because he was carrying 10 women. It is an exaggeration to say that a 1,000-mile horse can travel 1,000 miles in a day. If they rode a horse at a suitable speed, they could only advance about 100 miles in a day. Those 800-mile expresses are not just one person or one horse. They are all driven out at the fastest speed by changing people and horses at the post station. A single person and a single horse can only cover more than 200 miles in one day. Therefore, Tang Tianao and his companions only needed to advance 100 miles a day. There was no urgent matter anyway, so there was no need to tire people and horses. I had originally planned to take a month to travel. If we come across a town along the way, we will stay in an inn to rest. If there is no village inn, we will camp. Half a month passed quickly. One day, a group of people were passing through a forest when suddenly hundreds of bandits rushed out from all directions. If the man doesn't want to die, get out, but the woman and the money should stay. Don't move. My knife has no eyes. Haha, these 10 girls are so pretty. We can have some fun today. The 50 bodyguards reacted quickly, holding shields in their hands, and surrounded Tang Yinga and Luo Aina and the other 10 women. Luo Xiaojun and Tang Tianao exchanged a glance, and Tang Tianao quietly pulled out the 2 muskets on his waist. Chapter 51, Rewarding According to Merit. Hey, look at you guys. Do you still want to resist? Are you looking for death? Among them, a one-eyed, burly man came forward with a ghost-head knife in his hand and a grim smile on his face. Who are you? Are you the bandits from the neighborhood? Luo Xiaojun asked calmly. Your mother is a bandit. You are disrespectful to Grandpa. You are looking for death. The one-eyed man was enraged by Luo Xiaojun's words and swung his ghost-head knife to chop Luo Xiaojun with his Chinese sword. The sound of the sword was whistling, and the force was heavy and steady. Obviously, this one-eyed man is not an ordinary person, but a martial artist. Clang! There was a clear sound of sword and a flash of cold light. Before the one-eyed man's machete could reach Luo Xiaojun, his head had already been chopped off by Luo Xiaojun's incredibly fast sword. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, 2 gunshots were heard. 2 big men who were obviously the leaders of the bandits were shot down by Tang Tianao with 2 shots. Kill! The 3 leaders were killed instantly, and all the bandits were stunned. At this moment, 50 escorts raised their hands at the same time, and the crossbows on their arms fired a series of short arrows. Before the bandits could react, most of them were shot off their horses in the blink of an eye. Devil! Run away! The bandits, who had come to their senses, were so frightened that they turned around and ran for their lives. However, under the continuous volley of arrows fired by the escorts, only 3 of them escaped in the end, and the rest were all killed by the arrows. From the appearance of these bandits to their death escape, it only took a dozen breaths. Such lethality and speed are amazing. The weapons designed by Brother Tang are really powerful. Even Luo Xiaojun was amazed. If every escort was not equipped with a crossbow, it would be impossible to launch a surprise attack and kill the enemy in such a short time. Brother Luo, you are too kind. It is only because our brothers remained calm and responded to the challenge that we were able to successfully counterattack. The group set out again, and after walking 10 miles they arrived at a county town where they found an inn to stay in. Only then did they feel relieved. Daxia Kingdom, capital. As the imperial capital, this place is naturally very prosperous. It was morning court time in the palace. The emperor of Daxia was wearing a golden dragon robe and sitting on a very imposing dragon throne. Below the dragon throne, in the magnificent hall, civil and military officials stood in 2 rows. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The majestic voice resounded throughout the palace. My dear, please stand up. Thank you, your majesty. At this time, Prime Minister Wang Yinlin stepped forward and saluted, saying, Your Majesty, Tang Tianao has made outstanding contributions to Yuezhou. I think he should be promoted to a 4th-rank general to encourage talented people from other lands in our Great Xia Kingdom and strengthen our country's prestige. Taiwei Pan Jinghe immediately stood up and objected. Your Majesty, although Tang Tianao can develop some novel things, he is still young and inexperienced. It is impossible for him to lead troops to fight, so I think it is better to appoint him as the Minister of Works. This way, he can better play his strengths and create more powerful weapons for our Great Xia. Imperial Censor Gao Jitian also agreed. Your Majesty, I think what the Grand Commandant said is absolutely right. The Vice Minister of Works is also a 4th-rank official. With Tang Tianao's talent, he is more suitable for the position of Vice Minister of Works. I hope your majesty will think twice. Although Tang Tianao has made great contributions to the country, he is only a scholar. I heard that he will not participate in the imperial examination until after the new year. Therefore, your majesty is making an exception and promoting him at this moment, which is already a great reward for him. Prime Minister Wang Yinlin continued. According to the memorial of Yu Changyun, the garrison commander of Yuezhou, Tang Tianao is not only proficient in weapon research and development, but also a skilled martial artist. He is also a poet with great talent. He is a man of both civil and military talents and is resourceful. If he can come to serve as a general, he will surely lead our Great Xia army to form an invincible elite division. If we follow the advice of the Grand Commandant and make him serve in the Ministry of Works, it will be a waste of Tang Tianao's military and civil skills. Humph! As far as I know, Tang Tianao is just a commoner from Qingfeng Town, Qingyang County, under the jurisdiction of Qizhou. Now he has become a speculative businessman by making some soap, mosquito coils, ice cubes, and some precious glass products. How can such a person lead troops to fight? Wang Yinlin argued. It doesn't matter where a hero comes from. Tang Tianao's literary talent has been proven by his winning the county and provincial examinations, and several of his poems have also been circulated. Song of Pity the Peasants shows that he cares about the people, and Partridge Sky shows that he is a person with a delicate heart and tenderness. Yuezhou Wind and Rain, written in Yuezhou, shows his dedication to defending his country. Such a talented person can really inspire the generals of Daxia, so he should be appointed as the future, and he can make greater contributions. The emperor nodded repeatedly and said, "All three of you are right. How about I think about this matter carefully before making a decision?" Upon hearing this, the prime minister sighed and said again, "Your Majesty, this matter has been discussed for half a month. The generals of Yuezhou are looking forward to your reward to Tang Tianao every day. If your Majesty is unable to make a decision, I am afraid that the generals of Yuezhou will be disheartened." Pan Jinghe retorted. Prime Minister Wang is a little alarmist, isn't he? The commander-in-chief has no idea how much the generals of Yuezhou admire Tang Tianao. They are waiting for good news from the court every day. The emperor looked at several ministers with an embarrassed expression. Finally, he came up with a compromise. "My dear ministers, I plan to first appoint Tang Tianao as the Minister of Works, and then after he takes part in the joint examination, or even the palace examination, if his results are excellent, I will transfer him to the Ministry of War. What do you think?" Taiwei Pan Jinghe bowed and said, "Your Majesty is wise. This method is wonderful. Your Majesty is wise." All the ministers said the same thing. "Okay, draft an imperial decree. Confer Tang Tianao the title of Minister of Works." After a month of travel, Tang Tianao and his party finally arrived in the capital. Qizhou is really far away from the capital. The capital city is indeed so prosperous. Compared with the capital city, Qizhou is simply a small town. I never thought that I would be able to come to the capital one day. This is all because I married a good man. If it weren't for my husband, I'm afraid I would never be able to come to the capital once in my life. All the girls were excited, and their beautiful eyes lit up when they saw such a prosperous capital city. After all, women still yearn for a material life, and no one can escape from the worldliness. Just then, a burst of hurried horse hoof sounds were heard, and several horses came galloping over. Tang Tianao and others hurried to avoid it, but they were still not in a hurry, as they saw that Luo Aina was about to be hit by a horse. Luo Xiaojun suddenly slapped the saddle with both hands, jumped into the air, and kicked the horse over, narrowly saving Luo Aina from danger. Tang Tianao hurried over to stand in front of Luo Aina, looking angrily at these guys who were rushing around. "Damn it, you dare to touch even my servant. Don't you want to live anymore?" A young man dressed in rich attire waved his whip and shouted coldly. Chapter 52, Late Night Raid. Tang Tianao sneered. "Didn't you see that your servant almost bumped into my wife? You were just a bunch of country bumpkins. It's okay if you bump into someone. Who told you to be so stupid as to block the road? What an unreasonable guy. What did you say? Damn. Hey, these women are pretty good looking. I'll take them home to have some fun with you, and the men can get lost now." Tang Tianao was extremely angry. How dare you, such a lawless lunatic, stand before the emperor? Ha ha, boy, if you know what's best for you, get out of here and leave your woman behind. Ask around carefully. Who would dare not offer up something that Pang Long likes? That's right. Master Pang Long is the young master of General Pangda, Ning Yuan. Mr. Pangda is a fifth-rank military commander. If you dare to mess with our Master Pang Long, aren't you courting death? Luo Xiaojun also lowered his voice and said, Brother Tang, don't be impulsive. Tang Tianao shook his head. Since you are General Pang's son, you should not forcibly seize a woman and discredit General Pang. Does General Pang know that you are so domineering? Do I need a commoner like you to teach me what to do? Leave your woman here and get out of here immediately, or I will cripple you first and then play with your woman in front of you. Ha ha ha. Luo Xiaojun couldn't listen any longer. You try? If you dare, I promise to take off your head. Ha. Ha ha ha. You're relying on your numbers, right? If you have the guts, don't stay in the capital. I'm going back home first. I'll come back with enough people and horses to slowly kill you. After that, Pang Long grinned, slapped his horse, and galloped away with his followers, rushing all the way, causing chaos on the street. The people kept cursing, but they could do nothing and thought they were unlucky. Brother Tang, I didn't expect to run into a playboy as soon as I arrived in the capital. What should I do now? Let's find a big inn to stay in first. We can only deal with it as it comes. That Pang Long really sent someone to keep an eye on us? Let him be. I really don't believe that he dares to come here to rob money and kill people openly under the feet of the emperor. Half an incense stick later, Tang Tianao and his group checked into Ulin. The weather is getting colder and winter is coming. The capital city is much colder than Qizhou. Traveling all the way from Qizhou is like walking from autumn into winter. There is a big temperature difference between north and south. It would be great if we could have hot pot at this time. Luo Xiaojun blew hot air into his palms and licked his lips while speaking. That's easy. We can just ask a craftsman to make a shabu-shabu pot, and then we can buy the ingredients and eat it. That's right. But since there's so many of us, I suggest we buy a house first. Living in an inn is too inconvenient. Take a good rest today, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Everyone had lunch. After a month of traveling, they were all exhausted both physically and mentally, so they rested in the guest room in the afternoon. At dinner time, Luo Xiaojun said proudly, I ran around the capital for a long time and found several houses for sale. One of them is near the Imperial Palace. It is very lively and prosperous. The street is wide. I can set up a stall in front of the house to sell goods, or convert the door facing the street into a shop, so I bought it directly. How wide is the house? Can it accommodate so many of us? Of course, that was the residence of a fifth-rank official. I heard that he committed a crime and his property was confiscated, so the government auctioned off the house. There is no problem for dozens of people to live in it. How much money did it cost? Houses in the capital are still quite expensive. I spent 500,000 taels of silver. Good. Tang Tianao took out the silver note and handed it to Luo Xiaojun. Brother Tang, what are you doing? I should be the one to pay for this. Haha, who are we talking about? If you really feel bad about it, just treat it as my advance investment. When you open a shop in the capital, you can give me half of the profits. Okay then, let's do it. While eating and drinking, the two discussed their next plans in the capital. The mosquito coils and ice-making businesses that I used to do in Qizhou are no longer doing well. It is winter in the capital city now, and these two things are of no use at all. He can continue to make soaps, and he can also do his glass business, and it will definitely be better than in Qizhou. At night, Tang Tianao and Luo Ana shared a room. Luo Ana was frightened today, so he thought he should spend some time with her. Luo Ana is about 1.8 meters tall and has a beautiful appearance. If she lived in the 21st century, she would have the figure of a supermodel. She has a good appetite and can eat a lot, so she is very plump and has very fair and tender skin. The two of them had slept in the same bed several times, but Tang Tianao had not consummated his marriage with Luo Ana due to fatigue. But today, he had rested for half a day and had no reason to let Luo Ana waste the night. He himself didn't want to waste his time, and Luo Ana was still very attractive. My lady, do you really want to be my woman? Luo Ana blushed and said angrily, Husband, I want to be your real woman every moment. You still ask, it's just that you are too hard, so I can only wait silently. My dear lady, I have been waiting for so long. My husband, you are too kind. I know that you are very busy and tired every day, so I am willing to wait for you. It's so kind of you. My husband is the best. Looking at Luo Ana's charming smile, Tang Tianao's heart was bewildered. He put his arms around her neck and kissed her passionately. Luo Ana let out a moan and responded with equal enthusiasm. Feeling Tang Tianao's unprecedented rapid breathing, Luo Ana's delicate body completely softened in his arms. She knew that the moment she had been waiting for so long had finally arrived, and she was finally going to truly become the woman of this magical man, Tang Tianao. Close your beautiful eyes and welcome the arrival of happiness. It's a dark and windy night, and everything is quiet. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, black shadows came closer and closer, flying over the eaves and walls, and rushed into Ulin. Tang Tianao, who had just made love with Luoana and was about to fall asleep, suddenly sat up and waved his sleeves to blow out the candle. He sensed the sound of the night walker's clothes being torn by the wind. Don't panic, my lady. It seems someone is approaching. Just sleep well, and I will go out and take a look. After Tang Tianao finished speaking to Luoana in a low voice, he quickly put on his clothes, took his sword, and quietly opened the door. As soon as he walked out of the room, in the faint moonlight, he saw Luo Xiaojun also standing quietly in front of the door with a sword in his hand. Brother Tang, for people have sneaked into the inn, Luo Xiaojun said in a low voice. I sensed it. Why not lure them out of the inn and kill them? Just so. After Luo Xiaojun finished speaking, he flew to the rooftop opposite and shouted, Rat, if you have the guts, follow me. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 people immediately chased after Luo Xiaojun. Tang Tianao suddenly felt a strong wind coming from the left, and someone attacked him. Chapter 53 Shameless. Court Death. Tang Tianao raised his hand, and the crossbow shot out several arrows in rapid succession. At such a short distance, the attacker had no time to react as 5 short arrows shot into his chest. The attacker let out a low scream and fell to the ground. Tang Tianao took a step forward, stepped on his neck, and crushed his larynx. Then he grabbed his body, rushed downstairs, left Ulin, and threw his body on a street corner. He was afraid that someone would launch a sneak attack later, so he hurried back to the inn to protect the safety of Luoana and the others. Not long after, Luo Xiaojun also came back. How is the situation, Brother Luo? I sent the 3 of them to the west. What about you? Kill one and throw the body out. These guys are pretty good at fighting. If I didn't have a hidden crossbow to attack suddenly, I might not be able to defeat the 3 of them together. Tang Tianao agreed with this point. We just arrived in the capital, and we only had a grudge against that Pang Long. I didn't expect that he would actually dare to send someone here. Maybe we won't send anyone tonight, but let's take it one step at a time. At least, our muskets haven't been used yet. 2. When the 2 men returned to their room to rest, they called several escorts to take turns standing guard. Husband, if you still have energy, go and accompany other sisters. I need to recover for a day or 2 before I can accompany you. Luoana said to Tang Tianao shyly. Tang Tianao rested for half a day during the day, and now he really feels quite energetic. Okay, Madam Aina, have a good rest. I'm going to Sister Alice's room. Elisa is the daughter of an ordinary family in Yuezhou, but strangely, she has a mixed-race face, so her appearance is naturally not low. When Tang Tianao knocked gently on her door, he waited for a moment before a low voice came from inside. Who is it? Lisa, I'm your husband. The door opened immediately, and Elisa was already dressed. Seeing that it was Tang Tianao, she hurriedly invited Tang Tianao into the room and quickly closed the door. Her face soon turned red. Tang Tianao and Luo Xiaojun's previous fight with the Night Walker did not wake them up, so when Elisa saw Tang Tianao coming out of her room late at night, she naturally assumed that he was going to do good things. My husband, I will help you undress. Alisa blushed and smiled sweetly as she undressed Tang Tianao. Suddenly, Alisa cried out in a low voice. Blood! Husband, are you hurt? Don't panic, lady. Just now someone tried to sneak attack us, but was killed by me and Brother Luo. This is the enemy's blood. I am not injured. Is it Pang Long's people? Most likely he sent someone like that. Apart from him, we haven't offended anyone else in the capital. What should we do, sir? Pang Long's father is a 5th-rank general. How can we afford to offend him? Don't worry, my lady. They only dare to launch a sneak attack, but not to do anything reckless. If he really goes too far, even if he is a 5th-rank general, he will not have a good ending. But if we really want to fight a 5th-rank general head-on, my lady, don't worry. At worst, I can report Pang Long to Shuntian Prefecture and ask the prefect of Shuntian Prefecture to send a message that I want to donate the method of making guns and cannons to the country. I don't believe that the emperor will not be tempted. How can he be afraid of a 5th-rank general by then? Suing the officials as a citizen, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Tang Tianao also sighed softly. I don't know whether our Great Xia Emperor is wise or not. As long as he is a wise ruler, everything will be easy. I once heard an official from the capital say that our emperor is a little indecisive, but overall, he is a good person and not a tyrant. That's fine. If he were a tyrant, I would have considered whether to take the imperial examination or not. Alisa suddenly whispered shyly. Husband, it's time to rest. Wife, I want to eat you. My husband is so bad. You need to be gentle. The two fell on the bed and soon became entangled with each other. The house that Luo Xiaojun bought was indeed very large, covering an area of at least 2 acres, which is about 1,300 square meters. Great! With such a big house, we can make a big splash in the capital. Tang Tianao exclaimed as he entered the yard. The first major courtyard is about the size of a 21st century basketball court and can be used for practicing martial arts and training bodyguards. The front door is very wide, which is impressive but also a bit wasteful. Both sides of the gate can indeed be converted into shops. Tang Tianao was very satisfied with this. There is also a stable design behind the house, which is very ideal. Just as I was about to look around, I suddenly heard a quarrel outside the door. Country bumpkin, get out here, young master. It was Pang Long's voice. Tang Tianao's eyes narrowed, and he walked out quickly with Luo Xiaojun. Sure enough, Pang Long and a group of people were blocking the gate of the house. There were quite a few people, hundreds of them. Although they all looked like they were dressed in casual clothes, their sturdy bodies and steady steps showed that they were martial artists, or at least soldiers who had been on the battlefield. Tang Tianao and Luo Xiaojun both looked a little solemn, but fortunately, although Pang Long brought a lot of people, they didn't necessarily start a large-scale war in the capital. Bringing so many people was just to serve as a threat. Pang Long, do you really want to be an outlaw? We have no grudges against you. So please don't go too far. You sent those 4 masked assassins to Uli and to kill us last night, right? Fortunately, a hero came to our aid. Otherwise, we would have been ambushed by you. Pang Long sneered. What masked man? Stop slandering me. Today, I came here to tell you that this house should have been mine. The original owner was ready to sell it to me, but you forced him to buy it at a very low price. Your act of forced purchase violates the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom. I will arrest you and take you to Shuntian Prefecture to be punished. Pang Long, you are the one who is slandering us, right? On what basis do you accuse us of forcing the purchase? Pang Long waved his hand, and a middle-aged man walked out from behind him. When Luo Xiaojun saw this man, his sword-like eyebrows suddenly turned cold. The middle-aged man pointed at Luo Xiaojun and said to Pang Long with a wronged look on his face, Master Pang, that guy was the one who forced me with a sword to get him the title deed, and then sold this house to him at a very low price. Don't talk nonsense. How dare I, a commoner, break into your government office and force you? It's obviously you who gave false testimony. I'm not talking nonsense. Yesterday, you led a group of people to knock down several guards in the office, and then broke in to force me. Luo Xiaojun was furious. Such lies with open eyes and perjury shamelessly made him furious. He was a man of the world. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Clang! Luo Xiaojun drew his sword, ready to strike the official to his death. Chapter 54, Sir, I want one too. Tang Tianao quickly reached out to stop Luo Xiaojun. Brother Luo, please don't be impulsive. There's no need to risk your life for a shameless villain. Seeing this, Pang Long grinned even more fiercely. You still want to use force? You want to rebel? Tang Tianao. Rebellion? Rebellion against you? Do you think you are the emperor? Pang Long's face changed slightly, and he shouted. If you dare to go against the government, what else can you do but rebel? Pang Long. You brought 180 people to break into a private house. Are you really here on behalf of the government? Can General Pang's son just bully men and women under the banner of the government? Pang Long didn't expect Tang Tianao to be so eloquent and was instantly tricked by Tang Tianao's words. You don't kneel before an official. You are a troublemaker. Come, tear his mouth to pieces. 2 people rushed out from behind Pang Long and were about to attack Tang Tianao. Wait, I am the first-place winner of the Qizhou County examination, and I am a scholar. A scholar cannot kneel before an official. You want to force me to kneel. Aren't you breaking the law knowingly? Tang Tianao sneered and took out a badge from his arms. It was the identity certificate issued by the government after he passed the imperial examination. Seeing this, Pang Long's face changed slightly, and he asked in a cold voice, Who are you? This young master wants to verify your identity. If you dare to lie to this young master, you will be put in jail for life. Luo Xiaojun laughed and said, Who dares to pretend to be the champion of Chizhou County examination? I believe the court has already registered it. Your father is a fifth-rank general. It's easy to check whether it's true or not, right? Pang Long snorted coldly. Let's not talk about kneeling for now. You guys bought the house at a low price. Come with me to the government office and explain it clearly. The witness is here. You can't deny it. Luo Xiaojun wanted to draw his sword again, but was stopped in time by Tang Tianao. The official who processed the house deed for Luo Xiaojun had a sarcastic smile on his face, but when he looked at Pang Long, he had a flattering look on his face, as if he was afraid that others didn't know that they were in cahoots. At this moment, a shrill voice came. Tang Tianao. Is Tang Tianao here? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a eunuch walking quickly towards them, surrounded by a group of soldiers. The eunuch was holding an imperial edict in his hand, and he looked hurried, as if he was very anxious. Seeing this, Luo Xiaojun, Olisa, and others seemed to have guessed something, and they all showed anticipation on their faces. I am Tang Tianao. May I ask what the eunuch wants to talk to me about? When Pang Long saw who was coming, a look of panic suddenly appeared on his face, and he quietly stepped aside. The one who came was the chief eunuch in the palace. He had much more power than his father. The eunuch looked at Tang Tianao carefully, then said with a smile, You are Tang Tianao? Yes. You are indeed very handsome. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I feel so unworthy of it. Haha, the imperial edict has arrived. Tang Tianao accepts it. Tang Tianao, Luo Xiaojun, Olisha, and others all knelt down. By the providence of heaven, the emperor summons you. Tang Tianao developed bombs and cannons during the battle to support Yuezhou and assisted the defender Yu Changyun in repelling the Nanman army, killing the Nanman commander, and also shot and killed 7 Nanman generals alone. His military exploits are outstanding. So I hereby appoint Tang Tianao as the Minister of Works, a 4th-rank official, and reward him with 100 acres of fertile land, 100,000 taels of gold, and a mansion. I decree this. After these words were spoken, Tang Tianao and others, including Pang Long's group who were huddled aside, were all dumbfounded. Tang Tianao had not expected that he would be appointed a 4th-rank official, and Pang Long was terrified. He was a 4th-rank official, 1 rank higher than his father. How could this be possible? Before Tang Tianao could accept the order and express his gratitude, Pang Long and his gang quietly took the opportunity to slip away. Tang Tianao was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, Thank you, Lord. Long live the emperor. After receiving the imperial edict and standing up, the chief eunuch Guodonghuai said with a smile, Tang Tianao, you have achieved remarkable achievements at such a young age. You have a bright future. Thank you for your praise, sir. Please come into the mansion for a cup of tea. I just moved into this house today, so everything is not ready yet. Please forgive me, sir. I have official business to attend to, so I won't bother you anymore. Tang Tianao hurriedly took out 2 glass tigers from Luo Ana's bag behind him and handed them to Guodonghuai. Thank you for your hard work, father-in-law. This small gift is not a token of respect. As soon as Guodonghuai saw the finely crafted and crystal-clear glass tiger, his eyes lit up. Chizhou's glass treasures were also sold in the capital. Guodongbei estimated that the 2 glazed tigers were worth at least 300,000 taels of silver. This, he still wanted to pretend to refuse. Please accept this gift, sir. It would be embarrassing for me if you don't accept this small gift. Thank you, Master Tang. It's my duty. Take care, father-in-law. Guodonghuai nodded with satisfaction and left with a smile. Luo Ana and Tang Yinga knew very well the value of the 2 glass tigers. The cost price was no more than 5 taels of silver. But in the eyes of others, it is worth at least 200,000 taels of silver. My husband gave away this kind of glass products as gifts, which was a great favor in exchange for a very low cost. The 2 girls smiled sweetly and couldn't help but half cover their faces, looking at Tang Tianao lovingly. That Pang Long escaped so quickly. Why doesn't he come and arrest us and bring us to the government office to be questioned? Tang Tianao couldn't help but smile proudly while holding the imperial edict and official seal. He was a 4th-rank minister of the Ministry of Works, a Beijing official. Although he did not have much real power, it was still an okay position. The morning court is the job of the Minister of Works. He doesn't need to attend it, which is a good thing. Brother Tang. Oh no, it's Master Tang. Congratulations. Luo Xiaojun joked. Tang Yinga and Luo Ana also smiled sweetly. Husband. Oh no, I should call you Master. Sir, congratulations on your new appointment. Alisa and other girls also smiled and bowed to Tang Tianao. The escorts all straightened their backs a lot. They didn't expect that by following Tang Tianao would suddenly transform himself from a scholar and businessman and be promoted to a fourth-rank official in the court. This is really a dream. Huh? They say that being out of office is a relief. Now that I've been promoted, I can no longer live as carefree as before. I have to go to work in the Ministry of Industry. Sir, now that you have power in your hands, others will not dare to bully us casually. Yes, sir. You see, when Pang Long heard that you were promoted to a fourth-rank official, he immediately ran away in disgrace. We were just worrying about how we could gain a foothold in the capital. Now that you have been promoted to the fourth rank, all our problems have been solved. Although Tang Tianao was a little worried, he was mostly happy. Well, ladies, you are right. I am really happy today. So I will take you to have a good look around this prosperous capital city. My lord, that's great. I want to go. Sir, I want one too. Chapter 55. Left and right assistant ministers circle of colleagues. On the busiest street in the capital, Tang Tianao, Luo Xiaojun, Tang Yinga, Luo Aina, and others, as well as 50 bodyguards, paraded through the city. Even though he now holds the rank of fourth-rank official, he dare not take it lightly. I am fearless, but I have to ensure the safety of Tang Yinga and the others. Although Pang Long was scared away because he was given a fourth-rank official title, it did not mean that he would not launch a sneak attack from behind. So, we must be on guard. Since it was everyone's first time in Beijing, they were all in high spirits, shopping and buying some things. Since the emperor has rewarded him with a mansion, Tang Tianao and the others will naturally live in the mansion rewarded by the emperor. The 100 acres of fertile land awarded was located on the outskirts of the capital, not very far away. After all, the cities in ancient times were not particularly large. It was not as exaggerated as in the 21st century where it takes 1 or 2 hours to travel through a city by car. When they arrived at the rewarded house carrying large and small bags, they found that this house was much bigger and more magnificent than the one bought by Luo Xiaojun. Great, Brother Luo. You could turn the house you bought into a shop, a warehouse, and a processing plant. Everyone can live in my house. It's up to you, Brother Tang. We're all following you anyway. I really envy you. You've really been promoted and made a fortune. 100,000 taels of gold, equivalent to 1 million taels of silver. However, perhaps 100,000 taels of gold is a lot for others, but for Tang Tianao, it is just a matter of making a batch of glass mouthpieces. What really makes Tang Tianao feel valuable is the fourth-rank official position, which can help him avoid a lot of trouble. For example, if you meet a playboy like Pang Long, his identity can serve as a deterrent. With the hard work of the escort and Tang Tianao's 10 wives, the house was soon arranged in an orderly manner and the food was served on the table. At this moment, a guard came in and reported, Master Tang, someone is here to visit, claiming to be the Minister of Works like you. Each of the 6 ministries, namely the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of War, Ministry of Justice, and Ministry of Works, has a Shangxing who is of the 3rd rank. Then each ministry had 2 assistant ministers who were of the 4th rank and were divided into the left and right assistant ministers. Tang Tianao's identity is the left vice minister of the Ministry of Works. In ancient times, the left was respected, so his status was more honorable than that of the right vice minister. Even though they were of the same rank, the fact that he could be the left vice minister meant that his importance in the Ministry of Works was greater than that of the right vice minister. So, this is the right vice minister of the Ministry of Works coming here to build relationships? Tang Tianao stood up and went out to greet him personally. When he arrived at the gate of the house, he saw a middle-aged man in official uniform, accompanied by several followers, waiting for him. Sir Tang, I am Huang Ketan, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Works. I live next door, and I came here to congratulate you on your promotion. It turns out to be my colleague, Mr. Huang. Please come in. Huang Ke walked into the courtyard with a smile and was invited by Tang Tianao to sit at the main table. Master Tang, you haven't arrived yet, but your name is already well known. I never thought that Master Tang is so young. You are really young and promising. Mr. Huang, thank you for your compliment. I hope you will take good care of me in the Ministry of Industry in the future. I would like to offer a toast to you first. Huang Ketan was a very forthright person, and he raised his glass without hesitation. This first glass of wine is to celebrate our first meeting and acquaintance as colleagues. Okay. Cheers. They both drank it down in one gulp. Tang Tianao also introduced Luo Xiaojun to Huang Ketan. These 10 beauties are all Mr. Tang's wives, right? Ahem, indeed it is. A man should be romantic when he is young. Lord Tang is young and promising. He is so lucky. Luo Xiaojun smiled and said, Brother Tang has 31 lovely wives in Qizhou. Ah, haha, Master Tang is so awesome. If only all the men in Daxiao were like Master Tang. Then the emperor wouldn't have to worry about the population problem. Sorry to have embarrassed you, Master Huang. Huang Ketan took a bite of the dish and then sighed. Sir Tang, the Minister of Works, is actually from the camp of Grand Commandant Pan Jinghe. From the very beginning, when Yuezhou Garrison Commander Yu Changyan reported your military exploits, the Grand Commandant and the Imperial Censor both intended to suppress you. Sigh. This court is quite complicated. Hearing this, Tang Tianao frowned slightly. I have never had any encounter with the Grand Commandant or the Imperial Censor. We have no grudges or hatred against each other. Why would they target me? Of course they are weighing their interests. Before they are sure they can win you over to one side, they don't want to see you stand higher. What is the reputation of the Grand Commandant and the Imperial Censor? This is inconvenient to comment on. Lord Tang will know as long as he stays in the capital for some time. Well, thank you, Master Huang, for telling me this. It gave me a heads up. You're welcome. We should help each other from now on. As it should be, I offer a toast to Master Huang. The two of them even talked, and after the meal, Huang Kehui enthusiastically took Tang Tianao to the Ministry of Industry's office to familiarize himself with the environment and work processes. In ancient times, if fourth-rank officials like them had nothing to do, they would just drink tea and kill time. Even if there is something to do, they will order their subordinates to do it, and they are only responsible for supervision and inspection. The monthly salary was 800 silver coins and 10 shur of rice and 10 shur of wheat. 1 dan is approximately equal to 60 jin, so he has 600 jin of rice and 600 jin of wheat every month. Such treatment was considered excellent in ancient times and was enough for him to support a large family. In ancient China, Bao Qingtian, as a third-rank official, had a monthly salary of only 1,600 silver coins, plus 15 dan of rice and 15 dan of wheat. By this calculation, Tang Tianao, a fourth-rank official, received exactly half of Bao Qingtian's salary. There was a third grade between official positions, and Bao Qingtian was 2 levels higher than him, so his treatment was really not low. Of course, this is all relative to others. For Tang Tianao himself, 800 taels of silver are nothing. It can only be regarded as pocket money. He earns tens of thousands of taels of silver a day. The Ministry of Works office is not far from Tang Tianao's residence. All of this is planned, so his residence and that of Huang Ketan, the right vice minister, are also next to each other. In the evening, Huang Ketan also warmly invited Tang Tianao to visit his house. Of course, Tang Tianao wouldn't be polite, so he prepared some gifts and went to visit Huang Ke's home. When he saw the lively scene of Huang Ke visiting his home, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. What's going on? It's as lively as a big wedding. Ha! Lord Tang is here. Come in. Detective Huang came forward, followed by a large group of people, all of whom smiled respectfully and bowed to Tang Tianao. Tang Tianao was puzzled when he saw a group of people he had never met before, all wearing official uniforms. Master Huang, they are. Chapter 56, Passionate Man. Sir Tang, these are all our colleagues. Of course, there are people from the 6 ministries. They have a good relationship with me, so I invited them all to come and meet Sir Tang. Mr. Huang is thoughtful. Tang greets all the lords. Tang Tianao handed the box in his hand to Huang Ketan. This is a small gift. Please don't despise it, Mr. Huang. Huang Ketan took the box and said, Master Tang, you are so polite. I came empty-handed when I visited your house, so you are so polite. As he spoke, he opened the box and saw 10 glass cups placed in the middle of the box. They were crystal clear and looked like exquisite high-heeled cups. Qizhou Wanbei once brought this kind of glass cup to Beijing for sale. It is said that it cost 25,000 taels of silver each. Lord Tang, the gift you gave is too expensive. This must be at least 200,000 taels of silver. Everyone looked at the gift with shining eyes. Isn't Tang Tianao too generous? Even if these gifts are only worth 200,000 taels of silver, that is their annual salary for 2 or 3 years. I have to say that Tang Tianao was really generous. To be honest, I made and supplied the precious colored glazes for Qizhou Wanbei. What? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Tang Tianao in shock. Master Tang is a complete talent. He is proficient in both civil and military affairs, and is also proficient in various crafts. He really puts us to shame. I heard that Lord Tang was originally a top scholar from Qizhou, but he ended up defeating the southern barbarian army together with General Yu at the border of Yuezhou. I never thought that such a precious glass treasure was made by Lord Tang. With such skills, Lord Tang, it's only a matter of time before he becomes wealthy. What do you mean by richest in one area? It should be richest in the world. Right. The richest man in the world, rich enough to rival a country. Just by looking at the attitude of these bureaucrats towards Huang Ketan, we can tell that their official positions must be lower than Huang Ketan's. So most of them are trying to please him. Of course, they did not dare to neglect Tang Tianao, the newly appointed left vice minister. The purpose of Huang Ketan arranging this banquet tonight might not be to help Tang Tianao make some friends. Among these people, there was one who was neither disrespectful nor humble and was polite, but he also had no intention of trying to please. But he had sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes, and looked very handsome and majestic. Is this lord a military commander? Tang Tianao took the initiative to greet him. Huang Ketan quickly introduced. This is Mr. He Hong, the right vice minister of the Ministry of War. It turns out that he is also a fourth-rank official and a military commander. No wonder he doesn't need to curry favor with Detective Huang. It's General He. I've heard so much about you. Master Tang. Please forgive me for making a fool of myself. Although I am the Minister of War, I have not made any great achievements. I think Master Tang's performance in Yuezhou is worthy of being the Minister of War. Tang Tianao shook his head repeatedly. General He, please don't say that. I am not talented, knowledgeable enough. How can I be worthy of this? You must never say that again. Alas, I am just sighing. Please don't blame me, Lord Tang. It's okay. Come on, I'll toast to everyone. It's an honor to meet you all. While drinking and communicating, Tang Tianao learned that most of these people were officials from the 6 ministries. Except for He Hong, they were all the heads, secretaries, and clerks of the 6 ministries. They are all Beijing officials, and their rank is no lower than that of county magistrates. It can be said that there is not a single ordinary person among them. After 3 rounds of drinking, someone suggested, Master Tang, your poems Mercy for the Peasants, Partridge Sky, and Wind and Rain in Yuezhou have now spread all over Daxia. They are all masterpieces of all time. I wonder if Master Tang is in the mood to compose a poem tonight? Hearing this, everyone fell silent and looked at Tang Tianao expectantly. Tang Tianao knew that this scene would definitely happen. Firstly, they wanted to witness his talent with their own eyes, and secondly, it was also a test. Even He Hong became interested. Master Tang, let's recite a poem to liven up the atmosphere. Tang Tianao smiled calmly and said, since everyone is looking forward to it so much, I don't want to spoil your fun. So I will write a poem on the theme of wine. Huang Ketan asked someone to prepare the pen and ink immediately. Let's call the poem Farewell. Tang Tianao took a sip of wine, then chanted aloud. Those who left me, yesterday's day cannot be kept. Those who disturb my heart, today's day is full of worries. At this time, everyone's faces began to show approval and shock. Many people nodded frequently and gave thumbs up secretly. Tang Tianao's voice rose slightly. The wind sends the autumn geese thousands of miles away, and we can enjoy the high building. As soon as these 2 sentences came out, He Hong pricked up his ears immediately, and he couldn't help but praise. Good. It's wonderful. It's really heroic, considering that the Great Xia Kingdom did not have the history of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Tang Tianao omitted 2 sentences. Then he chanted, we all have the aspiration to fly, to reach the sky and embrace the bright moon. Although 2 sentences are omitted, it does not cause much damage to the poetic mood itself. Everyone clapped when they heard this, their blood boiling. There was also more admiration in his eyes when he looked at Tang Tianao. Draw a sword to cut the water, and it will flow again. Drink a cup to dispel sorrow, and it will only make you more sorrowful. As soon as these 2 sentences came out, everyone in the room was shocked. Everyone had an expression of surprise. If life is not satisfactory, I will let my hair down and go boating tomorrow morning. After Tang Tianao finished reciting, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Looking at He Hong and the others, they were all stunned, completely immersed in the heroic and beautiful poetry. This is a sentence that will be passed down through the ages. This is definitely a sentence that will be passed down through the ages. Huang Ketan wrote down the poem, put down his pen, and praised it loudly. Everyone came back to their senses and couldn't help but hum and praise. I am convinced. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Today I witnessed Mr. Tang composing an impromptu poem with my own eyes. He is even more talented than the rumors said. Indeed, Lord Tang really deserves his reputation. This poem is even better than the previous ones. It will surely be passed down through the ages. I can't find any words to praise Lord Tang's talent. After the examination next year, there will be the Seven Nations Poetry Contest. If Lord Tang can also participate then, who else can compete with Lord Tang? Everyone was praising Tang Tianao when suddenly bursts of singing came from a house not far away. There was a group of women playing and singing. Their voices were long and melodious, but a bit vulgar. Those are the geishas singing in the manhwa tower across the street. We live here, and we hear the singing of the geishas every night. The rich and powerful men in the capital go to the brothels every day, partying and living a life of drunkenness and debauchery. He Hong sighed. Those people who are just sitting there doing nothing know how to listen to music in brothels every day. The border of Daxia is always facing the danger of being destroyed and people dying. It's really ridiculous and lamentable. All right? Did Lord Tang sing Feng Yu Xiao Ping Sheng with 50,000 generals in Yuezhou City? Why don't we ask Lord Tang to teach us to sing it together and suppress those decadent songs? He Hong slapped the table and said, "That's what I was thinking. I wonder if Master Tang is willing to teach us." Tang Tianao laughed and said, "Why not? But I want to teach you a new song tonight, one that is more heroic and carries more of the heroic spirit of galloping on the battlefield." "Then please teach us, Master Tang." A group of men, all a little drunk, became excited. Soon, a burst of passionate singing broke the long night and spread over the capital, instantly stimulating the nerves of the drowsy people in the capital. Chapter 57. Good people are harmed by evil people. In Wanhua Tower, a group of young dandies, surrounded by a group of prostitutes, were drinking wine and listening to the courtesan Qin Siyu singing and playing the guitar. Qin Siyu is indeed worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Wanhua Tower. She is a natural beauty and is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Most importantly, she is still a virgin. The winner of tonight's poetry competition can spend the night with Qin Siyu. It's better to listen to the music all night. Qin Siyu sells her art, but not her body. She is also very stubborn. If you want to force her, she will threaten you with death. Damn it, it's boring to be able to look at, but not use it. At this time, Pang Long smiled obscenely at a young man in luxurious clothes and said, "Master Pan San, with your status, talent, and handsome looks, as long as you are interested, Qin Siyu will definitely be yours tonight." Pan Dongsheng played with 3 iron eggs, kneading them in his hands until they made a crackling sound. "I generally don't like to use force. I want Qin Siyu to get into my arms willingly. Young Master Pan San will definitely be able to do it. Young Master Pan San will definitely win the first prize in tonight's poetry competition." Bang Long, you said that Tang Tianao, who caused some trouble in Yuezhou, really came to the capital. Pang Long gritted his teeth secretly, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Master Pan, Tang Tianao has indeed come to the capital, and he has been appointed as the 4th-rank minister of the Ministry of Works by the Emperor. He is accompanied by 10 beauties, and none of them is worse than Qin Siyu." "Really? Of course, how dare I lie to you, Master Pan? The 10 women that Tang Tianao brought with him are indeed extremely beautiful. In that case, I'll go take a look some other day. I also know that Mr. Pan likes other people's wives the most. So isn't this for you to keep an eye on? Well, if there is a woman who satisfies this young master, I will say something good about General Pang in front of my father." "Thank you, Master Pan San." "Ha!" Pan Bao asked a thin old man standing nearby in a low voice. "How is it? Have you finished writing the poem?" The old man quietly handed him 2 pieces of paper with words written on them. "Don't worry, 3rd young master. I guarantee that you will win tonight." Pan Bao took it and looked at it, nodded slightly, and then threw a silver ingot to the old man. "Go and have fun." The old man took the silver. His face immediately beamed with joy, and he led a woman in an obscene manner towards a room on the 2nd floor. At this time, the madam spoke. Gentlemen, tonight's poetry competition officially begins. The winner will get to spend the night with the courtesan." Pan Bao immediately called out loudly. "Then let me go first." He was just about to recite the poem that the old man had just written for him, when a majestic and heroic voice came over. Lying drunkenly on the battlefield, listening to the horse shouting, and watching the fireworks in the world with a smile. No matter how powerful the times are, they are nothing but scars. The difference between success and failure is just a matter of one thought. Life and death are in a moment, and heroic spirit will shine forever. The country is so vast. Where's home? The flames of war illuminate Xijing, and I feel unfair in my heart. Life is nothing but a fight. Yezhong left Fengke and his cavalry circled launching. If he was a true hero, why would he be afraid? The song is full of the heroic spirit of a man ready to rush to the battlefield and gallop around the world, which makes people's blood boil. Qin Siyu, who was about to play and sing, suddenly stopped, stood up, and listened quietly. All the men who were drinking and playing with chickens also quieted down and stood up in front of the railings of the tall building so that they could hear more clearly. The singing continued, gradually becoming more fluent from being unfamiliar at the beginning. The snow darkens the flags and paintings. The wind is filled with the sound of drums. We clean up the old mountains and rivers and set out again. I would rather be a centurion than a scholar. I am a real hero. How can I be fake? After singing it once, he started singing it again, and the singing became more and more fluent. Dozens of people sang in unison, and their singing style was unique, very similar to the Feng Yu Xiao Ping Sheng, which came from Yuezhou. Such a passionate song made the men who came to the brothel for fun feel ashamed. Qin Siyu sighed and said, "There are such heroic and beautiful songs in the world. They are much better than the romantic songs I sang. If you are a man, you should have such heroic spirit." In this situation, the joyous atmosphere of the brothel seemed to be swept away by the heroic singing from the opposite side. Almost everyone listened attentively, their minds drifting to the battlefield at the border. "Damn it, you've ruined my fun, Pang Long. Who is the one who's still awake and howling over there in the middle of the night?" Pan Bao was angry. He came here to sleep with Qin Siyu tonight, not to receive soul baptism. And now the singing from the other side completely destroyed the atmosphere of this brothel. And even Qin Siyu's soul was hooked over there. How could this be tolerated? Replying to Master Pan San, the singing came from the home of Huang Ketan, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Works. "Sorry for disturbing my pleasure. Come with me and see how I teach him a lesson." Pan Bao went downstairs angrily, and Pang Long hurriedly followed him cheerfully. When he walked out of the brothel, Pan Bao was already surrounded by a large group of people. Some of them were people who were also in the brothel seeking pleasure, and more of them were his followers and guards. Of course, there were also many people who came to watch the fun and wanted to see who could sing such a heroic song. When Huang Ke went to the mansion, everyone was singing excitedly, and He Hong drew his sword and started dancing. Playing the sword and singing songs are the true qualities of a man. Everyone sang, even more enthusiastically. Tang Tianao was also well versed in swordsmanship. At first glance, he felt that He Hong's swordsmanship was grand and powerful, very suitable for fighting on the battlefield, and even better than Luo Xiaojuan's. He also became interested and drew his sword and danced as well. The wind and thunder sword technique emphasizes being light, graceful, and swift as thunder. After practicing for such a period of time, Tang Tianao has become proficient and has reached some level of proficiency. Lord Tang's swordsmanship is pretty good. I only know a few basics. I'm not as good as Master He. You're welcome. Look at the sword." He Hong waved his sword and danced with Tang Tianao. "Well done." The two men countered each other's moves. One was domineering, the other was swift. It was very entertaining to watch. Just when we were having fun, suddenly a group of people broke in through the door. The singing stopped, and the sword's shadow disappeared. Tang Tianao and He Hong turned around with swords in hand and looked towards the door angrily. They saw a young man in luxurious clothes with his hands behind his back, looking at them with a grim smile on his face. Tang Tianao saw Pang Long at a glance. At this moment, this guy was hiding behind the elegant young man, with a face full of resentment and sneer. He Hong reminded in a low voice, "Master Tang, don't be impulsive. The one who came as Pan Bao, the third son of General Pan. Just act according to the circumstances." "He Hong, you are here too. What are you doing? Are you forming a clique and plotting rebellion?" As soon as Pan Bao came up, he started to put the blame on Tang Tianao and the others. Chapter 58, Sword Fight. "Why do you say that, Master Pan? We're just drinking here and singing a patriotic song out of interest. How can this be considered as a gathering for rebellion?" He Hong responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. "So, Minister, he is an elegant person. I think a civil servant is more suitable for you." Seeing the sneer on Pan Bao's face, He Hong laughed. "Master Pan San, I'm a straightforward person. Do you want General Pan to demote me and put me in the ranks of civil servants who just eat and wait for death?" Pan Bao's intention was exposed by He Hong, but he was not ashamed at all. What are you talking about, Minister He? How happy are you to compose poems and sing in the middle of the night? I believe that Minister He is also pursuing an elegant life of writing and painting, so I am happy to help Minister He. He Hong returned his sword to its sheath. I yearn for a pastoral life. Why don't you ask General Pan for 100 acres of good farmland for me, so that I can retire and return to the countryside? Pan Bao frowned slightly. If he really demoted a fourth-rank military general, he would have a hard time explaining when the emperor asked about the reason. But He Hong has said so much. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if he didn't find a way to demote He Hong to a commoner? Just as Pan Bao was about to speak, Tang Tianao also stood next to He Hong. Pang Long immediately pointed at him and said to Pan Bao, Master Pan, he is Tang Tianao? Tang Tianao? Are you the Tang Tianao who did some evil things in Yuezhou to scare off those stupid southern barbarians, and then asked Yu Changyan to seek credit and reward for you, and deceive the Minister of Works? Tang Tianao was so angry when he heard this. If third young Master Pan thinks that Mr. Tang's repeated efforts to repel the southern barbarian army in Yuezhou were based on sorcery that was not worthy of being hailed as a national treasure, then may I ask what amazing achievements or talents third young Master Pan, who always thinks he is superior to others, has he made? As a person who traveled through time from the 21st century, Tang Tianao does not have much fear of the powerful in his bones, so he directly confronted this dandy boy who relied on his elders to bully others. Pan Bao didn't expect that Tang Tianao would be more aggressive than He Hong. He had just been appointed as the Minister of Works, and he was already so arrogant before he officially took office. What would happen in the future? Tang Tianao hit his soft spot, and he immediately became furious. You are so arrogant, Tang Tianao. How dare you look down on me? Tang Tianao sneered. Ha! I have never looked down on anyone casually, but before anyone wants to belittle me, it is best to consider whether they have any real ability first. Good, very good. Seeing you have a sword in your hand, I guess you know some sword skills, right? Then I will play with you today. An attendant behind him handed him a sword. The moment Pan Bao grasped the hilt, his aura suddenly changed. Cold, gloomy, and evil. With a flick of his wrist, 5 sword flowers appeared. This guy is actually also a kendo master. Alas! Mr. Tang only started learning swordsmanship 2 months ago, and he only practiced it occasionally. On the other hand, Mr. Pan should have been immersed in swordsmanship for many years, right? Anyone who is not a fool can tell from his words that Pan Bao is using force to suppress others. One has been practicing swordplay for many years, and the other is a beginner. What glory would it be if you, Pan Bao, won? Pan Bao seemed not to understand the meaning of these words. I'm just playing around, come on. After he finished speaking, he swung his sword fiercely at Tang Tianao. This sword was so powerful and strong that it was a real move. Tang Tianao didn't dare to confront him head-on. He had just cultivated his internal strength and knew his own strength. So he moved his sword lightly and skillfully, blocking Pan Bao's sword. Pan Bao laughed evilly and pressed forward with his sword relentlessly. Tang Tianao could only rely on his relatively agile body movements and sword moves. In the blink of an eye, he had defeated 10 moves. The pressure on him was increasing. This dandy boy's martial arts skills were surprisingly not low, so Tang Tianao, who had only learned swordsmanship for 2 months, was naturally no match for him. Pan Bao is the son of the Grand Marshal, so his master is certainly not an ordinary person, and the swordsmanship he practices is definitely top-notch. It is already very commendable that Tang Tianao can withstand 10 moves. Tang Tianao, you said you have only learned sword for 2 months? Impossible. I see that you have also practiced sword for many years, but your talent is dull. You are still a mediocre swordsman now, right? Pan Bao laughed wildly and performed his sword moves more vigorously. Tang Tianao was so flustered that he couldn't even speak and didn't dare to be distracted at all. The next moment, Pan Bao stabbed Tang Tianao's right shoulder with a fierce sword. Tang Tianao had just been forced into a corner and had no way to avoid it. He saw that the sword was about to pierce his shoulder. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. He Hong rushed over and blocked Pan Bao's sword with one sword. Master Pan, how about I play with you? Brother Tang is obviously new to swordsmanship, and you won't have much fun playing with him. When Pan Bao was blocked by He Hong's sword, he felt numbness in his palm, and the sword almost slipped out of his hand. He was secretly shocked, knowing that He Hong's martial arts was far superior to his own. Forget it! This young master has no interest in playing with you, but you have disturbed my good time tonight, so you should at least give me some compensation, right? Tang Tianao really wanted to pull out his gun and shoot this guy to death, and then he started blackmailing him openly. Huang said weakly, Master Pan-san, we were just singing at home. We are sorry for disturbing Master Pan's drinking. But how can we get compensation? Pan Bao smiled. You guys also know that you disturbed me from drinking wine? That's good. I almost slept with the courtesan in Wanhua Tower, but you guys ruined my chance. How about this? I heard that Tang Tianao has a group of beautiful women around him, so just give a few of them to me to play with. And let's just let this go. Hearing this, Tang Tianao was furious. Young Master Pan, right? Why don't we go to Shuntian Prefecture and explain the matter clearly, and let the prefect of Shuntian Prefecture make the decision. You are very good, Tang Tianao. This young master will remember you. Tang Tianao smiled disdainfully. At worst, you can just ask Captain Pan to remove me from my position. He Hong laughed. Ha ha ha. It would be best if you cut my title and demote me to a commoner. Then I want to see how General Pan explains to the Emperor. Pan Bao glanced at Tang Tianao and he hung grimly and said, even if I don't rely on my father, I can still kill you slowly. Just wait and see. Let's go. Feeling his vicious heart like a snake or scorpion, Tang Tianao has secretly made up his mind to kill this guy without anyone knowing. Otherwise, it will bring him endless troubles in the future. Master Tang, I sense your strong, murderous intent, but I advise you not to act rashly. The Pan family is really not easy to mess with. He Hong said in a low voice. Tang Tianao calmed down and said, Pan Bao is so lawless. I guess his father is not a loyal and virtuous person, right? Sure. Be careful what you say. Tang Tianao didn't continue the topic and started thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Chapter 59 Fan Tong. Good for nothing? Late at night, Tang Tianao returned to his own house. He was still angry, so he practiced sword dancing in the courtyard. Brother Tang, is there something on your mind? Luo Xiaojun appeared quietly. I met a dandy young man, but I couldn't kill him, so I was depressed. Pang Long, that dude? No, it's Pan Bao, the son of the Grand Commandant. I can sneak into the Grand Marshal's mansion in disguise and assassinate him. Don't take the risk. Pan Bao is a very skilled martial artist, and the Taiwei mansion must be full of experts. We can't do this. Luo Xiaojun also sighed when he heard this. You are now a fourth-rank official. He, a playboy, can't do anything to you, right? He's obviously not that good, but he will definitely use his father's connections to hinder our future careers. You don't hold any official position in the capital anyway. From the perspective of income, there is really nothing to worry about, but if you don't have that official robe, in a place like the capital, everyone will want to jump out and bite you. So, if possible, I really want to be a high-ranking official, so high that no one dares to offend me easily. Then I'll wait for the day when you'll be among the nobles. Tang Tianao shook his head slightly and sighed in silence. Living in this world, whether in the 21st century or in the Great Xia Empire that we traveled through, there will always be some people whose life cannot be lived by others, or whose life will be a disaster for others. No matter where you are, there are very few people who can make others' lives better. But if society wants to progress, it can only be driven by people whose lives can make others' lives better. Tang Tianao doesn't dare to say how noble he is, but he is definitely a man with conscience. So when he is alive, as long as he has the ability, he is very happy to make others live a better life. I wonder if the current emperor can make people live a better life if he is still alive? The next morning, Tang Tianao went out to the Ministry of Industry to work. As for the matter of renovating the shop, he could only leave it to Luo Xiaojun. As soon as he arrived at the Ministry of Industry office building, he saw a man at the gate with his hands behind his back, staring at him majestically. This is a middle-aged man with a full beard, about 40 years old, with a big belly, probably weighing more than 200 pounds. It is obvious that this middle-aged man is living a very comfortable life. I'm the newly promoted left vice minister of the Ministry of Works. I am here today to take up the post. May I ask who you are, elder? Tang Tianao still greeted him politely. Fan Tong, the Minister of Works. Tang Tianao almost burst out laughing. He was trying hard to pretend to be calm, but in fact he had already suffered internal injuries. It turns out to be the Minister Fan. Your humble servant greets you. Fan Tong looked up with his nose in the air and said arrogantly, Tang Tianao, today you will be responsible for organizing the people in the Ministry of Works to build cannons and bombs. The more the better. Tang Tianao was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly became furious. These people are so shameless that they try to seize their own foundation right from the start. The most important thing is that once I really hand over my cannon and bomb technology and they deprive me of the results, how can I make a rapid progress in the future? Master Fan, I have already handed the design to General Yu and Yuezhou, and that design is still not perfect, so I have to redesign it, and I don't know how long it will take. Then how long do you think it will take to draw up the design? Because the internal structure of the cannon is too complicated with many parts, if every aspect is to be perfect, it will take at least 2 or 3 months to complete. Tang Tianao directly used the tactic of drag. Give him 2 or 3 months, and God knows to what extent his business empire will expand and what kind of powerful people he will be able to make friends with. By then, he will no longer be a small fry who can be manipulated at will. Are you serious? How dare I lie to you? Humph. Then from today on, you must hurry up and draw the design for me. Don't worry about anything else. If you can't hand in the design in 3 months, I will hold you accountable. I obey your command. Tang Tianao secretly laughed in his heart. This was clearly an opportunity for him to slack off. After entering the office building and sitting at his own desk, he casually drew some drawings, then closed his eyes and meditated to practice his inner strength. If someone sees you, the worst that can happen is you can just say you were just thinking about something. In fact, Fan Tong himself was also slacking off. After pretending to inspect for a while, he disappeared without a trace. As long as the Ministry of Industry's work continues as usual, he can be absent for several days. Look, Huang Ketan is not on duty today. After all, this is not the Dragon Kingdom of the 21st century. You have to clock in on time for work, and you can't run around during working hours. Of course, whether in the Dragon Kingdom of the 21st century or in the Great Xia Empire, the ones who are free are the upper-level leaders. The rules are used to restrain the grassroots staff and cannot restrain upper-level figures like them. After all, he is a fourth-rank official in Beijing. As long as his immediate superior Fan Tong doesn't keep an eye on him, basically no one will care about him. As long as the Ministry of Industry can find him when there is something going on, there will be no problem. At lunchtime, special staff brought wine and food to the office. There were 4 dishes and 2 soups, which was quite rich. This class is so damn comfortable. It's great to be a fourth-rank official. Being a fourth-rank official in Beijing is a life of ease. If one could become a prefect or a local lord, one will be even more carefree. Just like your own father-in-law Muzhua Luan, he doesn't have to go to the capital unless the emperor summons him for important matters or he has committed a serious crime. As a prefect of a state, unless something unexpected happened, he could only see the emperor twice in his life, once when he took office and the other after he retired. The rest of the time, he just needs to handle local affairs, and he doesn't have to return to Beijing to report on his work. After all, transportation was not well developed in ancient times, and the journey was too far. It took 2 months to travel from Qizhou to the capital and back. How could a provincial governor be away from his post for 2 months? Secondly, the emperor was afraid that local officials would have close contacts with officials in Beijing after coming to Beijing, thus forming cliques and pursuing personal interests. It is mainly because of these 2 reasons that a senior official in a certain area basically lives a carefree life, with the emperor far away and the mountains high above him, and he lives a very happy life. Of course, there are inspectors who will come down to the local area, but overall it is still very pleasant. After lunch, Tang Tianao didn't want to waste time in the Ministry of Works. Anyway, there were people in charge of the Ministry of Works handling daily chores, and the 3 big men, the Shangshu and the Shirlang, had basically nothing to do. He didn't know whether the high-ranking officials in ancient Dragon Kingdom had office hours, but at least that was the case in the Great Xia Empire. His house was not far from the Ministry of Works. As long as the Ministry of Works could find him in his house when there was something going on, he would not be considered to have neglected his duties. Moreover, his task now was to draw the design drawings. It didn't matter where he drew them. He just had a hand in the design drawings in 3 months. Just as he was about to leave the Ministry of Works, a subordinate suddenly came to report. Lord Zhua Shirlang, someone is visiting from the palace. In the palace? A big shot from the palace. Tang Tianao was a little surprised, but he still went out to greet him quickly. As soon as I walked out of the office building, I saw several palace maids and a group of guards surrounding a handsome young man, standing in front of the building waiting. Tang Tianao could tell at a glance that the young man in the lead was too handsome and was basically a woman dressed as a man. Of course, he was not stupid enough to point it out directly, but greeted him. What is your name, sir? What can I do for you?